Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day here at the WePlay Academy League Season 5. It's Sunday, usually meant to be a day of rest, but there is no rest for the wicked, and there's no rest for us here either. Myself and Ted back to bring you some more Counter-Strike action in the very beginning of the end of the week. Ted, mate, how are you feeling at the 7th day so far of this event?
Feeling lovely, you know. I was thinking, what can a normal person do on a Sunday? And I was like, you know what? I don't really care. I like watching CS every day of the week. So I hope you're in the same mood, because we have some pretty decent matchups coming up. And, you know, as we're progressing through the group stage, it's starting to get more and more interesting, because we're getting all the storylines, we're getting all the upsets, and we're just wondering who are going to be the teams to make it into the play-ins and the playoffs.
Well, Ted, I'm glad that you brought up upsets, because we did see our first game of yesterday take place. It was between 0-0 Prospects and NAVI Junior, and going into this one, it was a double header for 0-0 Prospects, and we thought, you know, maybe they might have a chance against Spirit Academy in their next game, but we definitely did not see this map going their way whatsoever. But I think they caught a lot of people by surprise the way that they played, and you know, Inferno might be a nice little pocket pick for them to bring into future games. Maybe if they're able to reach the play-in stage, it's going to be something that we see in their best of threes, but they might be leaning a little bit more towards an Inferno pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'd be really reasonable to do so in terms of their players' performances as well. I mean, you beat the only team that was unbeaten in your group so far in the tournament, and you did it quite convincingly, right? For those of you that watched the game, and for me and you, Jack, we felt like 0-0 Prospects deserved that victory for the entire time.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd be silly to say that they didn't deserve the victory in this game after the first half performance that we've seen from them. They very much carried their momentum into this Spirit Academy game, and for the longest time it looked like it was going to be Prospects all the way. They looked so good, they looked so strong, but man, we already have got, for me, this was the match of the group stage, hands down. This was the best game that we've covered so far, the best game that I've personally seen in a long time, and that was because Spirit Academy were not beaten until they were beaten, and Ted, in the end, it was just that they weren't beaten.
Yeah, that was just the mental game, right? 0-0 Prospects, after beating NAVI, they had a really good start, 14-2 lead, and at this point, myself and you, we were thinking, okay, the game is done for. We're gonna be probably done in 5-6 minutes maximum. They might win a couple rounds, but it's never gonna go too close for an overtime. But well, guess what? Spirit Academy, they managed to win all those rounds, and from 14-2, they managed to come back, force overtime, and even close it out, getting one of the most, if not the most impressive victories so far we've had in this group stage.
Then going over into our third game of the day, it was Young Ninjas taking on ENCE Academy. ENCE bested the Young NIP players over on Mirage just the day before, and well, Young Ninjas were out to get revenge, and well, that's exactly what they began to do on their T side, racking up the rounds as quickly as possible, and they put on quite the show. MOUZ was the man for ENCE Academy to try and rally a comeback, but in the end it was just not enough, and an impressive performance really from Jackinho and Adam B, two players that you might not be expecting, of course, with Era not being in that game. We just wonder, is Jackinho going to be playing a little bit today, or is was that just a stand-in for the last 2 days? Maybe. We're not too sure about that. It'll be interesting to see what will happen in our later game. And our final game of the day, Ted, it was Astralis Talent taking on Eternal Fire. The Turkish boys looking for a victory, but I think Astralis Talent have just found their form a little bit and started to find their footing.
Yeah, I think that was the first nuke of the tournament as well. So I think it's a little bit of a tradition that myself and yourself, we don't really get the interesting maps. Like we don't get the Ancients and the nukes. It's just Brandon and Lucy every single time. But yeah, Astralis Talent, they've looked really well. And you know, I have a lot of respect for them, I feel like, at this point, because they were the first team to bring up Ancient to the veto and play it in the Academy League. They're the first team to play Nuke as well. And I feel like that victory 2 days ago that myself and yourself spoke about, I feel like that just motivated them to a whole new level. And right now, Astralis Talent finally, because they were a little bit shaky, let's not lie, they looked a little bit stumbled after the first couple rounds of the group stage. But I feel like now they're starting to show us their true face and their true colors. And that second position, that is well deserved. Even though there's a handful of teams that haven't played as many games as them, I feel like they've recovered to a pretty decent level where we can again consider them favorites to make it into the play-in.
I mean, considering they were 1-3 to now be 4-3, 3 wins in a row is absolutely massive for them. MOUZ NXT just keep dropping further and further down the list, still a little bit behind NAVI Junior and Astralis talent, but they are going to have the chance today to maybe get on level terms with the teams ahead. Of course, as you said, they do have a few games in hand. Fnatic Rising still yet to play any of their matches, so we have a couple of these games coming up in Group A. I believe elsewhere though in Group B we still do have one unbeaten team, as NAVI, they lost their unbeaten streak to 0-0 prospects, but it was Big Academy that are still going with that. Well, they're top of the B standings. And the schedule here for today, a little rundown of what we are going to be expecting, is 0-0 prospects taking on MOUZ NXT in our first game of the day. Young Ninjas are going to be taking on Apeks Rebels just after, followed by NAVI Junior and Spirit Academy, a little CIS derby halfway through. MOUZ NXT are going to be playing for the second time against Astralis talent, a very intriguing matchup, one that I'm very excited for. Young Gods technically losing to Big Omen Academy, of course, after they have withdrawn. And then our final game of the day, last but definitely not least, it's going to see OG Academy take on ENCE Academy. I wonder, are we going to see a repeat of Overpass on that map? And well, Ted, speaking about maps, we're going to be jumping into the VO for our very first game. What do you think we can be expecting for this MOUZ NXT and Prospects game?
I'm actually wondering, you know, because I feel like I've been really critical to the Mirage of MOUZ NXT, and I think that Mirage is a map where they're just experiencing some massive struggles. I've been thinking about this one, actually finding out that, oh, okay, we have the veto, it's ready. Apparently we're going to be watching Inferno. That was quick, but yeah, it's not going to be a Mirage. And you know what's interesting? 0-0 Prospects is actually the team to remove Mirage. So apparently 0-0 Prospects, they want to switch things up. And especially after yesterday's result against NAVI on Inferno, I think that they're really comfortable on that map. I think that Franson is feeling really comfortable on that map. Spooky on Mirage showed us some pretty decent stuff against Spirit Academy, but Franson was the man of the day, the man of the match on that map number 1 against NAVI Junior. And I feel like they're going to try and maybe replicate what they did yesterday.
Yeah, let's not forget, you know, MOUZ NXT, they are also favored to a Inferno game. They're not impartial to it. We are going to be jumping straight away into our first matchup. We'll see if Prospects can continue slaying the Giants, or are MOUZ NXT gonna enact out their revenge. Prospects start out on the T side, MOUZ NXT. We'll start with that favored CT, of course, and we'll be jumping into the action right about now.
Yeah, pistol round starting, MOUZ NXT on the CT side, 0-0 Prospects starting as the offense. You pointed out MOUZ NXT, not newbies to Inferno. They played it once so far in the Academy League. They played it actually in the first round against Eternal Fire Academy and won that one 16-7. 0-0 Prospects though gonna go really quickly towards up middle, but MOUZ NXT, they have the stack there, Jack.
All the players here to deal with this, and that's exactly what they're going to do, Ted. 3 quick kills. Franson gets out of the apartments and drops into the pit, but he is going to be swarmed. Bob XD, yeah, it's a lovely fake. Well, I mean, not really a fake, right? He's made a mid-round decision to run on his own, but beggars can't be choosers, and a bomb plant out of that scenario because that pistol went so wrong is probably the correct idea.
Yeah, especially after the 2 kills from MHL and Exertion. Bob XD, the only problem is that you have to be aggressive. You have to try and get into a position where he can isolate fights, but they're just going to start swinging at him. It's going to be multiple peaks going towards him, and MHL is going to finish him off with the hat trick from himself on the pistol round. MOUZ NXT pick up the first pistol of the game. MHL
already starting very well indeed. And he's been one of the standout performers for MOUZ NXT so far. Currently on a 1.37 rating. One of the highest rated oppers in the event so far. I believe only Head Trick is ahead of him, if I'm not mistaken. Currently the 3rd highest rated player so far of this event, so he's definitely one to keep an eye out on. But MOUZ NXT, I mean, this lineup is full of ability, full of talent. But Prospects are going to be trying with their hard work to topple a little bit of that talent that we are so used to. And that Deagle nearly catches MHL off guard. Shuey needs to be a little bit careful. The Deagles can still pack a punch or two, but it's 2 quick kills for MOUZ NXT to start things off in the second round.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try and keep it fairly clean here. They have the bomb as well. I don't know if they realize it. Now they've spotted it for sure. But yeah, by the way, one of the reasons I think, because right before we went on to broadcast, you asked me the question, do you think that 0-0 Prospects can actually double up on wins against MOUZ NXT, or it was a little bit of a fluke? I don't think it was a fluke, but I feel like MOUZ NXT aren't gonna lose this one. Even if I had some doubts about Mirage, I feel like there's one massive difference between MOUZ NXT on Mirage and MOUZ NXT on Inferno. And when I say one massive difference, I mean exertion. We know that the entries, especially according to the system of MOUZ NXT, the entry has a lot of value, right? It has a lot of impact.
We will play side, Jimmy.
I can hold retake default.
Yeah, we can do retake after. You can play hold retake nades. I will flash early as well for fake. Flashing. Nade. Go.
Holding retakes.
Watch out Zaiwo. The fireman, yeah, watch out Zaiwo.
I'm holding smoke. Have mid.
I'm gonna need one.
We're rotating middle.
Yeah. Take ups, please.
I got it. Let's keep holding it.
On ups. I've left Gara, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, let's play short setup. I will go inside boiler.
Throw nades.
Short mid.
I'm playing under, it's perfect. Give me flash, Jimmy.
I'm spamming ups.
I can flash. They will walk through, I think. Watch out. I can flash.
I'm in boiler.
I'm checking mid.
Flash. Go. I'm molly wall soon. Tell me smoke fate.
They molly dabs.
I'm molly wall.
They swung long.
Can you go back, Jimmy?
Abs dead one.
Yes,
One
stay.
mid.
Watch out, A. I'm leaving for a sec, Jimmy. I drop smoke. Nice, boys.
One out.
I'll pick it with you.
Two more.
Two.
One more is on mid.
Close.
I'm Roberto. One long,
It's picking
short. Close short. It's pushing short. Light. Long clear.
Two.
Light. One more. One more is side.
Default.
I'm banned.
Half.
I'm walking
Picking
back.
left. It's behind
Picking
default.
short.
Neymar Jurjur.
Nice, guys.
Okay, the mood is good, the vibe is good. I mean, we can take that away.
Yeah, very nicely done. Really good hold there by the MOUZ NXT boys. And you can see that they had a pretty decent protocol for that one. Even Shane not getting too flustered after he loses his teammates. But it was really MHL and Shuey to do the majority of everything. Very nicely done for Shane to even stay alive there. Just to keep that money high. Money not high on the other side, as it is only a few pistols invested. We might see a little bit of a set play coming out here from the Prospects.
Yeah, pistols, armor, a handful of flashes, 2 smokes. You want to try and get up close in the apartments. Look at that, MOUZ NXT. They're actually trying to fight this one. They don't want to let the pistols take advantage of the situation. Shane potentially going to fall back just a little bit now. And oh, this is dangerous. If the flashes are good, Shane might get caught off guard here.
He's tucked in here towards Graveyard. He peeks out. Flash is going to be good for the T's at least to get out into the pit. And this is very messy for Shane. MHL is going to try and help him out, but he only picks up 1 kill in the meantime. There's a second. Shane is down though. That position neutralized. The damage has been done, and Shuey completely blind by that flash, and Alex is going to walk up right behind. Now he has an M4 to play with. He needs to do a little bit more with it. The pistol swarmed the site, and the op is absolutely no use in that position. Gets taken down. Smoke will just allow the bomb plant to come into place. MOUZ NXT have to really consider how they want to play this one. Exertion boosted over the top of it, looking close to make sure nobody is trying to sneak up, but Prospects aren't moving from the side here. Exertion, eventually that smoke is going to fade, looking for all these players. Oh idea where anyone is. Nobody has reared his head, but as soon as he does, YNFat takes one off. They go swarm into site. Franson now on the back. YNFat tries to take them all down and does. MOUZ NXT, they are going to be able to retake that one. YNFat basically doing it all.
It's still around. That shouldn't be going that close, right? And I feel like that was a little bit of an awkward one for MOUZ NXT to deal with, because you could see that Shane maybe wasn't ready for that kind of an apartment spot, right? Most of the time, if you're waiting for a round like that, you're going to be playing a little bit closer. You don't want to let the pistols just jump out of apartments. You want to kill the first player at least. And, well, it became a little bit awkward there with the flash and the timing of it. But 0-0 Prospects, nonetheless, are going to be really happy with how this one turned out. And now with the AKs, they're going to try and finalize everything. The money on the MOUZ NXT side not looking fantastic. So one T-side round right now could actually help them out to bounce back into the game.
Shane nearly caught out trying to retreat onto the site, and Franson will eventually trade that kill back. Shane, unknown to the Prospect side, is now going to stab them in the back. Nice kill. MHL picks up one with the HE, tucks himself away to the apartment. Spooky trying to take that fight. It's an unfavorable one. Alex somehow gets a bomb plant out of this. It's not ideal considering how close they took the last round, but another bomb plant for Prospects will mean still a little bit of a boost to their economy, but it is MOUZ NXT putting a boost on the round score. It's 5-0, and you just wonder how long is it gonna be until we see Prospects finally put one on the board.
Yeah, and that's a lovely recovery as well for MOUZ NXT, right? Especially after the first 2 rounds where they lost, I think, 4 and 3 people, as we can see on our screens. Losing only 1 in this one is going to establish the economy just a little bit, right? The money is not going to be looking fantastically well, but considering the previous couple rounds, that was a much needed round. It was against the full buy as well, so now you're going to be a little bit high on confidence as well. And MHL's onto a lovely start into another game. He's 11-2 already. I think we had that yesterday from Hedrick, by the way. He was onto a really good start, but the difference is that we're seeing some pretty good stuff from Shane as well. Exertion and Impa had winning some crucial rounds. So yeah, all of MOUZ NXT actually have a pretty decent start to the game.
Yeah, a little bit of a technical issue there, as we will wait to fix that. But MHL, yeah, I mean, he's the 3rd highest rated player so far in this event. Already starting very well. He has the big green to work with. So, 11-2, he's always going to be a tough man to beat. And I think if his confidence gets going on the CT side, he could really pull MOUZ NXT through a T side if they really need him. 5-0, it's an uncomfortable scoreline, right? But it's not as if it's completely done with yet for Prospects. They're getting onto the bomb sites. They are getting the bomb plant down. It's just they need to maybe figure out the post plant situation. I'm still yet to see them, kind of get onto a site and have, 3 players with rifles there to see how they hold. Of course, they like to work B against NAVI Jr. a whole lot. So I'm surprised that we haven't seen them lean a little bit towards that B site in this game, because the majority of the attacks have been straight towards A.
Yeah, truth be told, I mean, they haven't been able to have the money to actually fund the proper, banana take, B execute so far. So maybe this round that is about to be played now, when they have the AWP, when they have more utility, is going to be the one that they go, okay, you know what? We tried our ibbity-bobbity boobs towards the A-bomb side in the beginning, but now it's time to kind of go back to the standard stuff. And apparently it was a B hit. We're back in the server. We missed a couple seconds, but yeah, it was a B hit. An unsuccessful one, but what it looks like. And MOUZ NXT are going to pick up another. Only 2 players going down. No bomb plant for 0-0 Prospects as well. And well, there you go, Jack. You had your B side wish, but yeah, doesn't work out.
Doesn't work out.
We don't know why and how, but it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard tells the story itself as another round comes in. Shuey picks up 3 kills in that one, so the IGL pulling his weight a little bit. Now, we do see a little bit of a pause here, as we might still have to sort out an issue or 2. Hopefully it won't delay proceedings too long. We're looking at the money side for 0-0 Prospects, and I think, how far away do you think the prospect of a buy here in this round is? Because, I think it's just a little bit of a half buy once again. Maybe another little set play, which was probably the closest that we've seen around Go for prospects.
I mean, for sure, yeah. I think you can, if you're feeling optimistic, you can go for a hero AK onto Franson. I don't know, but yeah, maybe just get one player rifle and then upgraded pistols on the rest and try and do as much damage as possible in that scenario. Whereas for MOUZ NXT, the focus obviously is going to be to continue building up that economy. We know that Inferno is one of the more needy maps in the map pool. Truth be told, you need a lot of nades. The AWP on the CT side, not really easy to use. It has to move around a lot, but it's quite vital for the success. So MOUZ NXT, I think they're going to be really happy with how things have been going, not only in terms of score, but in terms of the way that they've been winning the previous couple rounds. And yeah, there you're going to have it. A lightly armored deco, a fair amount of utility, by the way, more than we had in the previous one. And just the one hero AK, but it's going to be for Alex rather than Franson, considering that Alex in the next round is going to be the one to invest the biggest part of his finances into utility and just play the lesser weaponry.
Interested to see where the hero rifle goes, and it's at the back of the pack, really, towards second middle. So, be interesting to see if he's the man to really take point. MHL on the other side, already down to half HP. After being naded down, he's going to counter with a little bit of utility of his own, just to force these prospects players back. And he is going to fall away now to the site. MOUZ NXT, they're playing a very, very passive round here. They do not have a lot of map control, which leaves them open to an execute. But as we can see, in the ranks of prospects, there's just not the utility really to caution one.
Yeah, this smoke is going to delay them even further. They can't really commit to a play right now. You can see they have only one smoke and 2 flashes left. They're kind of trying to wander between the 2 bomb sites, but it looks like it's going to be the A hit that they go for in the end. Smoke for a split, actually. Do they really want to walk through towards CT spawn? I think they're just trying to fake it right now, and Shane, he's going to have to be the one to step up. He's all alone towards the back of the site, actually. There's no one to support him, so he'll have to find a mode to kill.
And no molly to force him out of pit here, which he'll be thinking about. Alex boosted up now on the flower. Won't be able to find that kill though. Shuey gets one, Shane peeks out. It's a lovely double, a triple spray down, and Shane might have held that A site all by himself. Hype now with a beautiful dig shot, acquires an AK as well to work with, just gets the numbers in on the bomb in time. And what a round this would be for prospects to finally get on the board. He backs away towards the pit. Exertion's going to be waiting for Yimfat to join him. Now, been spotted, isolates the fights. Hype expertly moves away from the nade as Yimfat walks onto the site. Hype is looking for it all. He is running out of bullets here, tapping away, has to swap over to the Deagle. Only have 3 bullets in this one. It's the ace from Hype, and prospects are definitely getting hyped up after that round.
Oh, what a 1 versus 3. That was a godlike sequence from Hype. Take a look at that. It felt like Shane did enough. This is what you need from your pit player in that scenario. Gets a triple kill spray down, leaves Hype in a 1 versus 3. The first one, Deke, picking up the AK. The second kill, the 1 tap onto Exertion was insane. And the final shot right in there. Well, we jump straight into the team speak. 0-0 prospects now.
Follow me, duck på nu wide. Eller mycket.
B, AV pick.
AP pickade B. Flasha B någon. Jag kan göra snart, jag flashar där.
Jag lägger mid nades, smoke mid.
Jag vill ha poppa B igen alltså, eller skit i. Han är inte bil. AP pickade, vi pickade. Ni kommer banan då. Jag bara kommer alla B. Jupp, ni kan boosta follow picken. Gimmer in flash från. Smokar ruins. Jag vill inte få den. Jag kommer molla sandbags. Ingen sandbags.
Mid.
Jag kommer molla den då.
Jag är redo.
Är det?
Hoppar ni redo?
Ja. Jag flashar där. Här vi smakade sätta.
Jag går på.
Målar in ruins.
Ruins. Jag plantar det.
Ta ruins.
Andra! Jag smoke.
Hit en. Han är taggad 50 minst. Nästa. Med 2. Nice try.
Nice try. More damage.
Stunning. Den är inne va?
Ja.
Ja.
Shoot.
Helt ärligt, jag skulle ha någon insta-pop.
Wow, that was about to be a little bit way too much. 0-0 Prospects just on the edge of winning a second consecutive 1 versus 3 there. A really nice attempt, truth be told, from Franson, but in the end of the day, and it was Shane to secure the 7th round for MOUZ NXT. And the CTs recover, Jack, but look at the money. They're going to suffer massively after this one.
Yeah, I mean, that one went so close as well, and it was a correctly played 1vx. It was just a little bit unfortunate in the gunfight, right? I mean, that really could have went Prospect's way, and that definitely would have hurt MOUZ NXT's bank accounts. Now, they survive that little bit, but again, they are running out of chances, so they cannot afford to keep letting these rounds get that close if they want to be as dominant as possible in this Inferno game. Impact is just going to be jiggling here, waiting for a little bit of contact. Apeks do have a lot of players, and they might decide to go quickly here towards B. Alex is going to try and rush right through that. Molotov not going to work out. Exertion boosted up, gets that quick kill. Franson gets only one. Flash goes high. Exertion completely blind and walks right into BobXD's crosshair. Impact spraying through the smoke. He needs to be careful. He's being flanked on here, and Spooky, he will find that kill. He lurks right through that CT smoke and takes him down. Now, control of this bomb site falls in the hands of the Swedes. Spooky yet to be spotted out by Shane. Shuey is going to be mollied back. Time is ticking. They do have a little bit of utility to work with, but they have to spot out these players. No idea where Annie is. They spot out one. The second is a nasty surprise for Shuey. He falls. Shane gets taken down in the back, and it's a second round for Prospects now.
Yeah, it's going to be the beam bomb side once again. I feel like maybe the first couple rounds, as we pointed out, was just 0-0 Prospects trying to explore what's going on towards the A bomb side, and now they found out what's working. And when you know that MOUZ NXT don't really have a lot of util as well, going for a B execute, like with the full nades on the T side, it's always going to be hard to stop, right? And so far, they've been really good with the refrags. I mean, MOUZ NXT most of the time are able to actually pick up the first fight. It's not like 0-0 Prospects are walking into the bomb side and just getting all the kills, right? They're actually working for it. They're losing the initial fight, but they're recovering pretty nicely.
Zero Prospects unbeaten in the last 3 months on this map on HLTV. 100% win rate over 3 maps. It's not a lot, but it is still an unbeaten streak. Only seen them play it once, and they played it quite well against NAVI Jr. Now they are trying to recover this one, as it has gone a little bit astray. The flash goes through here for Impact. He's not able to find that kill onto Hype. Now, locked out of the bomb site for the moment. MOUZ NXT, they have invested a whole lot in this round, and the money, once again, is not going to be great for the CT side. So after that kill onto Shuey, we might see Shane and MHL just try and retreat from this one and just let Prospects get another round without any issue. MHL might try and stay and lock a few of these rifles in on the site. That's exactly what he's going to do. Quick kill onto BobXD. 2 more players. He does the damage to Franson. Takes down Shane, though. Not a lot you can do when the AK jumping headshots you like that.
Yeah, that's a little bit unlucky. You'd expect that from a MAC-10.
Yeah, not an AK.
Well, we did say that Franson's feeling quite well on Inferno normally, and now he's starting to get back to his own. Actually, Hype is performing pretty well. He's 12-7. He had his best performance so far of the tournament yesterday against Spirit, even though they lost the map on Mirage. He did register 30-22 score, which was kind of impressive. And now, because of the force buy in the previous one, MOUZ are not going to have the money, so he might even stack up on that. Farm a couple eco kills. Who doesn't like those? That's a nice triple boost.
Well, I mean, Hype, he has had a disappointing performance so far throughout the event, but he played quite well, like you said yesterday. He needs to have a big game today, because he can't really afford to let MHL get away with anything, being the opposite number.
Yeah.
And MHL already, he's already playing quite strongly, 14-6, but he has kind of cooled off a little bit. He was, I believe, 11-2 after the first 6 rounds, and you know, now he's kind of cooled off a little bit. Yeah, the money hasn't been all that great for MOUZ NXT in the last few, but I just wonder when he gets enough cash to go for the investment once again, are we going to see that MHL that we're used to?
Yeah, I guess the good news for both Opers is that Inferno is one of those maps where actually both Opers could have a pretty decent performance, and that doesn't necessarily involve them getting into 1v1s, right? It's not like a, let's say, an overpass. On overpass, most of the time you're going to have one of the two Opers dominate, and then the other one is going to be having a little bit of a bad game, right? Whereas on Inferno, you do see that when they go towards the A-bomb side, MHO is going to be able to farm them up. He's going to be moving around. But that doesn't mean that Hype won't really get his chances to actually get some kills. And, well, we're yet to actually see him perform on the CT side with the AWP. You know, he's one of those Opers that actually have nothing against using the AK-47 on the D side, but apparently it's useful. Apparently, he has his contribution to the 3 rounds in a row and the 4 out of the last 5 that 0-0 prospects have won now on the T side. As they're starting to crawl their way back, we're going to see another buy round come through for MOUZ NXT, but everyone's going to be on the rifle this time around, and it's not going to be the perfect one. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, but I don't even see a defuse kit right now. The money is not looking so well for MOUZ.
No, I don't see a defuse kit either, so that's going to be an issue if 0-0 prospects continue to put MOUZ NXT into that retake scenario. They are grouping up here towards the apartments, 2 of them anyway. And they're going to try and make their way out, but Shane in the pit, a nice headshot onto Franson. Now, are they expecting the second player? MHL just out of reach for bo1 for the moment. bo1 has spotted him. He takes a massive risk pushing through, but he gets away with the kill, and Shane can't do anything about it. Now Shane has to get aggressive, but it's Shuey with the double, Shuey with the triple to lock it down. And Hype's last alive. He will find the first and the second, actually. Now he's made a round out of this. 41 HP. Bomb is going to be planted, but Exertion is already creeping his way onto the site. He has been spotted out. Damage done, but not the finishing blow landed. And Exertion, even if he did go down, he had YN.GamerPay close by, so the trade probably would have been imminent. MOUZ NXT hold on, and it's Shuey this time to come up with everything towards that A site. A beautiful triple from him, because that one really could have got away from him.
That's scary though, right? I mean, the possibilities of 0-0 prospects actually winning a round where they lose 3 players to just 1 spray down, that's happening for the second time. Let's not forget, Hype won that 1 versus, like, he won the 1 versus 3, the ace clutch. A couple rounds ago, it was pretty much the same story, but it was Shane with the triple kill. Now it's Shuey, and still there is Hype in the end of the pack who's able to actually get those multi-kills and manage to put himself into a winnable position. This is something that is surely a really scary prospect for MOUZ NXT right now.
Alex gets a double. Exertion and YN.GamerPay. YN.GamerPay burns. MHL gets the refrag, and now they know that they were 3 towards B early on. With a man advantage, prospects can really go wherever they like. Now, they decided just to slow it down to see if MOUZ NXT are going to get aggressive, but the reaction has been to rotate a second player over towards B, and that's going to be Shuey. Now, once again, MOUZ NXT's utility is not looking very strong. Shane and MHL, the 2 carriers with everything. It's 2 smokes and a molly, and it isn't all that much in the grand scheme of things. But this is so patient from prospects. They haven't moved a muscle since they got those 2 kills.
Yeah, you know that the rotations on Inferno take a really long time as well, so MOUZ NXT will probably just have to commit to a bomb side and just take a bet and take a guess. No one's pushed, so a stacked bomb side would be the answer, but now they start moving, and this is exactly what 0-0 prospects want. They want someone to peek into them. Now they've spotted 1 player, but it doesn't go down. That's actually massive from Shane. Even has the smoke to delay him even more, and there's going to be a second player to support him. He's played it perfectly.
Jumps up on Cole to protect himself, and well, he gets bo1 trying to make their way into the site. Shuey's here as well. It's a nice crossfire here from the MOUZ NXT boys, but the molly is burning Shane. He has to get aggressive. He has to push through. He's lost Shuey in the process, and now has lost his own life. MHL looking to save the day, and he does so. He gets here from B in the nick of time. The rotations, they do take long, but not long enough for prospects to get another round. MOUZ NXT get 9.
Wow, that's such an amazing round from Shane. He's been He's been phenomenal so far this game, by the way. I'm not even looking at the 12-8 score and judging by that. I feel like him, just the way that he's moving around the map, the decisions that he's making, they've been so good. The fact that he manages to peek towards short, spot 3 members, and not even go down, not even take any significant amount of damage, fall back, deploy the smoke, get two kills somehow in the chaos. That was impressive. Oh, yeah, that was impressive as well.
Wow. You've had not too happy with what went on there. Exertion gets the refrag, avenges his teammate. Oh, bo1, the timing doesn't work out. But Shane has played this bait nicely. bo1 is not expecting this whatsoever. Shuey lets the first pass, and he actually gets both. I thought that was going to go wrong for the MOUZ NXT IGL, but he's played it nicely. Expected the second player. And takes him down and out of the round. Alex and Hype now in a 2 versus 4. They've been good at recovering these rounds. But now they're both alone. It is solo plays to both sides of the map, it would seem. And Hype has lost his aim fight. Now, Alex, he might have caught timing here.
I think he has. They have no idea he's on the bomb side. Question is, does he really want the bomb plant? I think he does, yeah.
They need the money.
Yeah, they need the cash. Would be ideal if he was actually in the 1 versus 3, so he would be able to find 1 kill and then get the bomb down, but in a 1v4, he'd have to find 2 for it to be ideal, and, well, he probably just goes down to Shane right now. Or no? No one actually coming in from shore, so Alex is gonna have a couple of seconds of life, and yeah, Shane is gonna take him down. There's gonna be the 10th round for MOUZ NXT, but a bomb plant in that scenario is actually gonna be really decent for 0-0 Prospects, pardon. They're gonna enjoy the money. Well, some of them are. Because of that bomb plant, they're gonna have at least 1 AK. There's the replay that was spooky, with a really spooky shot towards Banana, but the response from MOUZ NXT was really, really well drilled.
Yeah, we'll see what the buy is going to shape up like for the T side. 3 Galils, a Mac 10 AK. I've seen rounds 1 with it. You know, it's not a complete lost cause.
Yeah, you've seen rounds 1 with less.
Yes, I have indeed. Now, a little bit of presence shown from Prospects as they make their way up. Shane going to be one of the first points of contacts in apartments, and he gets a triple spray down with the help of his mate. Now, Shuey is out of the round, but Shane might have just sealed MOUZ NXT's 11-4 first half. Well, last time Shane got a 3K, Prospects were able to recover. Luckily, Hype isn't alive for them, and they have control of the bomb. So this one might be just a little bit too far away. Shane, not satisfied with the 3 kills he's gotten. Wants more. Wants to boost up that HLTV rating as far as it can go. But this crossfire should be more than enough to deal with Spooky if he even attempts to walk out of Boiler.
There's the flash. Actually catches the player towards long, but MHL is going to be able to get the first one with the AWP. And this should be everything she rolled for Alex as well. He actually manages to pick up 1, but with 10 HP left, he's just running around at this point, just delaying the inevitable. Should go down to the hands of Shane any moment now to solidify his 4K of the round. Shane playing one of his best halves so far. And not only him, both him and Shuey, they were insane towards the A-bomb side. And even though 0-0 Prospect managed to come back a little bit in the middle part of the half, in the end, it was again MOUZ NXT's 4-round streak to solidify them as the leaders after this first couple rounds. 11-4 Jack. Not unsavable for 0-0 Prospects by any means, but still quite the showing for MOUZ.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a discrepancy to what we did see when 0-0 Prospects took on NAVI Junior. I believe they got 7 or 8 rounds in that game on their T side, so maybe, just maybe, Prospects might be a little bit too far away for this one. We're still, you know, I'm still not fully convinced on MOUZ NXT's T side just yet.
I'm waiting for
we haven't seen it all that much.
Yeah, I'm waiting for exertion right now.
Yeah.
I by the way wanted to make a point earlier on for that. Mirage is actually the only map where exertion, like right now, he's averaging 1.19 rating in the WePlay, right? He has, he did have on the Vertigo game that they played 1.41 rating. On the Inferno game that they played against Eternal Fire, he had 1.77, by the way, which was insane. His average from the 3 games that they've played on Mirage is 0.97. This is the only map in the map pool where exertion actually goes below 1 rating in the past 3 months, which is kind of odd, because normally Mirage isn't a bad map for him either. But for whatever reason, here at the WePlay Academy League, this is the map where he's just struggling on the entry on the T side. It just doesn't really find any success whatsoever. CT side is a little bit better, but you know, you want your entry to be feeling well on the T side. So I really do expect to see something sick from him during that second half, because he did produce
min flash på ett koll.
heck of a performance against Eternal Fire.
Ifall de backar bak. Om du märker att du krigar som fan så lägger du först en antenn-flash, sen en bakom.
En till slott.
Okej.
Ingen second. 2 second. De gick late second. De ville typ smyga, men de fuckade upp. Pretty sure.
Jag såg balk.
Jag kommer fucking brolla.
Jag går upp och jigglar logsvinkeln alltså.
Ja.
Det är ingen.
Jag spänner bildflash här istället.
Säkert banne. Ingen banne.
Jag spänner bildflash. Fan så
Jag kan smyga långt.
Jag tror inte jag vänder. Kan spänna antennen.
Gör det.
Jag kan ju smyga långt hela vägen från.
Ja.
Jag drar på cykel.
Smoke ett hus.
Jag smöker till hus. Akta dem på ett.
Ja, det kanske var den då.
De failade.
En kort. Kommer du långt, långt.
Jag ruttar.
Två är lång. Jag min valv.
Precis vad
Jag har lång.
Innevalv 2.
Akta B-split.
Var de flash antenn?
Nice. Jag pushar valv. Du är ensam B.
Ja.
Kan du överleva för någon sån?
Ja. Jag spelar inte.
Tog valv. Akta B.
Till säte. Till banne. Säte sista.
Vänta. Jag har nog kill.
Nice.
Jävla hås.
Nice.
B-hole.
Prospects start well with it. Really good pistol, and that's exactly what they needed to. 11-4. We all know if we were to bring Sonic's Law into it, but we won't go there.
Already?
Yeah, we won't go there just yet. Pistol's a good start. Pistol is a good start.
Yeah.
You need that. Now, they don't have to really worry about this round all that much. I say as I hold my breath before I see a few quick Glock dinks.
Nah. Surely not, right? I mean,
we've seen some Glock rounds so far in the event, so it's not like completely out of the question.
Oh, they're going for the nerdy boost. Okay. Yeah. Maybe not. I mean, if you'd want to practice anything like it, this is the best. This is the best moment to do it, and to make sure that you don't really care if you fail it or not. Even if you get punished for it, I mean, it is whatever. And right now, they're just having a little bit of a Frenchie. You know, the good old French timeout. Someone 200 IQ. Oh, they're just showing us their graffiti. All right. Yeah.
Big fan of the chicken on Shuey's monitor.
I didn't see it, actually.
You should have a look at it. It's literally, it's like overlooking his monitor. It's one of those ones, you know, that you like squeeze and then they make so much noise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So now it's very, very nice indeed, much like the B-hold against the Pistols. Now, do MOUZ NXT get at least 1 kill here?
No. Bold people. Bold prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be 6 rounds on the board for 0-0 Prospects. They start off well on the CT side. Now we're about to witness the AKs come through for MOUZ NXT on their T side, though. And this is when actually Eternal Fire Academy started experiencing some real issues in their game in the first round. Obviously, that was 1 week ago, so a long time, considering we have games going on every day. Some teams even play 2 a day from time to time. So yeah, a lot of time has passed, but MOUZ NXT, the last time they played that T side on Inferno, even though it was against a different team, They did feel pretty comfortable, but oh, that's a wild play. Wow.
Sometimes wild plays work out, and sometimes wild plays are needed, especially, you know, in a pretty big swing round that would kind of get you back into the game. But Risk is gonna give the reward in this round. Oh, Exertion's caught a lovely timing here. This is a problem. BobXD might just be able to spot him. He's tucked himself away nicely away from him. He's holding for hype. And Exertion has a pretty good read on maybe where this Graveyard player is. Flash is going to go over. The peak is going to come in. Exertion will find that kill. Very much ready for that one, but not ready for Franson, who picks up one kill. He is going to be taken down. BobXD, the last player on this site. The drop down from Yimfat, not good enough, and BobXD will hold strong. He will stand tall, and MOUZ NXT, they will all fall. 11-7. Now only 4 rounds behind. Prospects continuing on their comeback. And MOUZ NXT do not have the money to play with in this next round.
That was such a sick one from BobXD as well, right? I mean, he was the only one on the bomb side that was actually officially compromised. They knew where he was because he dropped from the balcony towards Underbauk, so they heard him. Throughout the entire round, he was the only player that MOUZ NXT knew of for sure. And he was the one to finish it off. He was the one to start it off, playing really nicely, realizing that he needs to stay alive. Now MOUZ NXT are not going to have the money to go for a buy in this one as well, but it's not going to stop them from actually picking up the opening kill. A nice HE stack there. To kick things off, you need some of those set pieces in rounds like that to make sure that at least you give yourself a little bit of a chance. And Spooky's actually gone aggressive, and he's all on towards B. If they catch him off guard, this could actually spiral out of control real quick.
Oh, they're surely going to swing through this. Shuey tries to anyway, but Spooky, he's going to be able to find 2. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. I'm not that sold on the idea just yet. Exertion now has an M4, and this is the man that you were saying on the T side we were to watch out for. So, although he is half HP, maybe he has a trick up his sleeve. They're going to be making their way together, making their way through the apartments. The setup is actually okay to deal with this with Franson on the balcony, and BobXD can kind of help. I don't think there even is a flashbang in the ranks of the T side. No, there is not. So it's just going to be the dry peek out of the apartments. Surely prospects are going to be able to hold on to this, especially with that Franson.
Oh, Exertion actually finds the refrag, and oh, BobXD once again holding on the line. This is going to be Mr. Consistent on the side of 0-0 prospects during the CT side. What a nice attempt from MOUZ NXT. Still though, good damage. I mean, you found the opening kill with the HE, then you managed to refrag. You gave the M4 only 2 kills. Exertion found another refrag after that. It's actually decent damage. You make the CTs reinvest into 3 guns, which, as we pointed out on Inferno, is quite a lot. So, yeah, you can see how 0-0 prospects, maybe if they lose one more round, they lose this one and then another, they're going to start experiencing some real big financial issues. But MOUZ NXT will have to make them suffer first. And this time around, they have the AWP on the T side. MHL, currently top of the server for his side. 20 kills under his belt. He's been having a really good game, but hasn't really had the chance to deliver on the T side quite yet.
Spam does a decent bit of damage to Franson, and now that position has been heard, so he has to get on out of there. 50 seconds. MOUZ NXT showing a lot of presence here towards A. A little bit of a counter reaction from prospects, but no information for Franson to go off. They're going to group up towards the apartments here. Maybe we are just going to see a little bit of a pop. Our prospects are going to be ready. Franson passes the first test, but BobXD cannot get his one. Now, out they come, storming the site, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to take it. The defense finally falls towards that A site, and prospects are going to lose their first round of this second half. MOUZ NXT took a while for them to get onto the board, but they finally do. And Shuey already looking to try and take rifles away, but he is going to get punished for that. Now, MOUZ NXT, we see 2 players pushing in towards the CT spawn. the call really needs for them to fall back a little bit here. They don't need to push their luck too much. I mean, their money isn't fantastic for absolutely everyone, so maybe proactively going for the hunt is a little bit of an issue, but they're still looking to try and take these rifles away.
Yeah, at this point, they're just holding the line. They were like, yeah, okay, the call has been made, but we're already that close. We can just hold our angles. If they walk into us, it's a free kill. If not, we're still going to hold on to our guns. And yeah, that's a valid point. You need to look after your economy even on the D side, especially after losing 4 in a row in the beginning. But there is that final buy round that the CTs have in the bank. And it is because they managed to hold on to the AWP and the Emperor in the previous one as well.
He smoked mid again.
Holding
I'm
flash.
mollying car.
Jito, watch out, bench pick.
Flash. Flashing one. I have one more. Boom. I'm ready, one more. Watch out, nades. I think it's...
Nothing through.
Watch out 3B.
Let's just walk banana without anything here. Hubert, you're gonna need to be ready with mid nades.
Yes.
Go close.
I
come
have
banana.
short for now.
I'm doing nades now. Yeah. We're gonna
I'm going
pop
blue,
B here. Mila, get ready with
Give me
entry
flash.
blind. He knows about one.
I have flash.
I will molly in new box.
What do you guys-
Smoke
You need
CT
to
on
smoke
one
city,
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Yeah, I
Ready?
can smoke city. I
Flash
smoke city.
entry.
Flashing. Flashing above city.
Side. One side.
Ruins aside.
I'm blind, I'm blind, I'm blind.
Second. Man, out ruins as well. And second.
I'm behind ruins if you wait.
The ruins,
Can you
ruins.
wait? Can you wait?
Yes.
He's in front of ruins. Just breathe, guys. Stay alive. Keep waiting. Taking now.
Banana.
He's dark and triple, I think. Dark and triple.
I smoke city.
Triple.
I'm dark.
I have dark.
Triple.
Dark, 1 HP.
Triple.
I have left side.
Dead. 2v3.
Watch out fast.
Plantuję jedynka.
Nie widzę ruina. Masz iść banan z VP.
Idę. Po nogach. Kurwa, dwóch.
Middle after flashes always throws ruin smoke, please. On top. You have to do it.
IGL commanded that one nicely to get them into the bomb site, but unable to hold on to it there. They knew exactly where they were. Shane gets only one. A little bit unfortunate. They had the right read. They knew exactly where the players were, but they just couldn't take down that dark player. If he falls, the triple player falls as well. And maybe that's a MOUZ NXT round, but Prospects, they will get a 9th on the board. Their MOUZ NXT boys lead cut to just 3. And not happy with the way that strat turned out. It's straight up aggression here from 0-0 Prospects, but Spooky's been dealt with early on.
Yeah, MHL taking the initiative with the AWP, going for really bold play towards Banana. Having the first spawn allows him to do so, and he's going to be able to catch the first player off guard. That's a really nice opener. Even though they lost the previous round, they still managed to get a couple kills, right? There was only 2 people from 0-0 Prospects surviving, so the money is still in a pretty tough spot. Now, the only problem for MOUZ NXT is that their money is not in the best place ever as well, but if they win this round, it's an entirely different game we're looking at.
Now, Prospects going to have to take a little bit of a risk here. They're going to have to maybe, just maybe, walk in towards long here to take a little bit of control through the smoke. And yes, they have to try and push past, but into the waiting arms of Shuhi. BobXD's fallen now on the site, and Shuhi's got another. What a lovely round there has played out from MOUZ NXT. It was just so difficult for Prospects really to do anything because the smokes were up there for MOUZ NXT, and BobXD was completely alone on the site.
Yeah, you could see that 0-0 Prospects were actually anticipating MOUZ NXT to kind of commit to the B bomb side after getting the first kill, right? They get the initial fight, and then maybe they were prepared for 0-0, or rather for MOUZ to slow things down and still recommit to a B bomb side execute, which actually would be a pretty standard thing to do, right? In a lot of the scenarios, when you're left in a 5 versus 4 in Inferno, a lot of team finish on the B bomb side considering the fact that they're just thinking it would be normal to assume that there's only 2 CTs towards that second letter of the alphabet. But yeah, MOUZ NXT with a pretty decent goal. And truth be told, the calls from Shui, I've really liked some of his calls on the T side. I think that he's got a pretty decent idea on what he wants to do. And so far, most of them have been pretty good. Even the rounds that they're losing, I mean, his calls are still decent.
Yeah, and you know, we've kind of come back to him as well. You know, we talked about him already in the Academy League that he doesn't really call around himself. You know, it's always for the good of the team, even if it puts himself in kind of a bad situation. He can try and make the play, and he is just a team player through and through, and he is going to be trying to maybe get his team into an even better position in this round towards Banana. He's the first player in. And they might just go for a straight up B execute here. It's just going to be a CT smoke on the fly shoot. Try and enter into the site. Spooky, unable to get anything from the boost, and he has to fall away. If he stays there, for sure, he would have been dead. There's NXT. They have control of B. Prospects, they're already thinking about saving. Spooky might as well just stay with that 5-7 to maybe come away with an AK or something of the likes, and Alex is going to be joining him. But the rest of the rifles, it's very important that they hang on to them. But
yeah,
Hype is just seeing if anybody's going to push into a scope.
Yeah, that's a little bit devastating for 0-0 Prospects as well, because it was a force buy, right? You look at a weaponer, you're gonna think, okay, it's a half buy with the 2 guns. Well, no, it's actually they invested everything that they had into this round, and MOUZ NXT just won it with 2 smokes and 2 flashes. Which is, by the way, the reason that a lot of teams like going towards the B-bomb side when it's kind of those scrappy buys or an anti-eco, anti-force or something like that. On the other side, because they know that if they throw their nades in a really good way, most of the time, unless there's a like 3-man, 4-man stack with the AWP and the M4 towards the B-bomb side, it should be an easy way in. And MOUZ, they get one for free. Another pretty decent call from the IGL. Now 0-0 Prospects, they're going to get their chance to play this round one more time. But the problem is that even though they're going to have the money on paper to reinvest into the next one, they're going to be down 9-14. So they kind of need this one to work out.
Need to try and find an entry. Oh, but it's going to be MOUZ NXT to find the first. Hype now is caught under the balcony and he is nowhere to go. He's going to be swung down. BobXT with a beautiful shot, and he might go for the repeat on that flash. No, jumps up cold for a little bit of safety. Nice one for the second, surely not a third. Should we make sure that he does not get it? It's a 2 versus 2. Prospects, A players have got themselves into quite a winnable position, especially because there's AKs on offer. Bomb is going to be planted, MHL in the pit, and Shui's only half HP. This one, not as straightforward as one might think. MHL knows that there's somebody towards short, but that smoke is going to make things difficult. Looks towards the apartment. Spooky finds that kill, and it's going to have to be the IGL. If MOUZ NXT want 15 here, it's going to have to be Shui. He's stuck behind the box. But the first, can he get the second? Shui gets both. A beautiful 1 HP versus 2, and he survives with just 1 health. Shui getting it done for his side, and now they're only 1 away from overturning this loss streak.
Oh, saying that calling well isn't enough for an IGL. Well, there's your frags, there's your clutches. Mr. Clutches in the server. What a spray transfer from Shui. What a moment to step up. A massive breaking point in the game. And for 0-0 Prospects, I mean, for BobXD, that's going to be really disappointing. You know, BobXD, statistically, he's had the worst game of his team on the CT side. He's been hands down the best player when they go towards A. Every single time, he's been multi-fragging, he's been staying alive, he's been dancing around. But what can you say to that from Shui? That was an insane play from him, and I'm not even surprised we're seeing a tactical timeout straight after this one. I mean, some people need to cool off for sure.
Not Shui anyway. I mean, he looked pretty cool there. He looked pretty calm.
Ice cold.
Yeah, an ice cold killer.
Wow.
Well, we'll see now if MOUZ NXT are going to be inspired by that 1 versus 2 to maybe take it now. 16-9 would be a beautiful way to get your WePlay Academy League back on track after 2 disappointing results. And this would be a perfect way to enact on your revenge on Prospects, as they took you down on Mirage Exertion. Getting a little bit spooked there. Is that smoke cleared? Oh, a whisker away with that peek towards long. Franson needed to be a little bit careful there, but he does get the smoke down. Exertion, he's going to be the man to maybe go for the entry here. Smoke goes towards long, flash over towards short, but nobody there for him to find just yet.
You want to make sure that you clear out everything. Francis is actually going to be able to pick up the first one through the smoke. That's a nice opening, getting the man advantage early on, but they seem aware that there could be still a player towards the cubby, and he's going to get naded. He's going to get mollied up and sprayed down. Surely Exertion is going to finish him off, and I think he spotted Franson as well. He knows where the second player is right now.
Uses the util nicely, forces him out of that position, realizing what the setup was. They come away with a kill as Shane jumps out of the apartments. bo1 puts a stop to him. He's been tagged through the wall and he has to reposition elsewhere. Exertion's found that kill onto Alex, and 2 players on A. That means there's only 1 on B. Smoke is going to go down here from Spooky. He's the only full HP player on the side of Prospects. There's 18 seconds left to get into the bomb site, and there's a gap in the smoke. Spooky gets the first, looking for a second through. He's running out of bullets here. Has to pop over to the USP, which allows YNFAT to get the kill. He gets the cross as well. Goes for the peak. bo1 is down. Needs to get the bomb plant in. Is it going to be down? Yes, it is. It's going to be very close, but he gets it done. Looking towards CT is where he needed to be, but he was looking the wrong way. Franson gets that kill. Prospects survive at least another round, but that is as close as they come.
Wow, look at that. What an insane round. Actually, I want to highlight the fact that Franson repositions himself so well, because Exertion spotted him going into CT, and then Franson managed to actually catch a timing going out of library to go back towards the side and support his teammates there. Spooky as well, doing a lot with the double kill, and Impa had in the end. Couldn't have had an idea that the last player was indeed towards CT, but at least some nice damage done to the economy of 0-0 Prospects from the perspective of MOUZ NXT, so the buy is far from ideal. You're still going to have the 2 MP9s in the mix, even though you do have the big green and the M4s. The SMGs might prove to be a little bit of a problem, and MOUZ NXT have another buy in the bank, but look at that from Hype. He's going to be really aggressive here.
It's the shot. YNFAT finds the headshot onto Alex. Oh, what a reaction that is. Spooky was very much accounted for there by YNFAT's flick of the wrist. And Prospects now have to flip the script in the round. They're down a man. They are going to take a little bit of initiative. They have to look for these players. They have to go for the information. And they're going to walk right into Shane here. Now, are they going to be ready? No, Shane with the headshot. bo1 towards short. He's trapped. He's alone. Can't really go anywhere. MHL is going to be holding. The swing out is going to be not good enough, and MHL takes him down. MOUZ NXT, they look to get back to winning ways here, as Hype was looking for the Opper. Doesn't see him just yet. They're going to go out and clear long. The util is going to be raining in. It's a 1 versus 4. We've already seen Hype in the clutch situation. We've already seen him get an ace from a situation like this. Can he do it again? He finds the first, but unaware that YNFAT is tucked towards long. It's 16-10. It is over in our first game. MOUZ NXT continue to be unbeaten on Inferno, and actually end Prospect's streak on Inferno in the last 3 months.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a game that actually I think delivered in the way that we wanted it to. 0-0 Prospects surely put up a pretty decent fight, surely showed that they are a tougher position on this map. But I think that was the first game in the last 3 where MOUZ NXT showed to us what we want to be seeing from them. I think that some of those clutches that they managed to win, some of those individual plays, those were the things that we didn't quite see in the previous game against 0-0 Prospects and on Mirage against Eternal Fire, right? We didn't see all those crazy multi-kills, we didn't see all those crazy clutches. That individual prowess was just not there. And it's really awkward when you're speaking about a team like that not to see that individual performance, but today we saw all of it. MHO had a phenomenal game. Shane, by the way, had his best game so far of the tournament. Shuey had some pretty decent goals and some pretty important clutches. exertion and impact, they delivered when they had to because their teammates were already doing so much. And MOUZ NXT, Jack, I think it's safe to say that they deserve to be back to winning ways.
100%. And that's the danger right now with this MOUZ NXT team. I mean, everybody can have a game on like, everybody can have a game on this side. Like, there's no weak link right now. Everybody plays their position, usually to perfection. Yes, they might have been a little bit disappointed with their last two results, but this one, they can go away with their heads held high. Prospects, there's some promising signs for them as well. It was always going to be difficult. You know, you beat them once, it was going to be difficult to beat them the second time, because MOUZ NXT come into this game knowing that they need a victory. And when MOUZ NXT need a victory, they usually get one. And that's exactly what happens here today. 4-2, MOUZ NXT go in Group A. And they still have another game to play. They're going to play Astralis Talent a little bit later. Of course, Astralis Talent are definitely going to have their eyes on this game. They're seeing that MOUZ NXT are feeling it today, and it's just shaping up for a banger of a game later on.
Yeah, MOUZ right now are looking solid. This was a game that I think they needed a lot because they're still a really big force to be reckoned with, and I really do feel like those two games maybe caught us off guard and caught them off guard as well. I don't think they really expected to lose to 0-0 Prospects and Eternal Fire Academy in the first place, and now this victory has done a lot for them. Now I think that they're going to walk into the Astralis game as an entirely different team with their heads held high, and that's going to be one hell of a matchup. And for 0-0 Prospects, I don't really think that there is something to be disappointed about. I think you can take off some of the positives. The fact that Hype had a really good game as well, same as yesterday against Team Spirit. Yes, it's a loss, but still, you did put up a fight. But look at that performance on the side of MOUZ NXT. It was stacked.
Yeah, it was. I mean, MHL, of course, on that AWP, he was 11-2 after the first 6 rounds. He finishes 25-17. But Shane and Shuey, I mean, the two ex-Isaac O'Bora's boys, you know, they've been playing together so long. When you have the two of them on a bomb site, the cohesion between them is absolutely ridiculous. The way that they play together, the cooperation, it's very, very tough to beat. They are a very dangerous duo, as Prospects found out. They could not break them really on their T side whatsoever. MOUZ NXT, they come away with the victory in game 1, but that is not all that we do have today. We've got our second matchup coming up very soon. It's going to see Young Ninjas take on Apeks Rebels. As Apeks Rebels, they're looking for their first victory. Will it be against the Young Ninjas? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Myself and Ted, we're going to take a short break. We'll see you guys very, very soon. WePlay Academy League Season 5 well underway with day 7 of our first week. And well, Ted, we have got another very interesting game coming up because it will see Young Ninjas take on Apeks Rebels. Apeks Rebels currently 0-4, but they had their closest game with the Young NIP boys. And then on the other side of it, it's a Young Ninjas team that are currently 3-3 in their group, looking to maybe make that result into a positive. How are you feeling going into this one, and what can we expect?
I think that going into this one, I feel like it's time for Apeks to prove that they're not going to be the eternal fire of the season of the WePlay Academy League, right? Because it feels like they are right now. They're yet to even get up to double digits in terms of rounds. And when we looked at that lineup before the start of the season, myself and yourself, we were like, yeah, they're probably not going to win the tournament. And by that, I mean no disrespect. I just feel like I didn't have that high hopes, but I was like, I expect those guys to be able to put up a decent fight, right? Whereas for Young Nip, I feel like it's quite the opposite. You look at this lineup, especially after the addition of Era, I feel like they're a really big force to be reckoned with. I think that those bad results that they had were a little bit of a fluke, but now I think they're going back to their own. And even with Jaquinho in the lineup, because Era is obviously on a vacation, he's not able to play with him, I still believe that Young Nip, especially in games like that, they just walk in as the big favorites, and they know how to win those.
Yeah, I mean, Jaquinho's come in and he's actually held his own. He's actually played quite well, which is very interesting to see. Of course, he had a stint over there with Coalesce for a while. That project didn't work out whatsoever. And you know, he was one of the players that I kind of looked at out of that roster that I was like, okay, he's probably gonna get another team. He's getting a chance. He's still very, very young. He obviously has a lot of ability, and what a place to showcase it other than here at the WePlay Academy League. We'll jump into the veto straight away. We are going to see an Inferno ban from Apeks. Last time these two played, we did see a Vertigo. So I'm wondering, do Apeks lean a little bit towards that, or do they decide to get rid of it and maybe try something different?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Jack. I'm gonna be happy if they try to explore other options, but I think Vertigo is still a valuable option. Mirage and Dust 2 getting removed, I think no surprises there. And I'm I do expect Young Nip to go for another Vertigo. I feel like Jaquinho is a player that likes that map, but hey, well, they have
Overpass?
surprised me. Maybe,
Yeah.
you know, we're looking at Young Nip, so if we see an overpass, it's not going to be such a massive surprise. We've seen them play it already. But yeah, I feel like, by the way, I was really intrigued by the way that Jaquinho was able to instantly fill in the shoes of Era and just look really well. Even in the nuke that they played yesterday, I was actually hoping to see a nuke. That's why I didn't mention it. I was like, I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, we're gonna be watching an overpass. So going back to Jaquinho, I was actually surprised by the way that he was able to perform on such a high level like 2 days after joining the lineup, because Era went on a vacation, and he's been actually the best player in the team since joining in.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the joys of being an opper, right? I mean, you know, the roles obviously are going to be pretty similar in, you know, whatever team you play. You're going to be pretty much in the same position. So, you know, it's pretty much chop and change. But yeah, he has a lot of cohesion with these guys. Of course, he would have played with, I believe, ZTR and Adam B, I think it was, in the Swedish team in the European Championships last month or the month before. But so he's used to playing with these guys. It's not like it's completely unknown. He probably got used to ZTR style of calling as well. So we'll see what they can bring here, as Young Ninjas are going to start out on the T side here of Overpass. Apeks Rebels going for a little bit of an A and connector stack, as VHW alone to try and defend towards B. But this one could backfire on Young Nip because of how many players are sitting in con.
Yeah, there's the flashes in the smoke coming in. Apeks playing this one on a little bit of a retake scenario here, but a lot of presence coming in from connector. Jaquinho is going to be able to pick up the first with a pit 250, and instant refrag coming in though, and there is a defuse kit, but look at the push towards CT.
That could be absolutely everything. Adam B finds that kill, and now VHW doesn't want to take that fight. Instead, pushes through heaven. He's going to be pushed from behind, and he is going to be dealt with. And now this plant becomes pretty much very difficult to kind of stick, especially with ZTO with a P250 just spamming away, gets both heads, and comes away with the pistol round for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, I like the idea, by the way, of going for this double pit 250 investment in the pistol round for the T side. I feel like, especially on a map like Overpass, is going to be a pretty decent option. And you still have the bonus money to go for a smoke towards heaven, to have a couple of flashes. Overall, a pretty decent pistol round. Apeks did have a chance there for a second, but yeah, the push towards CT was just way too good for Young Nip. Managed to make them feel uncomfortable. And now we're going to witness the force buy coming in. The Apeks Rebels are going to try to rebel early on. A couple MP9s, a couple upgraded pistols, and a dream.
Oh yes, a big dream right now for Apeks Rebels. Can they make the dream into reality? Not with that first kill. Yeah, do you think so? You're very pessimistic today.
Oh no, VHW's dream is dead.
Okay. Well, he is dreaming because he's been sent to sleep, sent to bed.
Okay, the dream is now dead.
Yeah, now the dream is dead. Now for everybody. I mean, ZTR's stuck, so he might lose his life here, but I don't think it's going to affect the round all that much. He's waiting for his teammates to come help him, and they are all here, so get down, Mr. President, protect him. And that's actually ZTR will get that kill with the HE. 3 HP still standing somehow. Young Ninja's looking to just farm the cash, keep everybody alive as well, and they're not even planting the bomb, they're just walking down trying to find sense. And Maxter has eventually found him. 2-0 Young Ninjas, and now Apeks Rebels don't have all that money to play with, because that was actually the force buy, although it didn't really look like it.
Yeah. Well, Jack, we're about to jump in the TeamSpeak of Young Ninjas now for the third round. You know, myself and yourself, we love a TeamSpeak round against the Eco.
Mollon, jag och Jack kommer att ta. Var beredd att gå 3B sen. Jag kommer bara gå ta snabb info mot mid. Var beredd att flasha åt mig, Jack. Jag lägger första flashen.
Jag kommer gå
Lägg en häckflash när jag kallar. Lägg nu.
Lägger där.
Ute. Micke, stack.
Jag har lagt
Två till. Jag backar,
Jag är
hjälp
ensam,
mig.
jag laggar sönder. Jag kan inte hjälpa dig. Jag har 30
Båda,
FPS. Jag har 30 FPS.
Nej, det var båda.
Jag står utanför.
Jag
Det var i alla fall en.
sönder. Okej, tillbaks. Jag
Ja, det var minst en.
Frida vapen, jag kommer döda dem. Jag är med backe.
Jag vet inte om den har skott.
Nej, jag kommer ladda.
Jag håller ryggen. Han pushar.
Bort.
Mid.
Kan inte ens se han.
Sista var där uppe, han fick assist på mig.
Ja.
Det är med Linus.
Han är inte i PG.
Står någon med bomber?
Han är PG.
PG.
Nice runda.
Jag fick någon sjuk lag.
Was I hearing a little bit of an FPS issue there?
I think so.
I hear 30 FPS. I'm not fluent in Swedish.
Yeah. We've been trying to learn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to the idea of
But
learning it.
we're learning via those rounds. Don't misunderstand us. Like, we're learning only from that experience. But I think there was an FPS issue.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't persist. That can be very, very irritating, especially such a high stakes game, because, you know, we're talking about how Apex Rebels haven't won a game so far, but Young Ninjas, I mean, they have been quite lackluster. You know, a lot of people were tipping these to be, you know, one of the top dogs in Group B, maybe bar Big Academy, but a close second, sure, and currently 3-3.
Yeah.
It hasn't been perfect for them, so, you know, we'll see. They have looked a lot better. Like, let's be real, they have looked a lot better since Jaquinho has actually come in.
Yeah.
And Era has stepped away. I believe what you said, he was on vacation.
Yeah, he is on. I was actually really surprised by this, because you know how I found out. I just opened up Twitter one morning and I just see Era posting his suitcase, and he's like, on my way to a well-deserved vacation. And I'm like, aren't we in the middle of the Academy League? What's going on?
Yeah, I was wondering myself. I was like, is there already changes? But, you know, rest and relaxation is the key to victory, but not in this game. It is, of course, entry kills onto a site, and a bomb plant would very much help the process for Young Ninjas. But the entry goes in favor with Apex Rebels. It's VHW to find that kill. 4 players now try and storm this site, and it is just Apex Rebels really forced to play for the retake here. They might not like it, but they have to do it. They have to wait out the smokes, let everybody get into position, and then try and overcome this hold.
Tip where he's going to be able to find the first Master with a really nice double kill, though. The spray transfer on the AK is going to find both kills, and now Sense, he's going to be the one looking for the refrag. Does he walk through the smoke here? That's going to be a massive risk, and he will. He's just waiting for the timing. They actually don't realize it. Sense, he's just going to walk out. Maxter, I think now he spotted him. He's going to be able to find a kill. Surely, that's the round done and dusted. VHW, he's trying to find his way onto the bomb, but there's just not enough time for the defuse. Zetyar is going to go down, but it is going to be a Young Nip round. A pretty chaotic one, but in the end of the day, it's just Adam B left alive to tell the tale.
He'll tell the tale of how Maxter really just flipped everything onto Apex Rebels. Lovely quick double here, and just the reposition was absolutely everything. Sense had no idea. Sense he thought he went back to go on the site there. He had absolutely no clue where Maxter repositioned. Beautifully played by the Young Ninjas player. And already we're seeing an Apex Rebels timeout. So already we are going to see a tactical. Now, money not great for the CT side once again, of course, after losing that round. And they're going to be a little bit annoyed about that one. Maybe that's caused for the tactical timeout. It would be a decent enough explanation.
Yeah.
But I suppose to get these tacks in early, you know, rather than leaving it too late and all of a sudden you're 7-0 down and you're calling your first tack. So try and nip that in the bud as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think that previous round was a pretty awkward one as well in terms of, like, from the perspective of Apex, because they had a good idea. I mean, they could contain Young Nip onto the bomb side, and at one point just Maxter realized, okay, we're pretty much trapped. We have only Toilets and Banana, they have Long, they have Bang, they have CT. We need to push somewhere. We need to find something, and this is where that double kill actually plays out a massive role there for Maxter. So Apex, they did have the right idea, but in the end of the day, couldn't just connect with the shots, and Maxter was just a little bit better in that scenario. So now they need to play with the limited weaponry once again, and it's just going to be the contact play from Adam towards the B-bomb side, it seems, but there is a little bit of a stack going on.
A little bit of a stack. No issue though. Just absolutely mowed down, and they're not going to lose a single player. It's going to be the perfect round and the perfect start. 5 alive, 5 on the board. Apex Rebels now have their first investment. Berserk has enough cash to go for that AWP, and indeed he does. The opposite number, Jacquinho, currently at the bottom of the scoreboard, but hasn't had really the chance to shine just yet. Maybe this is the round that we are going to see a big performance from the stand-in, because, you know, he has stood in. Overpass was one of the maps that he did perform on against ENCE yesterday. It was 16-5, so a very dominant showing. We might see a whole lot more from him here. He spotted out Berserk. He's going to be able to take him down. Open and kill goes in favor of Young Ninjas. And now Apex Rebels might have to get a little bit aggressive towards short. That's exactly what's going to come in here. Tapeware is going to be pushing slowly. And Adam B and ZTR are going to be going for the boot here. But ZTR, what a beautiful peek. What a lovely headshot. Molly goes in. Smoke needs to go down to just save Adam B. But he will not be able to save Adam B for the bullet to Brave.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misplay, I think, from Adam B as well, because the idea of this was that they didn't want to let Apeks know that there's 2 players towards short, but it doesn't really matter. LNZ is going to find another kill. Sense all alone towards the B bomb side. He needs to tuck himself in the smoke and just hope for the best, and I don't think they've realized it. Okay, surely they're thinking about it. Yeah.
His legs, I think, gave him away there in the smoke. Jacquinho takes him down.
Yeah. That's why you don't do leg day at the gym. They just become too big and then they go out the smoke.
He might have big feet as well, and he might just have massive shoes on. Do you know, like proper like clown shoes size. So you never know.
I was just thinking, please don't call him a clown.
Or do you know, like flippers? You know,
yeah.
Do you know the skin with like the flippers?
How are they called? The scuba diver thing?
Yeah, flippers.
Are they called flippers?
They're called flippers.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not calling him a clown. Let me get that clear. No, I'm just.
Yeah, because I thought
it's
about
only,
it.
It's only jokes. It's only jokes. Well, there's no joke here. Really, it's not funny. Apex Rebels will definitely not be laughing at this scoreline, as it's a 6-0 lead so far for the Young Ninjas on the T side, no doubt as well. So problems arising so far. We can see the scoreboard. ZTR, IGL. Showing us what he can do. Usually, you know, towards the middle and the back of the pack. Not today.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing with ZTR, right? You know, if his game is going well when he's the IGL, and that's the case with a lot of the entry IGLs, right? I mean, if you have to give a tier 1 example, that would be, let's say, Apeks for Vitality. If this guy has a good game, most of the time the team is going to be winning because he's the one leading the pack. He's leading it by example, giving the ideas. So if he's having a good game, pretty much the rest will have to, they will need to have the worst day in their lives in order for the team to lose. So yeah, ZTR having such a nice performance and everyone else just contributing in their own way has been pretty much enough so far for Young Nip. I mean, you look at the kill distribution, it's just a team effort. And you look at people like Maxter, Adam B, LNZ, they've died only once. So they've pretty much shot everybody that they've seen. They just haven't seen that many people on their screen so far. And we're going to see another tactical timeout. Now, I really wonder if you're Myth, what can you say to Apeks right now? Because we know that this guy's really experienced. We know, obviously, we've touched upon him being a part of MOUZ, being a part of Norv, being one of the people that actually created the esports like educational environment in Denmark. By the way, that's an interesting fact.
Wow, that is a very interesting fact.
Yeah. He's one of the first people to actually initiate that. So he knows what's going on. He's been about. But the team has been struggling, and they're not even able to win most of their fights. So I really wonder, what are you saying to your players right now? Because they're in a really tough spot.
I mean, it is a little bit cliche, but, you know, just to kind of settle them a little bit, just to get them relaxed, is probably the goal. Not to rush things, just maybe just try to get them to play a little bit more standard. We have a nice little boost here. That should have got a kill. That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Tapeware deserved a lot more than that. It's a very clever boost, but it's not going to work out. But yeah, it's just maybe just to take these timeouts just to kind of get them settled a little bit. You know, you can be a little bit panicked, you can be a little bit flustered. Around this time, you get a little bit frustrated. So just to calm the nerves a little bit, get everybody focused before this one becomes an unrecoverable one. But still very much recoverable from this area. Oh, Maxer, that's a beautiful peek onto Berserk. The pistols stand in the way of Young Ninjas on this A site. This time, VHW is the only one towards that A site that is going to pick up a kill. However, a good bit of damage done to Adam being said to your 18 if you had both of their HP together.
Quick maths.
But it's not going to matter all that much.
Yeah. It was just the high buy for the CT side, I mean, so it's not such a... It's not a big disappointment losing around like that. It's kind of impressive that they are still able to do a decent amount of damage. And actually, taking a look at all three surviving players from NIP, their HP combines for 32. So yeah, a lot of damage done by Apeks Rebels. I think you can just be spreading the nice eco comp in the TeamSpeak after this one. But speaking of TeamSpeak, Jack, I believe we're going to be jumping into the TeamSpeak of Apeks for this round to see if they're going to be able to bounce back.
Skal vi seriøst prøve å gå ut og skyte han fyren på kortet?
Ja, da tenker jeg Mollo. Kan legge flash foran døra.
Jeg skal ha Mollo Monster først.
Ja, call.
Legg nå.
Flash der. Boom.
Jeg backer.
En uge. Ingen på.
To de skulle doble nede. To til monster.
Blokke monster.
Jeg lurk død.
Ingen på.
Jeg lever deg.
De skulle triple ned i boost.
Jeg piker med.
Patrick, kan du komme tilbake? Ja, 2 sek. Tenk 2 sek.
Gå opp i uge.
Det er ingen på mid. Ingen på mid. Jeg står magisk. Akta B nå. Det er ingen. Ut monster, kanskje?
Ja,
Ingenting mid. Ingenting A. O på mid. Jeg dør mid. Jeg bomba.
Kan vi gå close monster?
jeg roter opp.
Kom heller kort. Jeg dør mid, boys.
Kom kort nå. Kom kort nå.
3 mid. Kom på nå.
Ja, akta en B her.
Jeg kan spille slide på A.
En uge. Ikke se han.
En uge og 3 mid. Ok, jeg går i køvene.
Han låst. Ingen på.
Flasher?
Flasher, ja. Ikke på, jeg sjekker bak. Jeg holder bak monster nå.
Ja.
Hold du uge.
Jeg holder uge, og kortere.
Vi er litt stuck her, på B.
Jeg kan gå på outside. Viktig å spille slide.
Ja.
Jeg piker lang. Så er det
En monster, flasher. Boom.
En bakerst uge. Det er 2 uger nå.
AV Bluns.
På kort en.
Ja.
Her er en. Kommer ikke på.
Monster.
En monster. Nok er venn.
Kom på 3.
3, walk up på den. 3. 3 sto holdt 2. Fuck, ass.
Fuck.
Sure.
Well, Jack, I think the comms say enough right now. I mean, you don't need to be speaking Norwegian to know what they just said in the end of that round, and we can hear the frustration has already installed itself in the heads of Apeks Rebels after those rounds.
I love the way, even if they're not in our language, you know, even if they're not in English, there's always one word that we always hear every time something is going wrong, that everybody knows what it means, and it means absolute despair for Apeks Rebels right now. They're 8-0 down. LNC with a really strong round there. He's, of course, one of the standout players to come back into this lineup. I mean, I don't even know. I probably can't even count how many times he's been in and out of Young Ninjas. I think maybe this might be his 4th or 5th stint with them, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not really sure on what we can call a stint or no, but I'm sure that he was removed from the roster before the season and then officially like brought him back with Era. But yeah, he's been around for a while.
Yeah.
I think ZTR is the only one from the original core that's left. Like from the first Young Nip team.
Oh, that's a while ago. I can't even remember who was on that, to be honest.
Oh, it was Nilo, Fuzi, Sapik, and Manon, I think, were the rest.
I thought LNZ was on that lineup though as well.
No, he wasn't on the original one.
No?
No, he replaced someone later on, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it, Ed, because I don't like to be a naysayer, especially when I'm not educated on the matter. But ZTR teaching Tapeware a lesson. You don't push in short without clearing that position. Takes him down. Oh, the flash is going to be good enough to maybe reward Brave with a kill. Tries to line up a second, but unable to do so. Elsewhere, Berserk has had one. There's a flank coming in here from VHW. Maybe he can find something with the Deagle, but the dink onto Adam B is not going to be enough to take him down. VHW is still not spotted just yet, but eventually he will be found out by Jaquinho, and it's going to be a 9-0 lead now for the Young Ninjas. Look at the economy on the T side. It is going swimmingly for the Swedes so far on this first half of Overpass. Investment from Apeks Rebels. We've got Berserk out on an AWP, and we need to see a good showing from him. We need to see him put a stop to some of this aggression coming in from Young Ninjas, or else they're just gonna, you give them an inch and they're gonna take a mile.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time around we saw him try to go for an aggressive peek towards middle, but a missed shot, and then he got overwhelmed by the AK. So he'll have to land some significant shots now if he wants to help out his team. We've mentioned not once or twice that Overpass is a map that really relies on your Oper having a good game, especially on the CT side. An Ope's paradise, some might call it, same as does too. So yeah, a map full of possibilities, full of potential impactful plays with the AWP. Nice utility actually to force away the young Nip from short just a little bit, and a good setup towards long, but Nip, they're just holding for now.
Yeah, they're letting LNZ play kind of here. He's gotten in towards toilet. Oh, he's heard the player drop away from long. Is he going to clear out VHW? God. It's not really going to matter, is it?
Oh my. That's so awkward.
This is very awkward, especially if they make their way up connector. LNZ gets that first kill, but it's going to be traded back by VHW. ZTR, however, is out on B. Tapeware needs to put a stop to this all on his own. Gets one, but not a second. Young Ninjas, they just seem to be absolutely everywhere right now. And Apeks Rebels, they have absolutely no idea what to do on this round. Because Young Ninjas, they are pushing nearly every single part of the map. And it's just 1v1s that are eventually falling in the favour of Young Ninjas. But now it's a 1 versus 2 that VHW really needs to go his team's way.
Yeah, AWP in hand, smoking a kid, HE as well to work with. But look at that. Young Nip, they're not going to give him anything in that scenario. No utility for the T side, so they're just going to be holding. They're going to be playing it really passively. The AWP is going to try and close out the distance, but the peak from Maxter is really, really well timed. And that's going to be the 10th round for Young Nip. What an awkward round that is for Apeks Rebels. And it's always tough when you play like that. It's really frustrating because you know that if it's a close game, Young Nip aren't going to be playing like that, right? Everyone individually is just going for their own solo plays and their own attempts of catching a nice timing and getting into a nice position and just getting map control without even trying, without investing any utility, without being together or stuff like that. And this is really annoying for Apeks Rebels, right? Because they expect the Young Nip to kind of be moving as a pack, but no, they've been going for a lot of these plays, but now they're going to be a little bit more passive, knowing that the buy isn't necessarily perfect on the CT side and some aggression might have to be expected.
And Z gets taken down. Jaquinho not going to be blinded by that flash. A little bit unfortunate. Nice idea from the Rebels. ZTR will have to shield his eyes from that one a little bit, but it's going to be Apeks Rebels. They're going to have to shield their eyes from the scoreline unless the Deagles can have a say or two. Brave taken down there, trying to make his way in connector, and Sense the last player standing. So although the damage might have been good a few rounds ago, it is not gonna matter whatsoever. You need to be getting rounds on the board. The money isn't an issue anymore for Young Ninjas. They are nearly full to the brim on every single player. That is an awkward fight from Jaquinho. So
yeah.
Look at this, though. They're going to go for a hunt.
He doesn't care.
Well, Maxter surely has sense in the back.
Oh my
god. That is so awkward. That is so awkward.
You know what? I think that we've forgotten how fun ladder fights were since we don't have Train in the map anymore, but yeah, sometimes we still get some of the action on overpass.
Bring back Train, man. Bring back Train.
Yeah. You know what? I actually wonder if there's people in the chat that support that thesis. Like last year I was thinking, okay, that change was so good, but why didn't they remove Dust 2?
Yeah,
would have been such a nice, because I like Ancient, don't misunderstand me. I love the map, but yeah. Train.
I like Ancient. Like Train. I love casting Train. I hate playing Train.
Yeah, it's an annoying map to play.
Yeah, I hate playing Train. Just cannot do it. It's just that you always come up against just one or two people that literally only play Train and they just absolutely dominate you, and it's just not fun. It's just not fun. Big nade onto Jacquinho to start things off in this round, as the domination is not happening on Train right now. It's happening on Overpass. 11-0 unanswered rounds from Young Ninjas, and it's not as if a lot of these rounds have been close. It's been just completely one-sided.
Yeah, you know, we might not be playing Train, but Apeks right now have the feeling of a Train just going over them, so it's pretty similar. Young Nib, they've hit him with the hard one right now. And Apeks, they'll have to fight back. VHW, he's all alone towards upper toilets right now. Needs the multi-kill, and he's gonna find it. There's one, there's two, and there's the bomb. C4 smoke to secure it. He's even gonna go for the flash to make sure that there's not gonna be a refrag. That's a really good start. Apeks surely convert this one.
Yeah, this one surely is unlosable right now for Apex Rebels. They have control of the bomb. Very decent positions from 4 different players. Maxter is going to try and walk out. He gets tagged by the op. Jacquinho finds 1 kill. Is he going to push through that Molotov? He was thinking about it. He's down to 55 HP. Remember that. Nade did a whole lot of damage to him. The swing is going to come in. He's looking for this Toilets player. Unable to find him. And it is going to be ENCE to get 2 lovely kills. 1 round on the board for Apex Rebels. It ain't much, but it has been very honest work for the Norwegian side. Need to make it consecutive rounds. VHW doing everything and more there to get his team finally into a position where they could pick up their first.
Yeah, absolutely. You need your player towards upper toilets to be producing something like that. By the way, there was a statistic like a couple days ago about the positions on different maps that have the highest impact, and one of those positions is actually your upper toilets player. So you need him to be able to produce those multi-kills. He's kind of the guy that's rotating in between long and middle. He controls the connector rotations as well. So if this guy's having a good game, your CT side is going to be overall looking a lot more solid. And this is what happens when he gets the multi-kill. In that scenario, Apeks pick up their first round, but now you need to try and build upon that. You need to start a foundation and be able to continue chaining up rounds.
I mean, the foundation is there, right? You know, I mean, they have the foundation, they have that 1 round, but it's just they need to get the building blocks. And they need to start stacking them up and start building this house. But the home wreckers are here. Young Ninjas begin to topple, knocking those blocks down left, right, and center. And they put up the smokes to block this A site. So Apex Rebels, they can't push through them even if they wanted to, unless they have flashes. Flash goes high, but take where he hasn't pushed through all that much just yet. Even if he does, Jacquinho's ready. Beautiful headshot at Dior. Rears his head now. Spots out both players. He has the information. This position very difficult to get LNZ out of. He gets 1, and 1 might just be enough. Bomb still planted for the Toilets players. Jacquinho spots out Brave. Misses that shot, but will not miss a second time. And we will not see Apex Rebels take a round for the second time. It is 12-1. Possibly a 14-1 half on the cards now for the Young Ninjas boys. The money's there once again for Apex Rebels to go for that investment, but disappointing one more time from the Rebels side.
Yeah, impressive shots from Young Nib, but you can see that Apeks don't really want to go for this retake as well, right? It's a 2 versus 4, but you're already in that scenario where you kind of have to go for the Hail Mary plays. You're on the ropes once again. You've been knocked down a couple times. Now they're going for the knockout. You need something. You need to start throwing hand makers and just go for those for those plays against all odds and hope that something works out.
A bit of a risk here if they're going to go for a monster pop. The flash is going to blind tape where completely. Eventually the T's are going to have to push through, but this time they don't have a flashbang. LNC only finds one. Maxter will get a second though. Double monster setup comes away with 2 kills. Might just be enough to hold on for the moment. And actually Young Ninjas, they haven't pushed past just yet. VHW does not know this, and Maxter is just holding for the flank here. Oh, but it doesn't matter. VHW gets the first, does a damage to Jacquinho as well, and he's trapped. He can't go for too much of a peek. It is really on ZTR, who is gonna take the upper down. Berserk, missed opportunity, missed chance maybe to seal at least a second round. Now it is definitely up to chance, but Sense takes that chance away a little bit further. ZTR makes his way back, knows that VHW is on the flank. Crouch peek in is not going to be good enough. The elevated position from VHW elevates Rebels to a second round.
Yeah, that was a massive play from VHW. Once again, it's him with the multi-kill to kind of help out Apeks Rebels. And so far, both rounds from the Norwegian side have been thanks to actually VHW stepping up. And we spoke about him before the start of the season, right? Even if Sense is the veteran in kind of this lineup, like in this organization, because he is the only original member of the Apeks Rebels or from the previous lineup, VHW is the player that has got the most experience out of everyone else. And one of the people that's already been a part of the Academy League. So you expect him to be stepping up in moments like that, and he has been. He's been a guy that realizes, okay, you know what? From time to time, I just need to run at them, go for the crazy plays, and make the difference. That helps them out with the second, and now the AWP has found an opening in round number 15. So potentially Apeks looking to ease the pain even more here with the third. That would make things a little bit nicer.
They're well on their way to doing so. A third round on the cards after 3 kills. Now, LNC and LNP. Will it be a 13 for Young NIP? A minute left. They
Nice
have
rhyme.
been able to recover the bomb. Thank you very much.
I rate it.
I rate the little bit of confidence that Rebels are showing now, though, as well. I mean, I rate that they haven't, you know, entirely given up, because it has been very, very disheartening.
Yeah.
And we thought maybe, you know, they gave Young NIP the closest game that we've seen. Like, they got 9 rounds, which is the most that they've gotten so far in the Academy League. This one is looking a little bit too far-fetched. They will at least get a third, but Young NIP swapping over onto that CT side. It's not looking very promising whatsoever. Adam B is going to fall. It is at least 3. And in the second half, we will have to just wait and see.
Yeah, I guess at this point you just rate the fact that all teams have seen what Spirit Academy did yesterday to 0-0 Prospects, so no one's gonna be kind of letting off the leash. And we've spoken about this a handful of times. I mean, round difference is a thing in the Academy League, so Apeks, even though they're not able to pick a victory yet, they still have a couple games left in the tournament, even though they've played 7 already, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, they've played only 4. Pardon, I was thinking about Young Nips. So yeah, they actually have a handful of games left. So even if they lose again, it's still recoverable in a way. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I feel like the team needs to go through some serious maybe talks or changes in terms of the way that they approach the games. But hey, it's not over yet.
Jag hörde ingenting.
Flash. Jag laddar. Där.
Uppe redan.
Det är sant fan.
Uppe side 2.
Jag är beredd med HS.
På vatten.
Ja, jag är beredd med HS. Se till att planta.
Jag överlever.
En i MOUZ här.
Lyssna på oss.
Han är inte här. Jag lyssnar.
Jag är med Jack.
En
Kolla
vatten.
första.
Den fejdar nu.
Plantar.
Han plantar
Fitta. Jag lägger där. Fitta, den fejlar. Jag lägger inte
Plantar.
där.
Erik.
Ja, okej. En är dildo.
Håll dildo.
Vatten du eller?
En är vattenrampen.
Ja, HS.
Han kanske gick ner nu. Han gick ner. Han är ju closer.
Nej då.
Jag kommer med er. Chilla. Jag kommer med
Du såg en dildo också.
Ja, en dildo och en är nere i vatten.
Tack, den är kort också.
Jag
Ja, jag kan hålla korta bara, så kommer jag klippa han.
Gör det. Jag håller upp hela
På ni tillsammans.
Han är vatten, kvar.
Den borde vara dildo.
Jail pikar upp. Eller Wood med det. Nice.
Vad till? Tape over här. Closed.
Döjd i Paris.
On God.
Där.
Nice shot.
Well, Jack, as we pointed out, it's not over just yet. Apeks managed to pick up the pistol round, so technically they're still in the game, and they might be able to actually pick up a couple rounds here.
Oh, I'm just laughing. It's just, you get the few little bits of English, on God.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You know what, guys?
These are great, man. I'm really enjoying these TeamSpeak rounds, man.
You think it's hard for you? I'm standing there looking at Jack's camera, and he's muted, and he's laughing his heart out while listening to that.
Oh, that's great stuff. That is great stuff. Well, the pistol, promising for Apeks Rebels. Only pistols for the young ninjas as they close in on Rebels from behind. Berserk does have the flank covered. We'll see if the Khalil can find any kills. He hasn't connected just yet. The nade doesn't do too much damage. VHW is going to help. He's obviously screaming for his teammates to come and offer some support, and they do. And rightly so. 12-5 Apeks will get that second round. But we've got the investment from Young NIP coming up in this one. Chiquinho going to go for the M4. Not going to risk the glass cannon, of course. Not really in a position that you need to risk a glass cannon. I mean, you can play with the rifle. You know, you have quite a substantial advantage right now. So,
yeah,
probably the correct call, even though we would like to see him show what he's made of. He overpasses one of his better maps with that AWP.
Yeah, but you know that it's going to be a little bit of a bonus round for the T side as well. There's no hope that you kind of need to counter, and you know that they can go for something quicker with the Galils and the MAC-10, so it is alright. And of course, the money doesn't really allow it, but Maxter is actually going to get fairly aggressive here. Does he clear out the position? Oh, he's not going to clear it initially, but Berserk, he has no idea that this is a possibility.
Well, that was very messy, but he comes away with not one, he comes away with two. And now, Chiquinho with that M4 spraying through the smoke. He gets one of his own. Nearly a second. The HP very low on VHW and Tapeware as they make their way into the site. It's a 3 versus 2. It's a retake. Apeks Rebels get a bomb plant down, but Young Ninjas in a really good position to stop Apeks Rebels before they get going on these buy rounds. Problem is, there isn't a kit, so time really is of the essence for the CT side, and they have no idea that Tapeware is here. He might be able to catch Adam B in the back, and he has done so. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Now it's a whole lot easier. Time running thin. LNT with a nice kill. Smoke on the bomb. They know exactly where Tapeware is now. He's low HP. The spam just needs to connect. Somebody needs to get on the bomb, though, and they will eventually get on it, but LNC has fallen. That's the round done and dusted. A nice try, but Young Ninjas being really punished for their lack of expenses in that round and their lack of investment into a kit.
That was a 2 versus 5, wasn't it? Initially. I think it was.
Yeah.
It was a 2 versus 5. That's an insane round to win. And this is on Tapeware. This is on Tapeware realizing, okay, you know what? We're in a 2v3. We're low on HP. I need to pick up an aggressive position. He had to be the game changer in that scenario and had to go outside of the box, so to say, to go for an unorthodox play and surprise Young Nip. And this is exactly what he did. Pushing towards Dumpster, making sure he gets the first kill onto the bank player. Then they secure the fact that there is one more player coming in from long. Well, they managed to convert around that. Keeps them into the game. An insane flash, though, is going to help out Maxter with a double kill. And now Sense needs to get out of there. He's been tagged down, has an AK as well, but he needs to hold on. If he goes down, this becomes a really problematic round.
Oh, well, there's a kill found from Adam B. Berserk. Oh, he's going to be making his way up long. Chiquinho's heard him. Oh, he doesn't want to go too quickly, but if he doesn't go quickly enough, Sense is going to take him down in the back. Oh, it's messy. Sense gets away with that one. Now they have the information on both the players. They know that there's a guy up on the A site. That smoke isn't perfect. LNZ needs to be careful. I mean, no idea that Sense was still there. He's the man with the bomb. Berserk is alone. He spots out ZTR past that smoke. That is a lovely one-way that he's thrown. Maybe that was by design. Berserkers played that one expertly. I thought it was actually a failed one. That was a beautiful one-way that he used to protection.
Yeah, that was a really decent smoke. And another 2vx situation won by Apeks Rebels, by the way. The previous round was a 2v5. Now they win a 2 versus 4. And they win this one simply because of just slowing things down. They were like, we're in no rush. We don't wanna get the bomb down, because if we get the bomb down, that means that we're kind of telling them, okay, both of us are on the bomb side. You know exactly where we are. You can try to surround us and play your man advantage, or rather your 2-man advantage. They slowed it down, knowing that Young Nip would feel a little bit pressured by the fact that they have no clue what's going on, and well, they are on a bit of a half buy, so even if they pick up the rifles, it's still not that vibe that you get. You still don't have the defuse kit, you still don't have the utility, so you're going to be going aggressive just a little bit.
Well, straight through that B bomb site they go like a hot knife through butter. They cut their way through with ease, without any real issue. And it's another round here. This, you know, we were thinking this was already over. I'm getting Spirit Academy vibes already.
Yeah. The T side could be a little bit dicey from time to time. I mean, both me and you remember that OG and ENCE Academy game, right? Where ENCE Academy managed to win their T side 10-5, and then OG just came back and destroyed them in the second half on their respective T side. So, that was an awkward miss. I thought that one hit.
So did I, actually.
Yeah, apparently not. Yeah, that one definitely hit. And actually, Young Nip are going to be able to do some decent damage and hold on to their guns in this one. That was important, the AWP and the M4 being saved up. You can actually go for reinvestment if you're feeling really motivated right now, but you might as well just go for the half buy with the rifles surrounding and try to go for the maximum damage in a round like this one. But Apeks Rebels now, they've closed out the distance. It is indeed going to be the full investment coming in from the CT side once again.
Oh,
you have the M4s.
Sure.
Ok, du legger komboen, eller skal jeg gjøre det, Tobias?
Du gjør det bare, da.
Det var nice. Jeg kommer til å slukke her og gå frem. Akta AP pikker med. Jeg går
Jeg
alltid.
pika.
Yep,
Jeg holder langen deres.
Jeg walker.
Jeg flasher en lang.
Walk in nå. Ikke.
Dere hopper kortet.
Boys, vi walker kontakt av nå. Ja.
Gjør det.
Pakta pack.
Jeg kommer rygge litt.
Gjennom toilets.
Banan.
Banan. Garden.
Flasher banan.
Ja. AVP er nok lang da. Eller akta den sign nå.
Jeg blir å gå opp lang her.
Ja,
Lang da sa det.
Nice.
Nice, bro.
Rolig.
Hold
Rolig,
Jagro.
boys.
Jeg holder
Rolig.
banan.
Jeg til pack.
Ja. Akta på bananen.
Jeg holder banan.
Ikke close banan.
Han har pushet monster her.
Ja.
Så close kortet.
Hvis
Jeg
du
går inn
legger...
toilet.
Hør, hvis...
Default.
Hoppa, default.
Vent, jeg blir
For å legge fake
låse
mot dagen her,
venstre.
så kan Patrick på timing.
Ja.
Har du den ut til, Tobias?
Ja,
Ok.
smoke, Molle.
Jeg fikk en smoke her, og vi kan kjøre full execute her nå.
Ja,
Akta rygg
akta
snart,
flank.
boys.
Jeg kan smoke bank her.
En korta.
Legg stairs,
Kortet.
Sampo.
Nice.
Nice.
Chiller nå.
Jeg
kommer
legger
opp
bank, du
bygget.
legger stairs. Klar, Tobias?
Ok, ja. Jeg er klar.
Ok, legg nå. Legg den entry flash.
Bare chill.
Vi er nå.
Kommer opp.
De walker opp nå.
Jeg har også en flash.
Tegn to.
Jeg har
Boys,
også en
akta har
flash.
gått lang nå. Tett i
Jeg søker
tett.
på banan.
God tid. Yep. Kan bare walk opp.
Har du molotov
Nærmere
truck?
chilt. Ja,
Fredrik?
men jeg er for
Nei.
klart.
Jeg har bare en flash.
Jeg
Bare hold
søker bak
spacing opp
default.
siten her i lag.
Molotov bak default. Jeg holder mot lang. Du er sek.
Jeg sjekker Kio, akta lang. Ingen Kio.
Jeg planter truck her, boys.
Gjør
Gjør det.
det. Pante safe. La oss stå fremme, boys.
Jeg går inn lang.
Vi
Jeg
står
kan
fremme.
stå på off-angler.
Hold
Holder du
stairs.
stairs?
Ja.
Jeg er banan. Jeg får første på bank her. Du kan svinge på meg, Sindre.
Ja.
Kom close.
Svinger på deg.
Perfekt.
Hold banan og om man walker opp toilet.
Sånn, perfekt. Hold den Mikkel her, Patrick. Bare dø.
Ja, ja.
Ok. Vi trenger at du har den der.
Ingenting stairs.
Exit lang i lag. Exit lang. Lang.
Det er en ikke bank.
Syk fuckings runde, boys. Let's
Insane,
go.
Tobias.
Fuck, Tobias, du er god der, altså.
Jævlig bra.
Faen, den
vet,
flikken
men
du setter på den i to av det.
Ah, my guy, altså. My guy.
Vi er avpen deres her. Vi ser.
My guy indeed. What a recovery there from Apeks Rebels, man. Holy. What?
Yeah, it's always nice to see that the atmosphere is good and that they're starting to feel it. They're starting to get their heads into the game. They're starting to get their minds into the game. And at this point, even though the score shows 12-9, that tactical timeout from Young Nip, the TeamSpeak round that we just heard, everything is just screaming Apeks are back into the game. They've won 6 in a row. Young Nip, a team that is normally feeling more comfortable on the CT side of Overpass, is yet to register a CT side round. And they've been in really good scenarios a handful of times. I mean, they were in a 5 versus 2, they were in a 4 versus 2. This one, again, was a man advantage situation for young NIP. And Apeks, they've been coming back in a lot of these rounds. And you know, that builds up the confidence so much when you're able to bounce back in those scenarios.
Damage onto Tapeware. Not an ideal start to proceedings, but could be a lot worse. Could have found its way onto his head. The span through the wood. It is just a little bit of a default from Apeks Rebels. Going for mid control. They're going to get it without any real issue. Nobody from Young Ninjas are going to be playing that aggressively for it. Brave hoping somebody pushes into his crosshair, but it is just going to be the wooden monster setup. Berserk waiting for the jump spot. He's not going to get another chance at that from Jaquinho. So 50 seconds. Apeks Rebels now grouping up, and they might go for an A hit, which is going to be the stacked site. And Jaquinho in this position, if he drops a smoke, that creates a lot of space for himself and ZTR to work around.
Yeah, it does, but they're going to slow it down a little bit. 35 seconds, and now the hit will probably go. They're waiting to see if Brave is going to be able to accomplish something, but there's nothing happening right now. They're just waiting for the initial smoke to fade off, and they're going to play, but look at Maxter. He's onto a massive play right now.
He just needs to keep walking behind him. 20 seconds now left, but they're already going to be up on the site, so Jaquinho is going to have to take a fight. Berserk turns around, and Maxter's taken down. The A-bomb site under control of the T's one more time, and it's looking like it's going to be a 10th round. Young Ninjas, they've let this one slip through their fingertips completely. That's 7 in a row on the T side and 9 in a row all in all. Another beautiful headshot from Brave to take away rifles from the CT side as it goes from bad to worse once again for the young NIP boys. And I'm wondering, when is the tactical timeout coming from Young Ninjas? Because it's been a long time since you've won a round.
Yeah, and at this point you start asking questions, right? I mean, Apeks, the awareness was actually phenomenal. The fact that they slowed things down for so long, but then realize, okay, there could be a player going for a pisky play towards long. There could be a timing in which there is a guy that's pushed somewhere and he's going for the backstab. And that is the AWP turning around when they know that they have connector and short control under lock and key as well. So he is accounting for that very own play. He's like, yeah, he can push long. The fake could work out perfectly. They could think that they're onto something. I'm going to deny him. He doesn't know how many more players there are towards the A-bomb side. They walk in, they get the other kill on A. Young Nip, at this point, they're so afraid to go for those aggressive plays because they've been finding the man advantage and losing time after time that they're just playing from the back of the side, right? They didn't have any information in that round whatsoever. So in the moment that they lose that backstab, this is the round done for unless the player towards the back of the side kills 3. And you could see it from the reaction of the B players. They were not even thinking about going for this round.
Yeah, not at all. Once they've seen any presence go towards A whatsoever, you know, once they've seen the kills instantly go in favor of Apeks Rebels, yeah, that's it. Pack up your bags, we're saving.
Yeah.
We're gone, we're out of there, off the scene.
Jack? That was an 11-0. Now it's 12-10.
I know, man. This is... Why do we always get the good games, Ted? I'm not complaining, but we always get we always get the comebacks.
It's like,
I feel bad for...
Why do we always get a good game?
I feel bad for Lucy and Brandon because
I don't. They get to watch Ensign and Nuke, so it's fair.
Yeah, that's true. It's a fair trade. It's a fair trade. Well, fair trades. Don't know if they're going to be enough here or exactly what Young Ninjas are looking for, and that is not a fair trade. That is not a fair fight. Jaquinho blindsides Tapeware and picks up an AK for his troubles. Now, he'll move back to defend towards that Bravo site. Elsewhere, Maxter is the only player towards A for the moment, and he's towards long. Berserk might just spot him out. Indeed he does. Good reaction. Deagle, not the optimal weapon from that, but the AWP loves those long-range engagements.
Oh, they really hope that Brave just walks into them, and he is going to walk into them. This is phenomenal right now for Young Nib. Surely they pick up this kill, and that's another AK. There's no one to refrag as well. I mean, this AK is pretty much in disposal here of the CT side to be scavenged, and it's another 4 versus 3, but look at the investment. It wasn't such a serious one. It was just the half buy. There was one saved up M4, but now you've upgraded 2 AKs as well, and you have the MP9. This is a really dangerous round. They just need Jaquinho to pick up 1 kill, and that's the bomb carrier as well.
He's got it. Berserk now makes his way up long. Jaquinho is very clued in, but he was just off the mark a little bit there. Now Berserk is going to get a little bit aggressive in towards Bank. He has to look for a kill. He has to play for something here. Molly will go down, but the bomb will do also. Now, who's going to walk into his crosshair, if anyone? He goes for the peek, NAVI goes for the swing. The refrag is going to be good enough this time, and VHW is alone on the site. LNZ from Bank, ZTR from Long. The acronyms looking to work together if they can. Headshot found, not able to react, and 3 letters on all 3 remaining players, but it is ZTR, the only one that remains. Topples Apeks Rebels for the first time in a long time and gets them into a 3-round lead once again.
0 thrown rounds. That's what ZTR stands for. Really crucial clutch from the IGL. And yes, I freestyled that one. Yes.
Yes, yeah, I like that. I like that one.
Yeah. Wins the round 13-10. A really crucial one. In those scenarios, I feel like I don't think that Young Nip are just a team that struggles genuinely on the CT side of Overpass. It's just right now, it was really tough for them to actually break the streak of Apeks Rebels. They were in those kinds of scenarios, you know them when you just feel like nothing works. You just feel like everything that your opponent does works, and nothing that you try really succeeds. So right now, ZTR getting that one, and everyone actually contributing to that round, because this was the half buy, and everyone actually managed to hit some pretty nice shots. So Young Nip, from a mental point of view, that's going to boost their confidence massively. And potentially, it could put them back in a scenario where they could close out the game. But Apeks, so far, they've been showing us that they are a team to be reckoned with. They are a force to be reckoned with, especially on that TE side. So there still is a chance. The dream is alive. The dream of the comeback, that is.
Dream of Apeks Rebels picking up their first game as well, their first map, but Adam B is going to try and snatch that dream and crush it while he can, but his skull is going to be crushed before he gets any further. 45 seconds for Apeks Rebels to make a decision, and Berserk has found Jaquinho. Very important kill in what could shape the outcome of this round. The rotations from LNC and ZTR are going to be down towards B. Maxter has them if they come up connector, but they're going to walk out towards Monster. Flash goes over. 28 seconds for them to find these kills. And LNC just playing around this smoke. He finds one over the top of it. ZTR needs to get his one as well. Does the damage and just discourages that fight. Berserk, though. He's peeked out. He gets a double. He's opening up that B site expertly. And now, another round goes in favor of Apeks Rebels. The money is okay. I mean, it's all right for Young Ninjas for now.
Yeah, that's the big problem though, right? Isn't it? In a lot of those scenarios, we praise that round that you win on the half by like a couple players hitting those nice shots. You managed to steal one away, and we're like, okay, this is the round that gets you started. But there is the opposite side of the story as well. There is the other case where you just win that round, but this is not really a buy versus buy round, right? So when you go into the next one, everything goes back to normal. And this is what's happened right now. Apeks have been able to bounce back. A lot of it has to do with Berserk having one of his best games so far, by the way. And truth be told, we need to praise him, even though the team is 0-4. He's been the only player so far in the team to kind of stand out with his individual performances in a lot of those games. And it's really tough to stand out when your team isn't even able to get up to double digits, but he's been able to put up some pretty decent numbers. And he's doing that while being the AWP and while being the player to attempt the most entries. And did we see a tower? But
it failed.
Yeah. That's actually the first time we've seen someone attempt it, so I'm gonna rate them only for the try. That was an NT.
It's a really nice thing to just bring out, you know, especially this late on in the game. Try anything that's gonna maybe be a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah,
but it's only good if you hit it. I mean, it is.
And if you're not playing against ZywOo, because every time he goes out of heaven, he pre-fires it. Yeah. Imagine how annoying it is to just go for this tower and just get instant 2-dinged by an M4.
I've seen somebody die from I don't know, I think you were casting the game with me. Do you remember the FAMAS kill from heaven on the player did on the quad tower?
Yeah.
That was absolutely insane. Very rarely you see somebody do it with a rifle, but I think, like, fair enough you do it with an M4, but I think the FAMAS really just kind of blew my mind that time that we'd seen it, but...
Yeah.
I'm trying to even remember who it was, but...
You know, there's normal players and players that are good with Glue and FAMAS.
Yeah, true. Couldn't be me. 30 seconds now. Flash delays. Apeks Rebels getting out towards Monster. That nade does a good, healthy amount of damage to the Apeks Rebel boys, who are going to try and bulldoze their way into B once again. It's 1-for-1s. It's refrags coming in, but it's only Young Ninjas to come away with absolutely everything. 3 kills from LNZ. He holds strong one more time. It's 14 on the board for Young NIP. Bumps in the road gave Apeks Rebels maybe a road back into the game, but Young Ninjas now putting up this roadblock.
Yeah, what a massive hold that is from LNZ, finally stepping up towards the B-bomb side. We can remember him having those kinds of performances and being so comfortable with the multi-kills, even from his day with the first lineup. Every single time he's on the CT side of Overpass, one of his signature things is that he's able to really find those impactful multi-kills when his team needs him the most, and he does deliver now. And this is the first time in a long time that Young Nip have actually looked comfortable in a round on Overpass. 14-11, another tactical timeout coming in, because Apeks, even though that T side has looked really impressive so far, they are only 2 away from their 5th loss here at the WePlay Academy League Season 5. So you want to make sure you don't give them any chances whatsoever, because you still could reset the CT side economy once more if you were to win that one round.
You're waiting patiently for the flash.
Obviously. Of course.
Oh, Zetior down to the smoke and con. Oh, Chiquinho comes to his senses and flicks onto that kill. Berserk, though, has found Adam B. Now, Apeks Rebels might just try and fully commit out onto this site. That molly denies them for the moment. Smoke down towards mid-site as they swing across, and the CT player has decided not to play for it. He's backed away. Is it a save from Young NIP?
I think it is. I think they wanted to initially stack the A-bomb side, and they were like, you know what? They're already on B. We're going to hold on. They didn't want to do anything with this one. And a big part of it has to do with, I guess, the fact that they didn't know if there's a player out Monster by the time that they went for the hit. So they were like, yeah, maybe even if the player that's towards CT goes into water, he just gets taken down by Monster. So it's not really worth it. And we spoke about the money situation as well. It's not really looking that fantastic for the Swedish guys, so maybe a save is a little bit justified, but hey, that just means more action here.
Well, I'm not impartial to a little bit more action. $14-12. Things are really cooking up now. And this is going to reach a boiling point very, very soon, especially in this round. Will it boil over for Young Ninjas? That is the real question, because now we actually do have to talk about their money and the situation that that's in. Yes, they've saved. They've got everybody on rifles for this round, but it's going to be 2,900 loss bonus for the next. That's not going to be enough to get people out on M4s, and even if they want to go for M4s, they're going to be lacking utility severely. The only one that's going to be looking pretty decent are going to be maybe LNZ and Chiquinho, as Apeks Rebels change it up a little bit here. They're going to walk through that smoke and walk towards long. Maxter backs away out of toilets, out of the imminent danger that was presenting itself. Oh, Jacquinho, though, he will force Brave into the danger zone. Jacquinho takes him down. VHW with a nice swing, though. It's a refrag towards that A site. Maxter's down, and ZTR's alone.
Yeah, it's a one prominent attack as well, though. ZTR, he doesn't know it just yet, but everyone is just running behind him. They have no idea he's that close, but they're going to push into bank. They know there could be a player towards toilet. ZTR, he needs to pick up the kill into the Oper. If he does, this becomes a really winnable round, and look at that from LNZ. He's just standing in the smoke. ZTR strikes. That means that LNZ can swing, and Jacquinho's picked up another in the meantime. That leaves Sense in a 1 versus 3 clutch. He's going to see the first, but LNZ is once again the man to step up and give Young Nib the 15th.
Great performance from LNC and indeed Jacquinho as well too from both of them in this round. Gives Young Ninjas their 15th round. It's map point for them. And Apeks Rebels, they have taken us as close as they've been to a victory here in Season 5 of the Academy League. But close does not win you games, Ted. I'm afraid you need to get on to 16 or take it in OT, and that is still a little bit away from Apeks Rebels. 15-12, 3 perfect rounds needed from the Norwegians. Can they come up with it, or are Young Ninjas just gonna complete this victory after stumbling towards the finish line for so long? Are they gonna finally reach it in the end? They're gonna try and pop away a monster, but it's been shut down initially, and the bomb falls right into the lap of the young NIP boys. LNZ is still holding. He's only got 5 bullets left in that AK, but he's got 2 teammates with him to try and stop Tapeware, and ZTO will put him down with the FAMAS.
It's a 2 versus 4 now. Only Berserk and VHW left in the clutch to try and keep Apeks in this game. VHW might actually have a kill presented to him if Maxter decides to walk in, but there is no reason to do so right now. He just needs to hold. He just needs to wait. His teammates have the bomb under lock and key. How do you walk back into a round like that if you're Apeks Rebels? You need to initiate the fight. You need to initiate the first contact, but Young Nib, they're not giving you anything right now, and you just keep getting re-smoked towards Monster.
You don't need to give them anything though. You just have to wait. The opportunity is going to present itself to you, and you are going to lap it up exactly the way that Maxter has done, as Rebels fought valiantly to bring it to a stage where we considered the comeback and maybe considered the first victory, but it is well out of reach, and ZTR makes sure that it is definitely out of reach for Apeks Rebels. They go 0-5, still in search of that victory, but Young NIP currently 4-3, a massive victory for them as they continue to make a good account for themselves to possibly be one of the teams to actually make it to the play-in stage.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after starting the tournament with a 2-0 after the victories against OG Academy and Apeks. Losing those 3 games in a row against Big, OG, and ENCE was a little bit of a disappointment for them, but I think now with those 2 consecutive once again on overpass against ENCE and now against Apeks Rebels, I think that they found their new comfort zone. Even though there's some worrying signs, even though they did allow Apeks Rebels to make us believe that there could be a chance for this comeback to happen, Young Nib, they persevered, they managed to close it out, and they're going to be really happy with the score that they get after this one, because, you know, well, I don't think that they want to be experiencing the same thing that MOUZ NXT and NAVI Jr. did with 0-0 prospects in Group A.
No, definitely not. I mean, Young Ninjas are going to be disappointed that they didn't close this one out a whole lot earlier, but it's like, let's give credit where credit is due. Rebels with a really good T-side, you know, to bring it back, to make it as competitive as it was. I know a lot of people in chat definitely wouldn't have expected them to bring it as close, and Rebels, they are getting better by better each game that we do see them, so they are building up that little bit of confidence. You know, it's still, I believe that's now 15 maps without a victory though on HLTV, which is very, very worrying. Now, the thing is, they still have to face OG Academy, they still have to take on Furia as well, and I believe they've got another game, if I'm not mistaken, to play against Big, so we'll see what they can bring. I mean, the big one might be a little bit too far out of reach, but they do have chances to maybe register their first victory, but it is not going to be today. Young Ninjas go away with the spoils, 16-12.
Yeah, but we still have one more game to go for me and you, and 2 more after that. So we're not even halfway through, guys. There's still a lot more action to come through. It's NAVI Junior taking on Team Spirit straight after this one, and we still have MOUZ NXT and Astralis Talent and OG Academy and ENCE Academy. So I'd say right now, Jack, that we're just through the appetizers. Now we're getting into the main dishes.
Yes, we are. We're getting into it. The meat and spuds. So make sure you guys are hungry and make sure you guys stick around because we're going to be sending it to a short little break. We'll be back in around 5 minutes time with our 3rd game of the day. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 5. My name is Zerfer, joined by my mate and co-caster Ted for our final game of the day, but it is only game 3 of 5. And Ted, mate, we've had some intriguing games so far. Very, very close. Young NIP are going to take the victory over Apeks Rebels. MOUZ NXT pushed a little bit by prospects in the end, but it was the reigning champions to come out on top. And now we move forward to the CIS Derby. It's NAVI Junior, who were beaten yesterday for the very first time up against Spirit Academy, who were down 14-2, managed to bring the game back to win 19-17. I mean, this is going to be an incredible matchup if it was to live up with yesterday's games.
Yeah, absolutely. And normally those CIS derbies are always really interesting, right? Even in the previous time that we saw them here in Season 5, because this is their second time facing off against each other. It was the only those two, from what I remember so far, we've seen in the tournament as well, by the way. And NAVI did manage to win that one 16-11. It was a really close game though, and even back in Season 4, when you look at it, they faced off 3 times. It was 2 maps to go in favor of NAVI. It was Vertigo and Dust 2 and 1 Inferno going in favor of Spirit. And well, even though Spirit haven't had as successful of a season and as successful of a run so far in the Academy League as NAVI, some of their victories have been really impressive. They've given us the most impressive matchup so far, a 16-0, a 2-14 comeback. So we know one thing for sure: when we're looking at a Spirit game, it's going to be entertaining as hell.
Oh yeah, for sure. And straight off the bat, we are going to see Inferno actually banned along with Ancient from Spirit Academy. So don't want to play Navi Junior on that one. And Nuke going to be removed as well. So the 3 maps that we have seen these 2 play are still in there. It's Vertigo, Dust 2 and Mirage. My question is, do you think we see another Dust 2, or maybe do we see it changed up? Because I mean, Navi Junior won it last time out, so they might just want to go back to what worked against them.
I think from the perspective of NAVI, you wouldn't really want to change, right? But even if you were to go for a Mirage, I don't think it would be that big of a problem, right? I mean, that's the thing with NAVI Junior. They feel comfortable on a lot of maps. And I guess at this point, it's just them deciding which one they want to play more at the day. I don't think they're going to be thinking, okay, last time around we played that one, so now we don't want to face them on it. I feel like if you want to go for something comfortable, if you want to go for a map where usually, like most of the time, your individuals are performing well, that's going to be a good one. And oh, we're actually going to see a Vertigo. Okay, that one caught me by surprise just a little.
100% thought we were going to Mirage there. When I seen the Dust 2 ban, I was like, yeah, Mirage, 100%. Vertigo, a little bit of a curveball, to be honest. but I would be leaning a little bit towards Navi here. You know, we've seen some good performances from Headtrick and from Nipple as well. Nipple actually was a little bit disappointing yesterday in the game against 0-0 Prospects, and it's the first time that we've seen him. I described him as actually human, because you know he was putting up absolutely show-stopping numbers in the games before then. But when Nipple and Headtrick kind of struggle a little bit, or only one of them is performing, Navi Jr., they seem to have a problem or two, because it's either them two play well or Navi Jr., they do get beaten. So that's what I'm wondering now. Are we going to see, you know, maybe Nipple kind of falling off a little bit here, or was that game just an outlier completely and he's going to show us exactly what he's been doing time and time again?
I think that might have been the Inferno factor as well. And truth be
maybe.
told, he's had even in the first game that they played, Navi versus Spirit, on the T side of this too, the first half, I think he finished on something like 5-12, and then killed like 21 or 22 people on the CT side. So he's had those like mini crisis during the games, but he's been really good at recovering from those scenarios. And yeah, you got a valid point there. Yesterday was actually the first time we've actually seen Nipple not being able, like, he didn't have a poor performance, it was just not good enough for the standard that he already had put up for himself in the previous game. So I guess we saw a Headtrick, he was constantly delivering again, but it felt like when there was no one to support him, it just wasn't enough. And what we saw yesterday from Spirit was they're willing to fight. It doesn't really matter who they're facing, what the circumstances, how bad it is, they are fighting until it's all over. And I think that this could be the thing to give them a chance. And let's not forget, the last time they played Vertigo, they didn't even give one round to their opposition.
I was about to say there, Headtrick buying a Deagle is very brave on the pistol. I don't even remember the last time that I've seen it, but it was just a warm-up.
I can tell you, I played a Faceit game the other day and bought a Deagle on the pistol. It was on Inferno.
And you got instantly one-tapped.
No, it wasn't an instant one-tap, but I got one-tapped.
Well, we are going to see a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a pause before we get into the pistol. And now the only reason that I bring up Nipple's performance, you know, and say that he was a little bit lackluster on Inferno is that usually Vertigo is not a great map for Oppers. So Headtrick, he cannot really be the hard carry, and he needs somebody else to step up. So it usually is Nipple. I believe the discrepancy is quite big between Headtrick, Nipple, and then the rest of his teammates, the rest of the Navi Juniors ratings. I believe the closest one behind is Unbroken, which is on a 1.01, and Nipple and Headtrick, they're up at 1.41 and 1.36 ratings so far for this entire event. So maybe we need a big performance from somebody else, or we might see a big performance from the two that we are well used to seeing at this stage. It's a fast play up short. Gonna smoke the site and try and get the bomb plant down for Navi Jr. here. Headtrick is just gonna stick that bomb. He's not in fear of being nade stacked. Nipple's gonna jump right through the smoke. He's gonna be dealt with, but Unbroken will get that refrag, and they're actually gonna take deep control of CT now. 3 players up the ramp. They make that push, of course, of the steps heard. And now Owner, he's in a really awkward situation, and he's the man with the kit.
Yeah, if he goes down there, this is a big problem, but they're gonna overwhelm him. No way, Owner picks up another. They weren't ready for it, and now Frozik is gonna drop him, but there's already a player on the bomb, but they're sticking it. Surely there's nothing that you can do. They're just sticking the 10-second defuse. You need to find the shots, but Donk is gonna annihilate Frozik in that scenario. The first round goes in favor of Spirit Academy. They thought it was clear. They absolutely forgot about the possibility of a player being so late. They were so convinced that there was players coming in only from ramp. Oh, that was really awkward there for Navi Jr. But Spirit Academy, they make it work, and it's Owner to step up with the double kill and help him out. Pistol round goes in favor of the CT side.
Yeah, bomb plant allows, though, Navi Jr. to go for a pretty heavy investment with 3 Galils and 2 Deagles in the mix.
Yeah. Zontic's draw short, by the way, was a risky one, was an interesting one against Eternal Fire. I still remember him just jumping through every single gap smoke that they threw and just fighting people. So we're going to be looking forward to that. But Donk, he's going to be the first one to get tested in this round.
He is indeed 15 years of age, so one of the youngest players that we have in the Academy League. He's going to be able to find that opening kill onto Unbroken. It's Arfrost and Zontix to find the next two. Demon tries to make his way up onto that B bomb site, stopped by Notaneki. That's head trick. He's looking to do damage at least. Zontix has not seen the bomb, I don't think. I think it is just a little bit further in T-spawn. Owner finds that headshot. And a man that we haven't really talked about is Owner. I mean, we're so busy hyping up the boys on the Navi Junior side. What about on the opposite end of it? Spirit Academy, Owner. He stepped into this lineup and he has showed some real dominance. You might remember him from his time over at Hellraisers, where he actually played with one of the boys that is currently playing in the main team lineup, which is wonderful. So he is trying to move his way through, but we'll jump into the TeamSpeak right now.
Go беги вместе. Go вместе будем, да. Go, раз, два. Дал ломайся на небо. Пикать небо.
Бережите вон вы.
И рукав. Рукав, я ловый.
Ладер, Марк.
Ладер.
Минус 50.
Very quick, very smooth, very simple, and very insightful, as you would always say, Ted.
Yeah. You know what are the insights that I got from this one? The fact that 1-2 is the same in Bulgarian and Russian.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Understood that one. But yeah, it was just the eco, so I guess you don't expect anything different than Spirit just farming up the cash. But now we get to see the first buy round from Navi Jr. All the AKs in the mix, and Frozik, he's already making his way towards the top of the ramp.
Oh, the flash is going to be good. Zontix even spotted a second there, does a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be the second kill on to Nipple, who is going to be forced back down by that utility. Doesn't want to throw his life away. They've already lost one player. Let's not make it two. Is probably the thought process behind that, as they might explore towards this B site. There are other options available, but this map becomes very, very difficult to play when you don't have the map control and you are down a player, because you have to expend that little bit of utility to try and battle back for a ramp or throw that Molotov towards stairs and try and take control of B here. They're going to be able to do so. Nipple is going to try and lurk his way up, and Owner might be caught off guard by this because he has a little bit of a one-way, but he's going to try and make his way back. Oh, that's a lovely peek from Nipple.
Oh, even doubles up through the wall. That's insane. That double kill is going to open up a lot of space. Now it's a 3 versus 3, but look at the Ope. It's already arrived. It's Arfrost. He's really, really close. He's going to spot the first one. Last the no-scope through the wall, and now has support. Now he's not alone, but look at that from Demon. The double kill comes in. And that's going to leave Notaneki in the clutch.
Notaneki pushes on through. He's isolated a fight. Now he's got an AK to play with. Unbroken seen from the shadow, but not reacted on. And Navi Jr. will be unbroken in that T round. But it is Nipple to open things up. The beautiful double entry from him. The second one especially, spraying through that tarp. Arfrost, he had an incredible no-scope. We're going to have a look back at that again.
Or no.
Or no. It was too filthy. I don't think we can show it on Twitch again.
Yeah.
It was too disgusting. Parental guidance definitely advised. Nipple is going to try and play around these smokes. He's just looking under it to see if anybody goes just beside that little ramp there, but behind the tarp. Zontix is going to try and play in this smoke, and there's two players on the other side of it. Oh, Nipple has seen him, taking him down. Opening kill goes in favor of Navi Jr., who begin to make a good account of themselves as they find their footing on this T side.
Yeah. Owner rocking the secondary AWP now for the CT side. They're going to try and open up some extra space, and we're going to see a boost mid-round here for the CTs. No one spotted just yet, no kills found, but Navi, they're going to slowly walk into this one. Donk should be able to find at least one. He's gonna hear all the steps. He's gonna hear all the information in the world. There's the first kill, drops down immediately.
Owner, a nice shot, but overwhelmed by Unbroken, who quicks up a quick double. Pushes onto the site. Arfrost misses the no-scope just a whisker away. Might have to go looking for Head Trick here, who's going to rear his head over the top of the sandbags, but a leg discourages Arfrost from this retake, and it might just force NOTANEKI back as well. The fun's an issue in the next round. And Spirit Academy will make sure that they at least have something to play with. I see a double up on the side of the T side. I assume that one of them is going to be dropped over, and Unbroken might go looking for an AK somewhere. He has found one, so not really a map that usually warrants a double up on the T side.
Yeah, we're not looking at old school Envious right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it doesn't even warrant an op. A single op on the T side. There's the no-scope.
Oh.
We got to see it again. Thank you very much, production. The reaction to that. Oh.
Yeah, we love production. Send love to production in the chat. Spam hearts. They've been doing an insane job.
They have indeed. The observant been top-notch as well.
Yeah, and they haven't been toying with my anxiety when I see all those like camera pass from high places on Vertigo as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I respect that.
It's only in the it's only in the beginning, the intro.
Yeah, he's got a parachute. It's all right.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Not a fan of base jumping. I believe that's what it's called, isn't it?
Base jumping?
Base jumping. Yeah, I think that's what it's called when you like jump off a high building and you have like a parachute attached to it.
I don't know.
I think so.
I've seen those only in the movies, and The Rock survives everything, so...
Well, let's see if this B-bomb site is going to survive. Looking like it might just after the damage has been done, but Arfrost's been taken down. There is the op dropped. Has been acquired by Zontix. They might try and back away to save this one. Oh. That one getting a little bit hairy on the escape, but... It looks like they will get out of there with the bow of the rifles. I believe it is Frozik. That is the man lurking behind them that they need to be somewhat considerate of.
Yeah. So far, by the way, the T side has been fairly well structured, I'd say, by the way. I think that there's a pretty clear idea on what the approach is going to be. When we're speaking about buy rounds, is going to be, okay, we send the player with the first spawn towards Ivy or towards Ram to try and go for a kill, and then if we get it, we slow things down and we decide what to do, and most of the time we're going to finish on the A-bomb side if we are successful in our initial endeavors. And when there's a little bit of a weaker buy on the CT side, we go towards the B-bomb side. This is a pretty standard approach, by the way. A team that myself and yourself, we've seen a lot from that plays in the same way is actually the first team of Eternal Fire a couple months ago when they used to play Vertigo quite a lot. That was pretty much the approach, and we're seeing that Nippo is going to be pretty much in the same role.
Yeah, usually sending...
Oh. No. Okay, what's going on with those no-scopes? Arfrost, please.
How is he hitting them?
I don't know. Is there a magnet?
It must be. Oh, Zontix. Can he get a second out of this? Yes, he can. Bomb right in front of him. You'd expect maybe Arfrost to pull the trigger there, but no, he decides not to. He was holding for the sandbags boost, but he is partial to a wall bang, as we know. But Spirit are going to be partial to another round. 4-3 now, leading by just one. Headtrick has an AWP still. The issue is going to be on Demon and Nipple, who do not have AKs, but we'll jump into the TeamSpeak.
Три. Флэш.
Я одного так слышу, я только одного слышу,
Авик.
2. С АВП.
Короткая, может?
Низ, приди ко мне на 9,
Да,
Низ,
может.
приди ко мне на 9.
Сантарис отдали.
Отдай Б, иди ко мне на 9.
Я услышал.
Сантарис отдали, может только желтый быть.
Я дал им, зажму флеш, парни. Забей шот. Кольте флеш. Я готов.
Я заколю. Давай.
Дал.
Ніже.
Я на Б флеш даю.
Я в упор иду. Не, вроде нет. Я в упор иду.
Я уйду, Миш.
Б флеш.
Не уходите пока, я в упор иду.
Да, Миша тут все нормально.
Босс не вижу.
Могли апнуть чувак
Давай.
Б.
Пока не... Подожди.
Да, я на Б иду.
Не, справа.
Я смещаюсь на Элик.
Авик на остался.
Ты можешь прыгать или хоббит отдать?
Я даю молик на дерево на Б.
Я сам спада.
Я под него не играю.
Горел дерево. Дерево! Он топнул.
Справа.
Я дам на Б, мне
Заберешь
спала
мид?
ты.
Заберешь мид, Артем?
Да, я заберу.
Забирай, я ухожу.
Ждите Б.
Должны ретейка делать, по идее.
Да,
Должны
Кинули
Б
что-то.
идти.
Или Бен. Ну ладно,
Кидаю,
похуй,
флеш.
ждите Б.
Я пуш.
Я отпустил вместе.
Я с тобой иду.
Убил единицу.
Отошли
Заходи в мост, у меня
Забери
релот.
9. Забери
Забрал,
9, Денис.
забрал.
Мид аккурат.
Пика, Дань.
один. Дев.
Убил сайт.
Мою спину вдвоем
Ты скрыл убил, еще
Пожить,
перед
пожить.
эликом, перед эликом, перед эликом. Два
Я несусь.
перед
Убил
эликом.
одного, убил.
Не пикай, не
Я
пикай.
живу, я живу, я живу.
Я в спине. Я играю
Дай
поздно,
спину.
не играю.
Близко
Я не играю
есть.
с тобой.
В упор. Поправо, капель.
Ебать, справа.
Найс.
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 Хорош.
Дик,
Хорош,
авик,
Дэн.
калаш.
Ебать, я...
You know what? I'm actually really impressed by the way that the CAS teams are the ones that have the most like vivid comms out of everyone. Their communication is just non-stop. They're speaking all of the time, and that's insane. Like, it feels like no matter where you are on the map, you have an idea on what's going on the opposite side of it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing though, because they seem a little bit hectic. Of course, I'm not too sure, you know, what exactly was said, but for me, there is a whole lot of talking, which a lot of players, you know, kind of struggle with when there's too much noise going on in the server. But I mean, if it works, it works. I just wonder. Sometimes too much information is a bad thing. Sontix.
That's the Western way.
Yeah. Sontix is going to push through. And he is going to get a lot of information. He knows that under A is clear. And he has picked up the kill on to Nipple. So Navi Jr. will have to try elsewhere. And it looks like middle is going to be the push of choice. See if Donk can hold on. Himself and Owner have put a stop to that very rapidly.
Yeah, Donk's been playing one of his best games so far, by the way. Assuming he's going to pick up the last kill as well, potentially. No, it's going to be our Frost with the AWP, but Donk's been actually doing a really good job on being that rotation player, playing from Guardian, like being responsible for middle and supporting the B-bomb side as well. His communication has been alright. His flashes and his support nades have been really good, and well, I think we can say the same for, like, the same case could be made for pretty much every single player right now on Spirit Academy, right? It's been a team effort. Even when you look at the kill distribution, well, obviously we've had some massive rounds from Zontix, from Owner, from Artfrost, but everybody is performing. Everybody is pulling their weight in gold right now. Navi Jr. will have to try and find an answer to that. Otherwise, we might be looking at potentially a second consecutive loss for the leaders in Group B. Or in Group A, shall I say.
Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing.
Yeah, it does.
when you're swapping over from
Yeah.
group to group. But yeah, no, these are in Group A for the moment. Navi Jr. are currently top. Actually, I'm not too sure what the kind of shape up is after the round difference. Of course, MOUZ NXT did win their game, so I think they're even on points right now. But it could be in any order. Navi Jr. they do need the victory to actually pull clear and pull through. That victory would indeed make sure that they are going to be on level terms no matter what happens with the MOUZ NXT and Astralis talent game later on today. Artfrost, that is ridiculous.
Way!
Artfrost is ice cold with those flicks, man.
My God, sit down. Artfrost is in the building. Vertigo is his favorite map. This man is insane. What is going on?
That came out of nowhere.
Oh
That
my
absolutely came out of nowhere.
Oh my
right there.
God. Look at it again and again and again. This is the flick of the wrist. Skaduda would have been proud. Oh my God.
Fast around here. We'll see if he can catch lightning in a bottle and replicate it over towards this site. I don't think he's going to need to because Donk has picked up 2 kills. Zontic with second last and head trick now has been spotted out. He has been taken down. we're hyping up Navi Junior so much. Spirit Academy have now walked their way, really, into a 5-round lead. 8-3, the current scoreline. Headtrick, he has enough money to go for an op if he wants the glass cannon, but it's going to be 5 AKs out, so Arfrost might not be tested all that much. And I mean, you can look at the kill distribution over on the Spirit Academy side to say, I mean, it's not been an individual performance from anyone whatsoever. Arfrost, look at this, getting aggressive. Is he going to get that first kill? He's trying to play around that smoke, but he actually backs away from it. So
yeah, it's just the confidence playing at this point.
Yeah.
Spirit Academy are feeling really, really good in the server. It's pretty much the same Spirit Academy we saw yesterday when they were onto the comeback, and the same one that was playing against Eternal Fire. And it's impressive that they're able to actually perform with their heads held that high against the best team so far in the group in terms of results, right? Navi Junior have been the nightmares of pretty much everybody they faced, bar 0-0 prospects, obviously, but you've played really well so far, and it feels like individually, you're just looking really well prepared.
Unbroken gets 1 kill as he prepares, batten down the hatches on the B site. No, and Eki nearly gets the double. Nipple takes him down, but Arfrost dropped. It's a 2 versus 2. HP not favouring the Navi Junior boys. Sontix is on a massive flank. The bomb is dropped on the B site. Arfrost needs to hit it.
No way.
He doesn't miss. He does not miss any flick. He swaps over to an AK though as he goes looking for head trick. We'll see. Does he have a trick or two up his sleeve? Looking towards the heaven. Arfrost realizing he might be creeping on him in CT, but realizing does not mean it guarantees you the kill. Sontix now on the flank, and Headtrick knows that this is a massive possibility, but he has no idea. Element of surprise. Peekaboo, Sontix kills you. 9-3 Spirit Academy lead, and that money situation goes into the bin for Navi Junior.
Yeah, one player actually disconnected from the server. I think it's Arfrost. Maybe he got a little bit mad after going down in this round and kicked the PC, but you know, it happens. If you're playing that well, you feel like you can get every single kill, obviously. Joking about this one, but Spirit Academy, they've looked really impressive. And even for them to win those clutches, like, I feel like at this point, those are the rounds that Navi Junior have to be hoping to win to kind of bounce back into the game, right? When nothing's going your way, you just need those clutches, those close scenarios, just to stay competitive. But when you're losing them as well, we're starting to look at the game and be like, oh, okay, this one might actually go out of control. And I think Spirit Academy get maybe onto 11 rounds. It's well out of control if they continue playing like that individually as well.
You think it's past the point of no return just yet? No?
No. I wouldn't write them off. Not after what we've seen yesterday. No chance.
Oh, yeah, okay, right.
And it's T-side. It's T-side Vertigo as well. This is one of the, I'd say arguably one of the hard T-sides, maybe. Because, like, you pointed out, especially when the opener of the enemy team is playing well, Vertigo is a really tough map to kind of find openings on. Like, get in behind enemy lines. It's really tough for lurkers. So, I guess I can find some reasons for Navi to be struggling here.
Arfrost is a massive reason behind that.
Yeah.
Donk goes down. There's Arfrost with another kill. He's just running at people. That is a terrifying prospect for Navi Junior to just know that Arfrost is full of confidence and he is just going to run at you. Head trick. Pretty quiet one from him.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, he's unkillable. He is unkillable right now. And he's laughing as well. You know, that's a horrible thing. He is literally just laughing while he is doing this. Manic would be the way I describe that. 10-3. Yeah. This is looking like a 12-3 half. This is looking like, you know, one of the most dominant showings we've seen against the Navi Junior side so far in the event. The most dominant, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Wondering if they're going to be able to continue doing that Spirit Academy. 12-3 half might be on the cards. Arfrost is going to miss a shot, something that hasn't been happening to him that much in the previous rounds. But Zontix is going to be trying to compensate for this one and find the kill. Still really aggressive towards short right now.
Oh, that's awkward. Flash blinds both players there. Nobody comes away too worse for wear. Bar maybe Nipple down to half HP. As now Zontic spraying with that M4A4. Gets only one. Damage done to Frozik. He beats the nade and actually pushes right past, takes the fight, but it's one that Frozik will win. It's a fair fight moving forward. Owner's going to push down. Frozik not expecting this in a million years. And he will fall. Arfrost blind takes down Head Trick. He can see, he can't see. He still manages to pick up the kills, going for the transfer. Donk unable to get it, but they know exactly where Demon is. The bomb is just below A, and Owner's going to push right on through. He hasn't spotted it, but of course they are going to be aware that he doesn't have it. So Demon, he has to come back to get it.
Yeah, and he's going to be noisy with it as well.
Yeah, he's been very loud.
And now the bomb has been spotted. Now Owner knows exactly what's going on, knows where Demon is heading, and this angle should be good enough from Owner. Waiting for the sound cue, he's going to wait for the perfect timing here to go for the peak. And with 20 seconds, he should have the kill in the bag. Owner gets it. 11 rounds on the CT side for Spirit Academy as they continue looking like the most dominant team to face NAVI Junior yet in the Academy League Season 5. NAVI, after a 4-0 start in the tournament, taking down Astralis talent twice, one of them an absolute annihilation as well. But now, they've started crumbling just a little bit.
Broken, making his way out towards middle. As Donk puts a stop to that, putting a Donk on middle, 2 kills. Beautiful headshot onto Frozik. And now, NAVI Junior, everywhere they go, it just seems like the initial fight is being lost. And even if they are getting the opening, it's going to be refragged near straight away.
Yeah, that's one of those games when you just feel like your opponents are hitting every single shot.
Feeling quite hopeless, but Nipple gives a little bit of hope, but it is snatched away by Zontic's double. Head Trick gets that refrag, and he once again finds himself in a clutch situation, a 1 versus 3. The tallest of orders. 28 HP as well, and he has been spotted out. There's the info. Donk takes him down. As it's 3 kills for Donk, it's 12 rounds for Spirit. And well, after NAVI Junior beat them in the initial game, 16-11 on Dust 2, you know what they say, Ted? Revenge is a dish best served cold. Cold and frosty, 17-4.
Yeah, and there's some pretty severe wind at the 51st floor, so yeah, it's probably quite cold. Art Frost on 17 kills. 2 more players on 15, 1 on 13, and then you have Nodaneki, who hasn't really seen anybody this entire half, so you kind of have to feel for him, but his entire team has been doing such a great job so far. I mean, Spirit Academy are just team-wise annihilating NAVI Junior, winning every single fight, not really giving them a chance. NAVI, they just had that 3-round streak, but after that, nothing else, and now we jump into TeamSpeak for the pistol.
Trzeba, 4. Еще два. Дарма ради. 53.
Таскай хотел бы. Не важно. За север, Мор.
Well, the initial kills in the fight going the way of NAVI Jr., but Spirit Academy, they fight back, and the Glocks just overpower NAVI Jr. on the stairs there. Just not enough bullets really for Headtrick to have the impact that he wanted when he wanted. He got the reload off, but in the end it wasn't enough. The Glocks just ripping through the heads of NAVI Jr. And they've gone for the investment here. Spirit Academy, they have the rifles out, 3 Galils, 1 AK. And NAVI Jr., they have to go for the force here. You can't blame them for that much, but if this one goes wrong, the whole game's gone wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a Hail Mary play right now, and they're going to get tested. Demon, he's all alone. He needs the support. Prozik is going to be on the plays, but there's the attack onto Demon already. 36 HP to work with. But Spirit Academy, they don't want to commit just yet. They slowed things down.
Yeah, I mean, you've no idea what's waiting for you on the other side of that site. You've already had your say early on. You've already given away the sound cues. Nades have been thrown over, so the rotations could definitely be there, and it's probably the correct choice to double back. But the issue is you have to clear out every angle because the pistols could be waiting for you around every corner.
Yeah, you kind of hope that the pistols give you something, so just you know that you have the man advantage going into a bomb site, and you're going to be all right with the 1-for-1 refragging, and you're going to have the man advantage most of the time. But Navi, they haven't actually been too aggressive and proactive around the map, which is kind of surprising, but now Spirit will have to eventually group up and play.
Frost gets the opening kill. Demon goes down. Frozik trapped behind default on the site. Nipple with a nice headshot with the deagle. Needs a little bit more. Won't get it. Frost takes him down. Recovers the bomb as well. Head trick. A tag for tag. Nobody coming away with the frag. 15 seconds as the bomb is eventually going to be put down. And our NAVI Jr. are going to be put down and out of their misery by Spirit Academy, because it has been a complete misery here on Vertigo. One that was definitely not expected by a lot, maybe by a few. But in this CIS Derby, Spirit Academy have been the one and only dominant showing, and they would be very much deserved winners even if they were to take this 16-3.
Yeah, and it's wild to think that Spirit Academy's journey on Vertigo, that looks really impressive up to this matchup. Started with a 2-16 loss to MOUZ NXT, right? On this very map. They lose 2-16, and then they beat Eternal Fire 16-0, and now they're 14-3 in the lead. Now, I know what happened yesterday on Mirage, and obviously this one is a little bit easier because it's not a 14-2, it's a 14-3, but I really don't see a comeback happening right now. Especially because of the money situation on the side of Navi right now, that have a really tough decision to make, and that is to actually eco when you're down that badly. But yeah, Spirit Academy, they've proven to be a team that's mentally really resilient and able to bounce back from situations in which other teams and players might actually crumble. Which, you know, credit where credit's due. They've played their journey has been really entertaining so far in the Academy League.
One of my favorite teams to watch, for sure.
Yeah.
One of my favorite teams to watch. They have been absolutely incredible, and it's been them just storming through this game, really. And they have played an absolute blinder so far. Speaking of blind, Headtrick completely blind. Owned by owner. Frozik now doesn't want to be frozen in place where that Molotov goes down. Needs to push past it, looking for the deagle shots. Donk taking a healthy amount of damage. Nipples found owner through the smoke. It's something to work with for the NAVI Jr. boys. And they might as well just go for this round. Just hope that they hit the shots. No point in saving. It is only deagles and a scout. It's not going to be a whole lot in the following round, but they need to wait these smokes out. Now they continue to push onto the site. 2 players towards Ivy and Short. Zontix is going to be holding. There's the first kill. Won't get a second. Nipples picked up an 8k and he's got a double. Unbroken with another. Artfrost needs to do it all. They're on the defuse. Unbroken takes him down. There is just enough time. No, there's not.
No.
Oh, it's so close. What an attempt. One attempt of a retake there from NAVI Jr. They hit every shot they needed to, but in the end, they just did not have the kit, and that's what cost them.
Yeah, that was just Nipple reminding us of himself just for a second there with those 2 insta-1 deeks, and the 3rd headshot from Unbroken was really sick as well. There's the replay, Nipple. Really good shots with the AK-47 and Broken to finish things off, but even though they found all the kills necessary, Navi didn't have the finances for a defuse kit, and now it's do or die And it's 12 do or dies in a row, actually. 3-15, Spirit Academy looking for one of the most impressive victories so far. And I'm saying that for the third time watching this team.
Yeah, I mean, being able now to kind of turn around, it's been so far a season that has been back and forth. It's been average to best describe it, but this result is definitely above average. Do not get it twisted.
Yeah. That's just Spirit Academy saying to everybody, you know what? We are here, and we're actually a dark horse in this tournament.
Yeah.
It's not like we're going to be one of those teams to just go over at the play in CS and maybe win one game there and never make it into the playoffs. Spirit Academy, they look like a force to be reckoned with, and they have that 16-3 over NAVI Junior to prove it.
Unless Hedrick can produce something magical. But he's stopped at the first hurdle. 16-3, NAVI Junior being completely torn limb from limb. Something that we have not seen happen to the CIS side. They started 4-0 after 2 disappointing results. Now that puts them 4-2. We thought they might be, you know, unbeaten going through it the way that they were playing, but very much beatable, and Spirit Academy have proven exactly that.
Yeah, and once again, we've gotten a really interesting testament that this is going to be the most competitive WePlay Academy League season ever. This is it. Everyone can beat everyone, every single team, and that is 0-0 Prospects losing to everyone bar MOUZ NXT and NAVI Junior. Spirit Academy onto a good start, beating Go Prospects, then losing 2 games in a row, and then coming back in a really, really impressive way. It has been going back and forth, but on Vertigo today, it wasn't back and forth. It was just one direction fire. And, well, unfortunately for NAVI Junior, it was just pointed at them. Artfrost, Dong, Zontix, Owner, and Nodaneki, all of them played an insane game. And Artfrost continues actually being the best Vertigo Oper we've had so far in the WePlay Academy League.
I mean, he came up against the statistically best Oper in the event, Hedrick, and it was not a fair fight. He averaged a kill and a half every single round, 157 ADR. That is absolutely ridiculous. Donk having one of the best performances we've seen from him as well. I mean, usually we're looking towards Owner to have a good game. He had a decent game, but Donk played absolutely spectacularly towards middle. He held on to that. His multi-kill potential was amazing. His help out on B, he was at least coming away with 1 or 2 from near every single scenario, but it's definitely Artfrost that is gonna be the man of the match. Definitely my MVP anyway. As Spirit Academy, they go 4-3 in Group A. But Ted, myself and yourself, we are done sadly for the day. Brandon and Lucy are going to be taking over from us, but we definitely do not want you guys to go anywhere because we've got one of the matchups of the day coming up. It's MOUZ NXT taking on Astralis Talent. It's going to be a very intriguing one, and one that might say it all as things shape up towards the top end of Group A. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere because WePlay action will be taking place very, very soon.
having a lovely Sunday here watching the WePlay Academy League. It's now me, Lucy and B-Dog back for your last 2 games of the day. Brandon, how's your Sunday going?
Yeah, it's been good. Watched some very exciting Counter-Strike today in the WePlay Academy League Season 5. We've had fumbles a little bit with NIP kind of struggling to get it over the line against Apeks Rebels. And we've also had crumbles. Spirit Academy, we just saw absolutely overran NAVI Jr. on Vertigo. And let's not forget about the first match of the day that we saw MOUZ NXT taking it home against the Prospects, 16-10 on Inferno.
Yeah, it's a bit of a needed win for them after losing in that initial match against Prospects a few days ago. But we can see the last 2 remaining games of the day are going to be MOUZ NXT versus Astralis Talent coming up first. Going to be closing things off with OG Academy versus ENCE Academy. So a few rematches. Well, that's a rematch anyway that I'm very excited for. But MOUZ NXT versus Astralis Talent, Brandon. I think this one is one that we're pretty excited about.
I think this is a lot closer than people think. Take a look at the standings. MOUZ NXT currently 2nd in the group, level on points with, well, Spirit Academy, Astralis Talent, and NAVI Jr. It's only those round differences that are separating these teams right now. But what's exciting is that MOUZ NXT, they've kind of been falling off a little bit. They've not really been winning the games that we almost typically expect from them. But Astralis Talent, over the last couple of days, have been throwing these map curveballs at teams, showing how deep their strat book really lies, and they've been picking up the victories left, right, and centre.
Yeah, we can see here so far for MOUZ NXT, they had a technical win to kick it all off, but had that win against Astralis Talent on Mirage, so a rematch coming in, and a couple of strong games, but then a couple of losses, as you mentioned. They went down to Prospects on Mirage, and they went down to Eternal Fire Academy on Mirage, which I think was one that no one expected to come. And then for Astralis Talent, their first game of the tournament was at double OT against NAVI Jr. And then they've had a bit of an up and down since then. Last 2 games you can see on Ancient and Nuke, Astralis starting to flex that map pool, as you rightly mentioned. And maybe we'll see some cool maps today, maybe. Or maybe we'll just see Mirage again.
Potentially. What I think is interesting is Astralis Talent, in terms of their tournament trajectory, is they've kind of been losing against the teams you kind of expect them to do, but also they've been winning against the teams that you typically expect them to win against. So they've been following the consistent path. I think MOUZ NXT have gone against the grain a little bit, especially losing to Eternal Fire Academy and the Prospects, both of those new rosters, so you can kind of forgive them a little bit. Take a look at the map pools across the board. Both of these teams, they play various. Where we'll end up, I'm not too sure. I would hedge my bets more towards a Mirage though. I know both these teams are comfortable on it, and last time it was a really good best of 1, so potentially we could see it again.
Teams have matched up quite a bit in the past. Nuke is another map that we've definitely seen them play against each other before, but so, with Mirage removed, that's a huge possibility that could come in. Vertigo, obviously another map that both these teams do play, so potential to see one of those. And yeah, I can understand the ban from Astralis Talent. They know that Mirage on paper is MOUZ NXT's best map, and even though Astralis Talent do tend to feel quite comfortable on it, they have suffered a few losses, and a pretty devastating one against NAVI Jr. on it as well, so they've been a bit more hesitant to play it, I think, since then.
What's really interesting is Astralis Talent, they've just banned out immediately these more aim-reliant individualistic maps, and now we're going for a complete curveball. We're going to see either Nuke or Vertigo. We saw Nuke yesterday for Astralis Talent, and their rotations, and actually just that overwhelm on the T side was too much for Eternal Fire Academy to handle. We're actually going to see it again. It's going to be very interesting to see how this one matches up. On paper, MOUZ NXT, I believe, slightly has the edge, but after being incredibly impressed with what Astralis Talent brought to the table on that Nuke yesterday, let's not rule them out. This game is actually poised to be very good and potentially incredibly close.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a huge amount of Astralis Talent's CT side just because of how dominant their T side was on Nuke, but one assumes they've got plenty in the strat book for it. We saw Vigo and Fessor stepping up on Nuke against Eternal Fire Academy yesterday. Can they repeat it here against MOUZ NXT? The winner of this matchup will propel themselves to the top of their group as well, so there's a lot on the line.
All right, well, Astralis Talent, you mentioned it already. Didn't really see too much of their CT. Immediately going to see a first half from them. Dual Beretta's out for Fessor, equipped with the nade. MOUZ NXT grouping in towards lobby. A couple of pieces of utility here and there. But as this door gets blown off its hinges, MOUZ NXT set their sights on ramp.
Yeah, Mr. looking like he might be interested for a bit of info, and there's a double setup in towards ramp. Apeks is here and has an ally ready to swing too. In fact, there's also a player over towards Hell, so they've got quite the ramp setup. And here's that bait and switch. Bigo, he's going to get hard cleared by Exertion. He goes down. Exertion actually doubles up for both of these defenders, and he goes for more, but Breezer's going to punish him before he can find any more. Still, though, that's a man advantage for MOUZ NXT and a pathway down to the B-bomb site.
This rotation, though, Fessel is down the vents, and Breezer's just going to immediately join him. How much work can these dual Berettas really do, though? About to open the doors potentially at the same time. They swing in, but Shane, he's on the other side. Head decapitated, clean off. Now Breezer, he runs in as well, and in fact, is winning the gunfight against Shuey on the ramp. It's so close. Swapping, trying to reload it. It's on burst fire of all things, but that bomb could be faked out. Both of these players just only a couple of clicks away. Breezer trying to get a hat-trick in the round, and he will. Secures it, but is there enough time on the bomb? I don't think so. MOUZ NXT, they play the clock, and they convert the pistol.
Breezer, oh, he was one bullet shy. You could see he was so close. All he needed was that last bullet to land, and he'd won the round. A heroic effort in the 2 versus 3. But Shui plays that perfectly, right? He knows he's down to 12 HP, and he just doesn't peek. He knows that defuse has to last at least 5 seconds, and he just sits it out. He waits. He knows that Breezer wants to go for that fight to bait him in, and he doesn't fall for it, and that wins the round.
Yeah, worked really well played. We see a lot of the Academy teams just swing on in, take these individual fights for MOUZ NXT, burn the clock, and secure the round on the board. Could be a quicker one. Already, utility being deployed towards top hut. Mister, armed with this responsibility. Fessel's here with a Deagle as well, but might get cut down by the MAC-10. Not to be, and trades are fall in favour to Astralis talent right now on A.
Yeah, damage shot. In fact, Apeks is able to finish off MHL with the scout. Just these 2 players left with 2 Galils, and they're running right into a stacked bomb site, but Shane's able to double up. 2 kills for him without any trade, even gets a 3rd onto Vigo. They're falling apart here. The Galils are getting it done. Now Jimvat, he's the one that has to come through and support, because Apeks has been smoked off. He has nowhere he can see here with the scout. Trying to reposition and find something. Gonna swing out, and Shane catches him off guard. They're gonna crawl it back, but Astralis talent. It felt like maybe they could have stolen that one.
What a performance by Shane, a quadra kill in that round just to level the playing field after Astralis talent getting some kills on towards the bomb site, consecutive for MOUZ NXT. And now let's hop into their team speak and see how they address round number 3.
I'll go side now.
Yeah, dude. I would nade off the red. Yeah.
I will molly around.
Just play Navi default after the smokes.
Nothing outside.
Yeah, nothing outside at all. I'm holding city, bro.
Yeah.
You didn't show anything on the round.
Go back to Navi smokes now.
Hubert,
let's be ready to
wait, Hubert, molly deep main and then I will nade it. And then let's go back to smokes.
Wait.
Yeah.
Molly deep main
now.
Push out ramp.
I will cross down.
I'm ready.
Hold the smoke.
Yeah, let's do the smokes.
Okay,
I'm
ready?
Wait.
Ready? Throw.
And just play Navi default here. Take the bomb outside as well.
I will molly secret come in.
Yeah.
And I will walk down. Molly
I
secret.
have 2 flashes for under heaven if you want.
Can you take darts for me, Jimmy?
Yeah, I have door.
Bomb is outside.
You get heaven.
You're clear.
Okay, top of that. He's in front of doors. He's pushing doors maybe. No, he
went
dropped it. He dropped
he
it.
went vent, yeah.
What shot stuck down?
I will be behind the red guys.
Okay, we will split B here. Actually, Milo, go back lobby.
Okay.
We need to go A.
I'll take the bump now.
Secret clear close, come in.
One is down for sure.
Yeah, we're splitting A, we need to be
Can you
fast.
molly double come in?
Radio, I think.
Molly double, let's pick 2 single together.
He's top radio probably, yeah. I have
going back.
radio.
Wait for me, Jimmy.
I'm holding the door.
One cut. Pushing cut. They're pushing lobby now probably.
I'm holding the door.
Pushing radio.
Watch the garage.
Watch out cut.
I'm jumping.
I'm going behind.
Come out, guys.
Let's see how.
Touches. Maybe he's stuck, watch out. Touch is dead.
Let's go.
Cancer.
I have lobby.
Had that.
One more AP probably. Watch out.
Wind up, wind.
Nice.
I have radio, guys.
I have radio too.
I have main.
Plant for main.
Yeah, I have main. Don't see under heaven.
I have vent. So I can take heaven.
Should we ramp?
Can be secret now.
Okay, sure.
I have under heaven. Under heaven.
Sorry, I'm flashing you.
Lockers. Lockers, I'm blind. Lockers. Yeah.
Lockers. He will pick. Gosh.
Mister.
Last one is unknown.
I'm going this one.
Should be ramp or down.
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Good adjustment.
You could really see how that round evolved just from listening to the comms. You could have the screen completely off and you would have a full picture of how that panned out, how they got the outside control. You heard that NAVI smokes, NAVI default. They got down into secret. They're like, we're going to go for B split. Wait, no, wait. Without positioning, we're going to go for the A split. They repositioned all the calls coming through. Very insightful.
Yeah, what's cool as well is the fact that obviously they've been watching demos to get this sort of execute, but also off the back of it, they know exactly what reaction's going to come upon of it when they deploy the smokes. And it's picture perfect from Exertion, leading from the front, deploying his team in all the correct positions. Astralis talent just succumbed to the pressure. It's a full gun round though for them. Breezer peeking on over. Oh, I thought about taking the shot, but instead scopes his way back in. A lot of defenders for Astralis talent over towards A early. But primarily, right now, the focus for MOUZ NXT is secret, but Vigo could be the fly in the ointment if Exertion pushes too far down the stairs.
Yeah, I think this is part of what that NAVI default is talking about, right? We often see NAVI get electronic down into secret, and then they kind of just play around that, see if he can find an opening while the rest of the team looks for room elsewhere. And, well, that seems to be the case here. Breezer with the 8OP, not going to find anything, and Vigo's gone hunting, and he's caught Exertion off guard. Fessel, the spray through the smoke almost brings down Shui. He's on the 14 HP. Looks like he's about to go for a mad one, try and chase down Fessel, but thinks better of it. Decides not to commit to that run through. And now there's 3 Ts grouped outside. Shane is going to be joining them as well. Voltex, he's in towards lockers and he's been removed. And Yimfat's also found the push from Fessel. It's crumbling here for the CT. It's just Vigo left and he's got 19 HP in event.
Absolutely perfect reactions from MOUZ NXT. They're so aware of all the map control Astralis talent can try and retake off them. You see Jimfat, he's just that sole player trying to lock down that lobby position. Well, Fessa just walks straight into him. And Vigo now has a total task ahead of him, trying to just save onto this rifle. They're already holding for the stairs. Jimfat, he knows what's up and will remove him as well. No weapons can be brought forward on this CT side. And look at their money. It's not in the best position. A partial investment surely will be the answer.
Fantastic start here on the T side from MOUZ NXT. A couple of similar rounds back to back there in terms of the utility deployed and the way that they tried to play that one out, but their responses were different based on where they got the info on these CTs, where those engagements came through. And the response was good after they lose Exertion in towards Secret as well. They're able to still capitalize on space elsewhere. And this time, Vigo, he's looking to capitalize on outside. Playing around this smoke at mid-shell does clear him. Wasn't sure if he was going to for a second there. Now late smokes can come through, so Fessel's vision is obscured. Fires off a couple of rogue deagle bullets. They're not going to be connecting with anybody, and it's info in towards lobby, and Yimfat, he's there with the spray. Going to be getting one. Breeze is good for the trade as that spray gets a little unwieldy. That's an AK that can be recovered at least, but they are a man down. And they don't quite have the weaponry to go for these engagements.
Bit of a role reversal. CT's over towards the lobby. But Breezer gets caught with a smoke grenade in his hand. Oltex, the only rifle for the job. And whilst Fessa falls by the wayside, this AK-47 is going to need to be held onto. Bomb plant goes down. MOUZ NXT surely on their way to round number 5. Now the question is, can this AK-47 be retained into the follow-up? MHL, 2 kills in this round. We spoke a little bit before we came on air, Lucy, that he's a really standout player for MOUZ NXT, especially in this event. Second highest rated player throughout all of WePlay Academy Season 5, and he's starting off strong. Hoping we can see a bit more brilliance from him.
He's been very solid for this team, and, well, Exertion's the one that's going hunting here. Holtex holding a nice little line here. So if Exertion oversteps the mark, holding for him, and oh, there it is. There's the headshot. Molotov deployed, but he should be holding on to this one. Has that smoke that he picked up for free? That's one of MOUZ's smokes. Saves himself $300. Although he spent $400 throwing them. Well, $600 throwing the molly, so I guess he comes out behind. But hey, he gets an AK.
Yeah. Fine. Look, he got a little bit of piece of utility. Replenish that one at the very least. And he's bringing forward an AK-47 into the round to support Breeze's AWP, and the rest of the gang are just armed with these silenced M4s. Quite pivotal for the smoke spam. It's made Nuke CT a little bit more potent. But it is currently that outside control that MOUZ NXT are really exploiting on Astralis Talent's behalf, and they really need to find a solution to the problem. Potentially, that's what this pause is for, just trying to figure that one out themselves.
Breezer on the AWP, we didn't really get to see too much when he first brought that out a few rounds back, so I'm looking at him to really be the difference maker here for Astralis Talent. Really needs to be that dynamic AWPer that we see on the CT side. It's a vital role on Nuke, I would say, if you want to have a successful CTR, particularly when you're down 0-5, really need to start stepping up and punishing the fact that there's no AWP on that T side as well. We've yet to see MHL bring that one out, and that could just be courtesy of the fact that MOUZ are having such success with these just contact plays and going for these duels, these smokes and playing around them, going for these engagements. No need to deploy the AWP when you're having such success.
I think the structure of the rounds as well doesn't really dictate an AWP peeking and trying to get the encounters long range. More of an essence of just taking the space outside, deploying, exertion, more in that electronic role as we've previously spoken about, and just trying to get the opening advantage. Although if he does bring it out, it'd be good to see, especially maybe just putting some pressure over towards ramp. We saw that on the game yesterday against Eternal Fire Academy, Astralis Talent were never really tested towards that area of the map, so we don't really know how strong or weak that pressure point could potentially be. Just taking a look at the kill distribution across the board, although it is in the early stages, MOUZ NXT, they're right up there. Everyone's chiming in and having some impact somewhere across the board.
Yeah, for Astralis Talent, I know it's only 5 rounds in, but Vigo and Fessel were the two names I mentioned as we came into this game as the ones that stood out on Nuke against Eternal Fire Academy yesterday. They both had 24 kills, both had 100+ ADR. At the moment, they're getting off to a bit of a slower start. So they're definitely pieces of that puzzle that Astralis Talent need to put together if they want to stem the bleeding here. Because MOUZ NXT, they are starting to take this one away. A 5-0 start, that's as good as it gets for the T side.
I think Neokai dubbed it as 6 T rounds being the golden ticket on Nuke typically in this day and age. With MOUZ already achieving 5 of them perfectly. 6 seemingly just feels 1 round away, so it'll be interesting to see how Astralis Talent can combat this. It looks like we are just a little bit of an extended pause, but not to worry, we will get right back underway as soon as we possibly can. I'm interested in Breezo, this AWP, because we commented on it as well, about how dynamic potentially he could be. Starts outside, rotates around towards ramp in some of the games against Eternal Fire Academy, and was really just trying to provide that outlet that Astralis Talent needed to take space and map control away from that T side. It just came at a virtue as well that just kind of added the cherry on top of the already wonderful cake that Astralis Talent had on that T side, right? Double digits going into that, and that's really where they shone. So although this looks a little bit dire right now, I've got faith that they can still make this a lot more competitive than it currently seems.
Absolutely. And I mean, Breezer... Well, there was a point I was about to make, but MHL giving us a little face. Wow, that's completely derailed where I was going. Breezer on Ancient in that game against 0-0 Prospects, he had a bit of a slow start on the T side, but he ended up being a crucial part of what brought them across on the CT side, right? His AWP clutches, he put I think it was back-to-back 1vx's where he was able to actually bring that round forward. And, he's vital, alongside Vigo and Fessa if they do want to take down a team like MOUZ NXT, because that's a big win to take. You know, you mentioned earlier before this game started that they've won against the teams you expect and they've lost against the ones that you expect, right? So they've lost to NAVI Junior, they've had a loss to MOUZ NXT. NAVI Junior twice, in fact, but they've taken down Eternal Fire Academy, they've taken down Spirit Academy, they've taken down 0-0 Prospects. If they want to be the top in the group, though, if they want to be, a threat, and potentially be one of those teams that we talk about as top 4 finished, they have to be able to beat MOUZ NXT and NAVI Junior in these best of ones.
I think this is the perfect time for Astralis Talent to really play MOUZ NXT as well. MOUZ NXT trying to recover off the back of some unexpected losses, and at the same time, Astralis Talent just building on some momentum. It's one of these maps, it's Nuke, that's not well, really been played in the Academy League at all. So coming into it, never really sure what to expect. But Astralis Talent clearly had a game plan yesterday against Eternal Fire Academy. So should be quite familiar with how they want to play this one out. Unfortunately, it's not really gone to plan. We've had some disconnects, and now we've had some reconnects. So hopefully we can get this all sorted. I think it's server side. So we're just going to sort that out just a couple of seconds, and then hopefully without too much delay, we can get the game underway in round number 6. But it's worth waiting for. These two teams can be a real brawl. And, well, Astralis Talent need to start showing that, though. Come on, give yourselves a chance.
I feel like there's a lot of light coming through MHL's window. Maybe it's just because the webcam is facing it, but I feel like that would be very distracting to me if there was like a bunch of glare on your screen. You know, you don't want to. I don't know. Just trying to make small talk about the webcam. Got to feel these little silences, Brandon.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I've been enjoying seeing the webcams. Also been enjoying seeing the team speaks. I think that's something we can quickly touch on because obviously that's a new feature to this season. And what I've been really impressed with is no matter which TeamSpeak you jump into, no matter what the scoreline is at all, everyone seems to be extremely happy and just motivated to be here. And that's what CS is all about. Yes, obviously winning is the primary objective, but it's also the journey along the way. And the fact that there's so many of these young talents just really having a good time in the server. For most of them, this is one of the highest stages that they've been on so far in their career. And it's just really nice that each and every time we jump into one of these servers, everyone's having a good time. You see on the webcams, everyone's smiling, everyone's laughing, even if they do lose a clutch here or there. And it's just really added some well-needed personality into some of these teams. Can really just kind of get us real understanding. You kind of grow a little bit closer to some of these players on the server. And it's just been a really welcome addition. I hope this carries on because I'm a really big fan of these TeamSpeak rounds.
Yeah, and I like the way, you know, the teams have a bit of fun with it, don't they? You know, we've had a few funny moments, a few big loud nices, a few interesting exchanges. We had a hint at Mister earlier. I remember in one of the MOUZ NXT games, yeah, on the Mirage one, where we got some pretty comedic Misters. So we'll see if we get that again on the MOUZ comms. We get the Astralis Talent ones up in a few rounds. I'll be keen to hear them. See how they're dealing, because pretty rough go on the CT side and to get off to a start like this. But we know what they can do. We know what their T side is like. We know it's got a lot of guts to it, a lot of oomph. See, little restart here.
Ooh. That's normally good signs of things to come.
That's normally good. See, moving around, utility being purchased.
Yeah.
Chat being spoken.
Yeah, you can hear it, right? You can do a little click. That means that they're communicating with each other. Hopefully that means we get it underway.
Yeah, there we go.
We are. Look at that. There we go. All right then. Let's see
Back into it.
Go on.
All right.
Lucy, talk to us. What's going on?
Let's
So MOUZ NXT 5 in a row here on the T side. Going to be continuing this interest outside, deploying those smokes quickly, actually, straight out the gate. Going to be throwing those ones down. We've been seeing these sort of deep smokes they've been preferring. Oh, that's a perfect Molotov. They're going for the boost there. Counters it completely and brings both of them down low as well. 68 and 77, courtesy of that fiery bottle. That's 2 players that have made their way down to Secret as well. So MOUZ NXT have got a lot of room here to work with off the back of that.
What are they going to do with it? Apeks rotating down. Utility being deployed by MOUZ NXT. So that's going to give up some of the ghost. But Apeks going to tuck himself into a corner. And MOUZ NXT just going to wait for Astralis Talent. Are they going to reveal their hand? Rest of this T side grouping towards ramp right now. Straight potentially into the AWP of Breezer.
Apeks, he's about to get crunched from both sides. Breezer has found that kill. He's trying to go for a bit of a wall bang there. Not going to connect. He's going to fall back and play it safely. Exertion has found the opening to the B side, though. Apeks was sitting on the side, and Exertion opens the door and slams a bullet straight into his face. So that's now that side open. Kills are even back and forth, but the bomb has gone down. Fess is sort of quick rotate. There's a couple of players on the other end, but he catches the head. Fantastic shot. Nades are thrown in both directions, but hold on. A couple of kills going back and forth. Shui doubles up with the headshots, trying to reposition here. And in fact, self-supporting him, and Shui 3 headshots in the round. The 3K does it. 6 HP to pick up the AWP and retrieve at the end, and MOUZ NXT 6 in a row.
That reaction from MOUZ NXT, as soon as the first kill comes in on the B bomb site, Exertion rotates all the way around and holds the vent drop. Then you've got Jimfat and Shui immediately positioned on the secret. There's no way in for Astralis Talon. Straight back into the bomb site. Cannot get anything going. It's perfect from MOUZ NXT, and they keep it flawless.
MOUZ with Breeze finding that opening as well with the AWP. Oh, and he's removed. He had a hero AWP. It's been now picked up by Vigor, and at least he's able to get a kill in response. The double nade, not a nice way to go. And Vigor, he's creeping and crawling forward. Gonna get a second on the MHL. He's now being helpful. Jimfat not gonna let any further craziness occur here. And Vigor, there's a bit of a timing here because Shui's looking interested in making his way out onto site. This is also rotated off. It's getting a little weird. That bomb's still sitting in lobby. He has made his way out. That spray transfer is fantastic. Able to control it and find Fessel's head, but Mister's there for a double up. Jimfat now has to pull off the 1 versus 3. Knows at least where Mister is. Knows Figo should be in this neighborhood, and there he is. Puts it now into this 1 versus 1. Just a Deagle for Ultex as well. He has pushed up. Gonna be able to take this fight. Jimfat spots the Deagle. Spots the Deagle, finds him, sprays him through the wall, gets the kill.
It's absolutely heartbreaking for Astralis Talent. It's a 3 versus 1, and Jimfat just finds those entries. Really nice kills over towards the squeaky position. Isolates the gunfights perfectly, and unfortunately for Ultex, he just doesn't have the weapon for the job. And off the back of losing that round, let's hop into Astralis Talent's team speak and hear what they have to say.
Tidligt her. Stiller Raps. Og var nede floor igen. Nej, derude. En på taget. Ja. Hvor er døren? Kan godt strafe bag rød her. Jeg holder op ad gaten. Lægger NAVI væk nu. Flash udenfor. Kan du flash højt, Victor? Bare lige udenfor hurtigt. Jeg går lige ned. Ja. Jeg går lige ned Secret, Victor. Jeg er nede Secret. Jeg er lige målet for en Secret. Ja. Jeg går på hotten, Mikkel. Gør det. Der er ingenting udenfor, gutter. Ingenting udenfor. Jeg smukker døren, Victor. Kom af nu. Ja, kom af eller rampe. Jeg smukker døren. Hold hot. Jeg ved. Ikke gennem rampe. Jeg har rampe. Og leave mig. Ikke ude. Warehouse! Benja. Ja, jeg kan godt. One high. Han er alene, Victor. Nice. Klar af. Jeg holder døren. Jeg sidder tæt, hot. Hot, clear mig. Kom ud nu. 2. Good side. En med, Victor. Good side. Sygt. Sygt frem. Nice. Det er fjernelse frem. Det er fjernelse frem.
Well, we talk about them having fun, and well, that sounded like fun. They get the first on the board, and it's off the back of 3 kills from Fessor with the FAMAS. Brandon, I've said a lot of bad words about the FAMAS, but maybe Fessor is, maybe he's making a case for it.
We love the FAMAS. No slander, please. Let's look at this replay. Lovely stuff from Fessor. Such long range as well.
Yeah.
We love it.
Well... Man, this felt like that should have been their round. They just had the opening, but Fessor, he just shuts everything down here with this double up. Well, and the third, in fact, so... Great stuff from him. Now looking like maybe a contact play in towards ramp. Ultex is going to throw a very nicely timed nade. A bit of damage, actually. It looked like it might have done a bit more, but it does make them all now susceptible to that M4. And Breeze is rotated with the AWP. It's the perfect line. 1 kill. Flash comes through, so he can't peek it into it again, and Ultex had to fall back as well. So MOUZ have gained control, but it's the loss of one of their lives. And oh, that's a nice flash. No peek off the back of it. Keeping MOUZ on notice.
Did Exertion not get spotted there going down towards Secret? Must have, right? Surely. Look at that rotation going down towards the ramp. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I was going to say, that's one heck of a time. If Fessor was even down the vent. Just holding for Exertion to work his way around the corner, and he will win out that gunfight. 2-man advantage now for Astralis Talent. Such a dominating position that we haven't really seen themselves to be finding in all that much. MOUZ NXT still got good control over towards ramp at the very least, but that's the only bit of space that they have. trying to worm their way down towards the B-bomb site. Breeze is holding for this flank towards Hao, and Ultex is already in a good position to stop this.
He's the only one here, though, so if they're able to get him out, keep the trades clean, or at least just find him for free, that would be huge. He has to come up big here to keep them in the round. 15 seconds, and they're still not committing, throwing the utility, taking their time. That's going to allow these rotations to come through. That's exactly what happened. Fessor, he's made his way down, and it's actually Vigo that burns out amongst that. Fessor swings out, though, can't quite deny the bomb going down. Mister has made his way over. That was the hero play, but it doesn't connect. Still an opportunity now. Still doing a fair bit of damage there through the wall bang, and Breeze is able to find MHL as well. We've got a round on our hands here, throwing the flash out. Shane has dropped down, trying to play around the silos here. Yimfat on the other side, so they have both these angles cover, peeking off each other, but Shane's out of bullets, has to do it with the Glock, and Mister, he gets it done with the M4A1S. Picks up the AWP to take that one through, and is going to defuse that bomb.
What a performance by Shane in that round. Oh my goodness me, a quadra kill with 15 seconds left, nearly bails MOUZ NXT out of a 2-man disadvantage. What a performance, even body blocking the bomb plants and eliminating Fessor. That's potentially the round-winning kill right here, but not to be. Mister does double up and will survive the scare. The Astralis talent finally back-to-back rounds now. And is there a way back in for them? Potentially there is in round number 10, because MOUZ NXT, they're only operating with Tech 9s.
Alright, chance to get a couple of rounds here for Astralis talent. They've still got their backs well against that wall. That corrugated iron wall. Oh, MOUZ NXT, they're hopping around and there's talk and chat. So everyone teleports back to home. Session's full board. And the clock is ticking. So I think it's happy days, Brandon. I think it was just a little false alarm. And you guys excited at home, you thought a round was going to happen. Well, we baited you out. You baited. Now the round's actually happening. This is the real round.
Yeah, no damage done, so that means we can just reset that one for those at home. Not to worry. Let's get things back underway. Normal programming has indeed resumed. Vigo looking towards outside. The smokes get deployed. MOUZ NXT make their way down safely towards Secret.
That they do. But there's 2 rotations here. Fessor and Mister, they're here with the M4A4s, and they're trying to spray everyone down. Although MHL with the Tech 9 has found a kill. One player has gotten fast, but Ultex is already on the site. So it's all cleanup crew here. That has picked up the bomb.
Right.
It's a Mac 10 and a way up the vent. So hold the phone. Everyone's rotated. Fessor, though, he's coming up here, trying to make his way back through. That smoke, oh no, it's playing to their disadvantage. And Fessor, well, catches Shane on the jump through. If that smoke hadn't been deployed, which was a T smoke, maybe they could have pulled off that cheeky little 2v3.
Interesting. There's a weld there where that goes to plan, but unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't quite work out that way. MOUZ NXT just trying to be a little bit too clever for Astralis talent, but it was only Tech 9s. A couple of kills fall their way, keeping the economy honest for that CT side. And then, well, the buy doesn't really get much better for this TE side. It's just going to be that AK, but it is in Shane's hands. We have seen him do unbelievable things so far. And it is operating towards ramp. That was the question we had for the first half. How much will Ultex be tested? Potentially. Another is on the cards in round number 11.
Yeah, Shane's 11 for 6. He's having a fantastic game here alongside Yimfat, who's 11 for 5. Between the two of them, they are getting a lot done here, but he's going to have to do a whole lot more here with that hero AK. And, well, they got ramp control a couple of rounds back, but really give them what they wanted in the end. See if they can get more out of it this time. Ultex on the P-cap, going to be spotting them. Charging out, Exertion's got one with the Deagle. Shane does make that AK sing. Finds Vigo, now Ultex on the ramp here, trying to win this engagement. He just wants to back off. He just wants to give up another kill. Already a man advantage for MOUZ NXT. Fessel's going hunting. Going to spot Exertion outside and try and bring him down, but Exertion's able to slip away, and they know that Ultex has fallen down to the site. They know where Fester is as well, and they can use this information to their advantage. He's hidden behind the box. Oh my god. But he does get caught eventually. Miss is able to find Shane as well. That bomb not even going down. The Incendiary comes through to force Shui off the plant. MHL outside. This is a critical duel. Oh, Fester's going to find him. It's all on Shui and Mr. Clean's house.
Some one of those rounds where Astralis talent survive by the skin of their teeth. Aim punch working in their favour in this one, and Fessor just turning round on a dime, 180 spin. Nearly losing exertion in the process, but regardless, it's a cleanish on the board. Astralis talent working their way back in. The deficit, it's been reduced to 3 rounds now, and there's an opportunity. But after a couple of rounds, MOUZ NXT, they're now back on the bye, and MHL, he's on the AWP.
Here we go. We're talking about not having yet seen that here on the T side, but we get the opportunity. See if he's going to have that head-to-head with Breeze. Oh, Fessor, he's just charging through. He's got a teammate by his side, but Shane was all alone. No trade potential, and lobby's taken by the CT. 20 seconds into the round. That's courtesy of MOUZ NXT so consistently going for outside control. It leaves that gap in their defense. And Astralis talent, they exploit it. Now they've got the man advantage.
These NAVI smokes, as dubbed by MOUZ NXT, that have now been deployed. They're just about to fade as well, so the journey towards outside is not the best, and instead, what I imagine is that Shui's going to try and take the contact over towards Secret, keep these players interested, and maybe play with the Astralis talent rotations, Incendiary and Flashbang deployed as well, but Breezer is holding, at least temporarily. He's now just trying to reset towards Secret, but that's where Oltex will strike. That's a critical kill, because that means Astralis talent do not need to rotate over. Fessor will survive, and now Breezer is left alone on this site. Needs to try and pick up the pieces, hold on in, but that Flashbang is perfect, and it sends MOUZ NXT scurrying.
He's able to find a kill despite having 3 HP, and now it's just MHL. He gets cleaned up by Fessor again. He gets legged through, or body shot through the window. The window saves his life, keeps him with 3 health points, and he still finds 2 kills after that. He still has the audacity to continue fighting, continue going for these peaks. Fessor, we mentioned his name, right? He is one of these standout performers for Astralis talent, the top-rated player of the previous season. And well, he's showing us why. 16 for 8, Brandon.
Yeah, it was a nice change-up as well by Astralis talent. They've been quite reserved normally, but in this round, they just really take the fight straight to MOUZ NXT. It's a lobby crunch with 2 players pushing the hut, and it catches them off guard. It nets them the opener, and it makes them uncomfortable for the rest of the round as well, because they don't have the luxury of lobby control. Timer now ticking down in off the back of a MOUZ NXT pause first off the half.
Oh.
And we've got a little bit of a reconnect, so that's fine. You can see us for a bit. Hello. Oh, see you later.
My lifetime, I'm sitting here in the darkness like a gamer.
Yeah, like Art Frost.
You guys get to see our, Brandon's pretty face for a second, and now we're back into it. We get to see the pretty faces of, we get to see the faces of these talents. Oh dear, Mr. on top of Silo here. He's going to be trying for a bit of a peek here. Exertion's found the opening, and then he's going to be charging through Shui. He's going to be dancing around with bunny hops. He's able to avoid that spray. Keeps it difficult, but Bigger, he's arrived. Going for a spray of his own. MHL good for the trade, and Fest has arrived as well. Exertion, wicked, he missed it. He's now left in this 1v2. Even gets a bit of wallback damage and gets the headshot onto Oltex. Hold the phone here. There's still a chance. Exertion, he's found 2. That bomb is retrievable as well. It fell onto the site. Has a little bit of utility to work with, and Fessor, he was brought low earlier. Exertion's even interested in going for a bit of a hunt here. Peeking out. Fessor! He's going to clear him. He hears that footstep, I believe, and he's able to swing out and find the kill. Fessor coming up clutch once again.
Such an important triple kill for Fessor to keep Astralis talent in it. MOUZ NXT, they try and go for a faster A hit. Even with the movement, bunny hopping round the corner, try and divert that crosshair. Doesn't matter. Too many players reinforcing the bomb site for Astralis talent and MOUZ NXT. There's no way in round number 13. And now, look at what it's done to the economy, Lucy. It's not great. It's just these upgraded pistols, a couple of deagles. Look at the utility. It's dire.
We have a game on our hands here, Brandon. Astralis talent looking to even this one up, 7 apiece. Oh, nice little nade there. Viggo knows he did the damage earlier. Able to throw that high explosive through, and it's just going to be a charge down onto Ramps. Oltex, he gets caught out a little bit here, but he can drop the incendiary and get away. Even dropping the panic, and they're going to overwhelm the AWPer. That can be retrieved now for MHL. That's his weapon of choice. Mist just holding if they do decide to go up through heaven. But they've now thrown things into a bit of chaos as they've taken control in towards Ramp. They have Hell under lock. Now they have to make a decision as to how they play this one out. Altex is down on B side. He's the only one here, tucked in behind the silo. Be a difficult one to clear, and he can just hold one of these sides.
Good reaction by Fessor as well, pushing lobby, making sure that MOUZ NXT haven't come all the way back in. With that incendiary, Oltek's going to have a pretty good idea what's going on, but he can't get the kill at all. Shane with a critical headshot on the hand cannon, and now as Mr. swings in, he's good for the spray for 2 as well. And now it's just this Deagle that opens up the account on the bomb site that needs to find 3 more. Creeping his way in, Decon is open. And there's a player in the control room as well. It gets a little bit difficult, and although Shane finds one, it's the immediate trade out, and Astralis Talent, they tie up the scoreline.
Can't believe Shane finds that. That's incredible. But yeah, just sheer numbers from Astralis Talent get it done there. And I mean, it's Mister that saves that round. It looks like it gets a bit of dicey there, right? They push through, they get that AWP. MHL, he has his hands on that one, and then they find the opener into the B bomb site. Altex goes down. There's an opportunity then to be able to get that bomb down, put MHL with the AWP to be able to hold down these positions, but Mister goes for the hero play, swings open the door, drops 2 in quick succession. And that sets up Astralis Talent to close that round out. And look at that, 7 in a row, then 7 in a row. This has just been one-sided, one way or the other.
What's going to be the difference? Is MOUZ NXT going to buck the trend, or is Astralis Talent going to continue on this hot streak? We're about to find out. AWPs for the respective players on either side of the server. Maybe we'll see it. MHL versus Breezer. We know that Breezer likes to operate towards hell. Instead, he's going for a main peak, trying to escape, but Shane opens up the account on ramp. Astralis Talent going for the push, but it's completely punished.
Yeah, Shane, he's been such a heroic force here for MOUZ NXT, and that flash from Shuey, that's going to completely blind Vigo on that cross. He wanted to get there to try and prevent them making their way down, but he's punished going for that play. Mister's rotated down and he's been spotted, so they know where one of these 2 CTs are, so they're going to play the numbers. They're going to go 4 towards the A site, where they know that the most there can only be 1, and it's Breezer. Breezer, though, is going to find exertion, can't quite hit the flick onto the second player, reaggressing into lobby and can't get the quick spot onto Shuey. That leaves Mister. They knew exactly where he was, and he has to put together a 1 versus 3. Going to be making his way back through lobby, but Yimfat is holding in, tucked in the corner there, ready for Mister. Make his way through. Has to be the perfect read. Has to clear all these angles, and well, Yimfat going to make quick work of him. So MOUZ NXT, after losing 7 consecutive, do get the last round of the half, getting them 8 on the board and securing them the win on this half, going into that CT side.
Well, 8 rounds on T side is, well, incredibly good for MOUZ NXT. Yeah, not bad at all. Hey, Jim Fat, what's up?
That's Moomins. He's got Moomin blanket. That's lovely. Love Moomins.
Love to see it.
They're cute. Oh, look at the little
horse in the back.
hanging seat there. That's comfy.
Chicken?
Man, these guys have got all the cool bling in their rooms.
Yeah, it makes my backdrop look a bit silly.
Do you reckon if like everyone's just being too chaotic in the TeamSpeak, he just squeezes the anyway into the TeamSpeak.
One door and outside one running, guys. Watch out.
Nothing out.
They smoke main,
It's
cross
main.
main.
One is outside. Nothing secret. One cross secret.
Ramp, many ramp.
Help me low. Help me
down.
low. Yeah.
Did he cross secret?
They can be outside, guys.
Maybe down, guys.
Down.
Someone rotate.
Down.
One is down secret, yes.
Yeah.
One is secret, Milo.
I need.
And one is ramp.
One dead.
Vent.
One more, man.
One secret.
Above side and everywhere. Above side and dark with bomb.
Right. Nice shot.
Empty.
Oh my goodness me. My favourite call is everywhere. They're everywhere.
Made that call.
And Shane just goes, okay, sure, I'll just kill them all then. Oh my goodness me. A 1 versus 3 nearly is another notch on the tally for the incredible domination we've seen out of MOUZ NXT this tournament, but not to be. Astralis Talent overwhelmed B. and they will convert this pistol round, but oh my goodness me, that was so close. That bomb being stuck in dark as well in JimFat's realm was a little bit difficult for them, but they do manage to recover, and now it's going to be a force fight on the CTs, trying to just combat this early loss to Astralis Talent.
Few too many targets for YNFat, unfortunately. Now Astralis Talent. Taking it slow here on this second round. Fully aware of that tendency for the CT side to full buy into this second round. A lot of smokes being deployed here. Designated smoke thrower. Be throwing those ones. MHL with the scout looking to try and peek over the top of them, but he's been completely grey screened out. Has to reposition. There's a stack here towards the A side. Gonna be walking straight into it. Oh, Fessor, he's caught. Gun barrel sticking out. Viggo's able to get a trade, but Exertion with that Mac 10 that he picked up off the dead body, he's able to find one as well. So Viggo, he's forced to go for this vent drop. YNFat's already rotated down with the MP9, and he can clean it up. It just falls apart for Astralis Talent.
Just picked off one by one. The reaction towards Hut as well, pushing Astralis Talent back. Just comes up in spades for MOUZ NXT, and the force buy comes into full fruition. Instant conversion. It's not a streak of rounds to kick us off in this second half. It's back and forth out the gates. The Astralis Talent they've reinvested in. Consecutive rounds in a row will typically break these force buys. And now, for the Danes, they need to make it work with the Deagles.
MHL has to come up big with this scout. They're all picking into him, and he's just picking heads off Shuey. He's putting on a bit of a show with the FAMAS, but MHL, another headshot with the scout. Easily the most satisfying gun to get those with, so MHL, he's feeling good right now after getting two. Trying to find these 1Ds, another satisfying gun to get him at MHL. It's another headshot. Oh my lord. Doesn't even shoot the body, it's just aimed straight for the head.
I could be completely wrong, but I think the second kill was through Shuey as well.
Yeah, just style points.
Yeah. And he, just off the back of it, he goes, okay, I'm going to bring out an AWP.
What's the point? He just hits the heads. He doesn't need the ult. He just scout it. It's like 3 times cheaper and one shot to the head.
But there is that break in the economy for Astralis Talent. Just going to be the Glocks. Try to get a bomb plant. That would be a wonderful thing if they could achieve it, but they're going to re-attest and challenge MHL outside. That smoke going to allow them potential safe passage, but here comes the FAMAS doing the work, and now Viggo is all that remains once again. Bomb on his back. But can he get the bomb plant down this time? Maybe not, because JimFat's here again. See you later. Not today.
JimFat denying every single time this plant on the B bomb site. Astralis Talent was an 8-8 scoreline. Now it's 11-8. Not what they were hoping for. They get the guns back out again. AKs across the board, and ooh, good to see a little replay of Shane going for that hunt with the Mac 10, cleaning house, making that bank, getting that bread. We see a replay of YNFat running down. Now MHL going for the aggressive peek in towards single door, but going to get smoked off so he doesn't get to spot anything. He's actually going to rotate down into lowers, so no one there at the moment from the T sides. That AWP is out of the equation for a little bit. They do look like ramp is where they want to hit.
JimFat to be tested. But that's the dynamics of the AWP. That's a chonky nade. Can drop the incendiary as well, and can get out of dodge if he needs to. JimFat deploys it and runs away. It's perfect because it forces him straight into Exertion, but Viggo will win out the fight immediately. And now Shane to be tested, tucking on in. Gets flashed, doesn't reveal himself. He could win this, but instead he gets killed from the heavens. And now MHL and JimFat need to try and save, hold on to these weapons. 5 versus 2, it doesn't seem doable, but here comes Fessor on the hunt, and the AWP. It feels like these days are quite numbered, and Fessor will clean up and retrieve it as well.
A flawless round from Astralis. That's fantastically put together. And that comes off just finding that opening in towards ramp. They managed to get control, and they continue to push the issue, catching off Exertion, and then hitting that upper side. And Gio mentioned MHL, he went down into lowers. Now, obviously, Astralis Talent weren't aware of that, but the fact that he'd gone down there, it's completely open.
Ikke det samme. Ja. Og så bare pop ud hot på sådan en random timing, okay? Jeg måler floor for noget der. Lad os sætte. Bare gå tæt hot allerede nu her. Inden hot. Skal vi ikke bare køre på den? Jeg må lige få flasher. Flasher.
Jeg ved.
En gate. Op på hot.
Nej, det kan vi ikke. Back cancel.
Op på hot stadig. Gate over på hot. De har pack. Han er M4 rampe. De har pack. Op. AV.
Jeg kan smoke gate. Vi kan godt komme ind igen.
Jeg løber udenfor, gutter.
Tag lige Molo høj. Eller Molo hot.
Jeg må lige hot. Om på
hot. Ja, op hot, ja. Jeg smoker gate.
Hold lige om på hot, så er Mikkel.
Jeg plads til at se til ven.
Jeg var der bare dose. Jeg søger udenfor nu. Boost, Mikkel.
Ja,
jeg kan booste dig her.
Okay.
Høj. Det er rampespilleren. Høj, gutter. Det er M4 A4.
Det er ikke noget. Fed, floor. Sig til vand, ude!
Kom ind, Frank. Høj ikke. Rig til vand, høj.
Han er kommet ned floor nu.
Nej.
Det er peak på Nance nu. Du har ikke flash. Den anden er til vent.
Nej, no way. Jeg vidste ikke, du lykkes.
No way indeed, but in fact, there's only 3 things that are certain right now on this CT side. Death taxes and a Yimfat multi-kill from the heavens. So unfortunate for Astralis talent, the C4 gets dropped in the open there, and unfortunately, they have to double down on this A-site execute. Nice innovation to try the boost, but unfortunately, they just get shut down time and time again, and now, MOUZ NXT are looking to pull away. Astralis talent, they can rebuy into this, but there's no sniper on Breezer.
Trying to find these openings by force. Dershin playing around this smoke. A little gap in it that he can live in. Some utility getting ready to be deployed top hut. That's been a thorn in their side on these site takes, but there's no one home at the moment. Oh, Mystery's going to swing out and find Exertion tucked in, so it's all on Shane. He's in here, and Mystery's actually made his way down into Spence, so they might just decide to leave him post up, and Fessel, oh, he's going to catch Shane holding across on the site. That's now given them the 2-man advantage. Plus, they've got this player in towards lowers that they can just use to exploit the back lines. You can see MOUZ NXT, they are worried. They have no control now off the back of that. Astralis talent, they're not overcommitting.
I like this. Because what it means is that MOUZ NXT can just worry and they can over-rotate into danger. All the meanwhile, Astralis talent can group up as a unit and ensure the trades are really well happening. MHL about to get overrun, takes one with him to the grave, but it's simply not going to be enough. It's all up to Shuey. 1 versus 4, already being hunted down towards the control room. Will pass the first test, but still has 3 more players to find as he works his way through the smoke. The spray, it's good, but unfortunately for him, can't quite connect the transfer, and it's double digits that have been found for Astralis talent.
Oh, you start to believe that he can do that one when he finds the first, but can't get that second kill. And you know what? I don't even think it matters that Fessel gets that kill onto Shane as he's crossing through, because Mr. is the one that gets that round done. He finds the opener onto Exertion, drops down, and then pays that way down to Rab. He gets that kill on the player holding Rab, and that opens everything up.
Look at the money for this CT side. It's in the bin. USPs and a solitary Deagle that will be put to the ultimate test. Dropping down the vent will be Shuey. Met with a lot of angry Astralis talent players wielding these AK-47s. Vessel leading the line. There will be Vigor actually to overextend in, and he will get the kill as well. MHL struck off the record. And meanwhile, the rest of MOUZ NXT look to fall by the wayside as well. Could be flawless, could be building up the bank balance for Astralis talent. And Oltex trying to secure it and make that one a reality.
Yeah, just a clean-up crew here. USP is not able to get anything done, and, well, in fact, Gunners doesn't even get a chance to really use that Deagle at all. Not really any need to go hunting here for Astralis talent. They know that they were just up against these Deagles, so there's nothing really being saved. They can be cautious. They can have a little bit of a look around. At least avoid death. But off the back of this, Astralis Talent, they're going to get themselves up to 11. That's going to give them 1 round between these two teams. And it was their T side, Brandon, that they looked so dominant on, right? That was where they got all the work done. So it's good to see that that's staying consistent here against MOUZ NXT, who I think, they are on paper the best team in this competition. And the fact that they can start these strong T side rounds is a really good sign for Astralis Talent and for this match. It means it's got a lot more guts in it.
So important that Astralis Talent don't lose any players to the pistols as well. Been a little bit scrappy in the past couple. Want to make sure that economy is maintained, and it is. Even if they lose this, they can now reinvest into the next round of play. They're actually going to throw pace at this one. Rushing towards the ramp, but Jimfat will connect the shot, and the second is making a third. It's all Jimfat in the feed, and as Shuey finds one, it throws Mister into this 1 versus 3 clutch, but Shane is already flanking him. And there's a player that's already rotated down the vents. Exertion has surely locked this one in for MOUZ NXT, but for Mister, as he crawls past the window, doesn't break the glass, but now needs to drop onto the bomb site and plant the bomb. As soon as he starts to do that, MOUZ NXT can rotate all the way down.
Exertion in perfect position. He could swing open the door, and Mystery actually gets off the bomb to try and take the fight, but doesn't quite have the room to work with. But that round is all Yimfat. The triple kill with the M4A4, really making a good case for you to swap the M4s you're using. Let's see that one sing again. Gets this triple kill there with definitely more than 20 bullets. So you can see the virtue of it in these positions like ramp, these anchor positions where you're getting swarmed by so many players. Able to triple up there, and at that point the round is really over.
But here we go. Astralis Talent lost the round, and now they can buy. Looking to take this A control. They're already outside Squeaky. Mister finds the opener. Shane gets Molotoved out of position, and he's full blind. Cannot see a thing. Picture perfect. A Breezer's utility, and now Fessor is overwhelming. It's a hat trick on the A floor of Nuke, and MHL is all that remains. It's quick and it's punchy. Astralis Talent deliver a sucker punch to MOUZ NXT.
Oh, Fessor. That's what we're talking about. Those flashes there, I mean, that was really the key to the success there. Just full blinded Shuey on the site. You can see he was able to get that first kill on the player pathing out from single door, but then he's just fully blinded as Fessor barrels in through hut and is on cleanup duty. Crisp kills. Little creepy crawling out from some of these MOUZ players. We'll see it again on the replay here. The flashbangs completely white. Never gets to see anybody, and this kill onto Shuey there, that is something special. Shuey snuck through the smoke to try and exploit a little gap there. Vessel somehow catches him while he's covering heaven at the same time.
We're talking about players on MOUZ NXT showing up and having the impact. Shane and Yimfat right now are leading the line. And MHL, the player that we called into question, second highest performer in the Academy League so far, not having the most value in his impact kills. But he will be on the A1S. He's been trusted with this weapon and now needs to try and make sure that Astralis Talent do not level the playing field. It's another upper execute, and again, it's a Mr. Double up, making a third. It's so easy for that man, and A bomb site is completely overrun.
Yimfat left clutching his MP9 in dismay. Teammates crumble and fall. Mister this time the one to get it done. It seems like one of these two entry players does everything. You can't bring down both of them. One goes out and one gets a 3K. It's either the player coming out a single door and Mister, or it's Fessor charging out through hut. Too many angles to keep covered with this forced investment without the optimal weaponry, without the optimal utility to be able to counter these fast plays. Astralis Talent, they abuse that. They go for the fast play twice in a row. Now they even it up 13 apiece in the tail end of this match on Nuke.
Here's what I want to see. I want to see MOUZ NXT stack all the way in towards A. And then Astralis Talent, Just completely avoid it and go outside. That would be the call to make here in a round like this, where you've conditioned MOUZ NXT, you know that their economy is going to be dire, and they're going to need to have an answer to this play. Astralis Talent add a lot of distance to it. If they take it outside right now, that would be the play. Pause coming in. For MOUZ NXT, it's a discussion of how they want to work this. It's a 2-stage loss bonus. They get $2,400 off the back of losing this. So, quick maths would dictate they shouldn't really force into it. In fact, the only man with the weaponry to really do the damage. We're just going to see a couple of grenades. It's going to be a nade stack somewhere.
That's a classic nuke strategy. Buy a couple of grenades, throw them somewhere. Hope they do the damage. Let's see if they can this round. As Astralis Talent, once again, looking like they're accelerating towards A. Could be the vent dive this time as they barrel down. 2 players making their way down. Mr. even dropping the Molotov as a contingency plan so they can't be chased. Chewy's rotated down, but they've already made their way through here, and Vigor's found a kill elsewhere. Fessor, he's charged all the way through to ramp. Started in T-Spawn, ends up in ramp, courtesy of going through the vents. On a mission. AK has been retrieved, but, well, this stage, that's going to be it, really. Wants to hold on to that one.
Actually quite essential that he does as well. Money not fully fleshed out for MOUZ NXT, and it means that if he saves over a weapon, he can buy some utility, so important for locking down these angles, and also denying the control that Astralis Talent are throwing over towards the door. MHL on the MP9, all the meanwhile, though, his teammate has fallen. So one AK could be the only thing that gets brought forward for MOUZ NXT. Astralis Talent, they're not looking to hunt this. A lot of their HP bars are quite low. They've been dwindled down to the point of no return. So MHL will at least hold on to the AK-47. It's a somewhat of a dim light. An otherwise rainy cloud. It's skyline over nuke for MOUZ NXT. And Astralis Talent, they'll actually take the lead as well.
SRT side, as mentioned, it's got so much potency to it. Vessel just abuses the A site from every single direction. That time, he jumps down through vent and finds his opening kill at 1 minute 30 on ramp. That's quite the path thing to take. Now we get the full buys. A must-win round for MOUZ NXT. Otherwise, they'll be going up against Map Point with only a few grand in the bank. Outside this time is the destination for Astralis Talent. Vessel, bomb on his back, going for a bit of an adventure here. They have been spotted. MHL's found a kill. There's one that comes through in response from Ultex onto Chewy. So it's into this 4-on-4. In fact, he's made his way down to the B bomb site. He has been huge here, always able to find the kills. Breezer, he might be about to be rewarded with a couple of kills of his own, but Shane, he's going to crouch walk into his crosshair. Yimfat, the sole defender on the B side. His teammates haven't rotated through. Flashbang comes through, and he's going to be delivered the kill here. Ultex jumps and reveals his position. Mr. is able to get the trade, but it's still a man advantage here for MOUZ NXT, and MHL makes it 2-man. Mr. does bring back those, so now the 1 versus 2. Both these CTs sticking together. Mr. gets a tap onto Shane. Brings him down low, but that bomb, it has been dropped on site. Mr. has to try and isolate these fights. It's an opportunity now, but the door is open. And it's open to Shane's bullets.
It's another one of these rounds that Astralis Talent lose of the nature of the bomb just dropping in the open. And although there is a clutch potential on the cards, that package has to be retrieved at the first instance. And that's where MOUZ NXT can constrict, work their way back in towards the bomb site and set up these crossfires. Shane too powerful right now. 1 kill off 30 in regulation. That's absolutely absurd. A lot of AKs across the server. And for Astralis Talent, they want to throw pace at this, but this time it's going to be outside again. Chewy, got to be careful not to be caught off guard for this main pressure.
Mr. and Fessa both have 30 kills, by the way. And, well, Fessa's just made that 31 as he finds the entry. Shane's able to get a kill of his own. Doubles up, makes it 31 of his own. Now, Mr. though, he's charging through, trying to catch him off guard, but Yimfat has found a kill as well, so it's into the 2-on-2, but the A side is being taken here. Both these CTs are in towards heaven. They're going to flash themselves through, and Mr., well, he's going to find MHL at the back of that. That puts Yimfat into this 1 versus 2. Map Point on the line. The winner of this one gets the 15, and they know where he is. They've got their eyes peeled, staring down this heaven position. The bomb can go down. Mr. plants on the other side of Silo. Yimfat's able to find him, but the trade is there from Breezer and Astralis Talent. They get up to 15.
And look at the economy on the CTs. 5 kills could dictate the game either way, but for MOUZ NXT, if they want to force this one to overtime, they're going to have to do it with minimal weaponry. MP9s, Deagles, it's a bargain bin purchase, and for Astralis Talent, it's their game to lose right now.
MOUZ NXT, they found this purchase in Poundland, even that one in the British reference. MP9s. Playing close combat. Fessor, he's looking to punish with the AK outside. Knows that he has the better weaponry into this round, just courtesy of the fact that MOUZ NXT had bought into that one. Knows it can't be great, and that Deagle shot being fired off confirms that suspicion. Jane's close by here with the MP9. It can be dangerous at this sort of range. Smoke gets redeployed as well. Michelle running all the way back to play this very passive line outside, just holding for the heaven flank if it comes through. 2 more Astralis players going to be joining their comrade outside. 3, in fact. And Shui's the only defender downstairs.
I actually like this, because if MOUZ NXT can just whittle the clock down and not give Astralis Talent a fight, that could be the key to victory. Shui does reveal his position but escapes, and look who's here as well. Yimfat with that MP9, just trying to play the game. MP9 swings out, gets 1 and the second as well. Yimfat trying to do it all, but it's a 3 versus 2, and now Shane is the only one that's left alive, and up on the sink lies Apeks, and Astralis Talent will close out the game 16-14.
What a comeback from Astralis Talent. You have to remember, at one point, this game was 7-0. MOUZ NXT were leading on the T side 7-0. But Astralis Talent, they brought it together. They got 7 consecutive in a row. And they were able to then put up this huge P side in response. And they bring it over the line. And well, it all came down to 2 players, Brandon. Guess who they were?
One of them's Fessor, and the other one is Mr.
I can't do the rolling
I can't roll my R's. Yeah.
No. Just pretend that we rolled our R's.
Yeah.
He was rolling heads in this game. He was making an absolute show. These A-side hits were so potent between Fessor and Mr. This 2-pronged assault. And it just felt like there was nothing that MOUZ NXT could do to stop it.
Was absolutely unbelievable. It was the rinse and repeat cycle of the A site being exploited. The perfect flashbangs of Breezer. I want to draw attention to those because Mr., whilst he does find the kills, he's been set up absolutely perfectly by the utility of Astralis Talent, and it's really those flashbangs that win them this entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. Those side takes were so potent, right? It felt like every single piece of the assault was executed to perfection. You could tell that they've run those quite a lot in practice because they went down to the T. The pathing was perfect, just finding those openings every single time. It didn't matter if one of those pieces went down, right? Sometimes Mystery get caught out, sometimes Fester would be caught out, but the other one would step up and find the multi-kill. And for MOUZ NXT, there was certainly plenty to be talking about, right? We saw some really great moments. Yimfat definitely on that B-side defense. Even in that final round, right? He doubles up with the MP9. Maybe it looked like he could have done enough there, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get it over the line. So, you know, for MOUZ NXT, certainly nothing to be... Well, you know, there's victories to be taken from it. Obviously, they wanted that win, and it came down so close to the wire. They really could have taken it. It was that close, but unfortunately, you need more than just Shade and Yimfat to show up.
It's one of those ones where you're up so heavy on the T side early stages that you can really just try and run away with it and snowball it. But unfortunately for them, they just tried to overcomplicate some of these rounds. And Astralis Talent just picked them apart, really. What was good as well, Astralis Talent, as soon as they get eliminated by Yimfat in this round, they never touch ramp again. They just try and consistently avoid him. And it just netted them the success. It's these A hits in the late stages, Fessor and Mr. We got to highlight them again, right? Because it was absolutely unbelievable, some of the stuff that they were performing.
Yeah, just an incredible map from Astralis Talent, considering it was up against 7-0 scoreline at one stage. So great stuff from them to be able to bring it back together and close that one out. But with some game coming up later, it's going to be OG Academy versus ENCE Academy. We're going to take a very short break and we'll be back with that one.
welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 5. I'm B-Dog and joined as always by Lucy Loose. And well, we've got one more best of one for you. It's OG Academy versus ENCE Academy. It's a rematch. Last time we saw ENCE Academy go up 10 rounds on the T side of Overpass. And then, well, they lost. OG Academy came back and had a stormer. So it's going to be interesting to see. As you can see, we can see the schedule for today as well. As we just saw Astralis Talent 16-14 against MOUZ NXT on Nuke.
Yeah, huge win for Astralis Talent and an exciting game. Very back and forth after a couple of runs from each team. We can see the tournament history from OG. They've had a couple of days off actually, so some time to get some relaxation in or maybe some prep for this series. They won against NIP. Lost against NIP, won against ENCE, and then won against Young Ninjas again. So it's they've had one rematch, and now it's their second rematch coming through here against ENCE Academy, where, as you were mentioning, Brandon, ENCE Academy, they went down to OG Academy previously. We can see it here first at the top of that tournament history. ENCE Academy have wins over Apeks Rebels and a win over Young Ninjas as well for their most recent rematch where they lost to Young Ninjas. Sorry, that was a bit back and forth there. A lot of rematches have gone on.
Yeah, it's in Group B. It's back and forth on the rematches. And well, there's no time to waste. We're going to get straight into the veto. Vertigo Dust 2 removed instantly. I think this might go either... Well, I'd imagine more towards an Overpass again. However, with ENCE banning out Inferno, OG, they've now got the choice between Mirage or Overpass. And I think if I was OG, looking how good they really looked on Overpass against ENCE Academy, why not just do it again? So we'll have to wait and see. Nuke's still there as well. Could potentially see that. That would be a blind test for both of these teams.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, if they've been paying attention, ENCE Academy lost to Young Ninjas in a quite a devastating fashion. It was a 16-5 loss on Overpass just yesterday. So yeah, it makes sense. So that's where they want this one to end up. They've had a couple of wins on that, both against ENCE Academy and against Young Ninjas. So, you know, OG Academy are probably one of the strongest Overpass teams we have here in the WePlay Academy. So it makes sense for them to pick into that one. And yeah, for ENCE, it's a bit of they really need to prove themselves here. It feels like they're a little bit up and down when it comes to Overpass. We can see in the stats that obviously OG, it looks very good because they've got a 100% win rate at the moment, but there's only 2 games there on record, so it's a little bit skewed.
Yeah, I feel like Overpass might be a little bit of a poison chalice for ENCE Academy because they do like picking into it, and it feels like they go on this string of rounds where it just feels like they can really do no wrong. And apart from yesterday where Young Ninjas just completely overrun them, they were just faking them out time and time again. Hopefully they've had time to go away, assess it, and work on the mistakes because there were definite gaps in that CT side that Young Ninjas were really willing to exploit. Will OG Academy be able to put up the same resilience and get back-to-back wins against ENCE Academy, or will they go 1-for-1? Would it be a trade? That's on the onus of ENCE Academy, and we're about to find out as we jump all the way in towards the Monster Pipe and also straight into the pistol as well.
The OG Academy here on the T side, a little bit of utility in their hands, and they're going to be making their way towards B early on. Smoke being deployed towards Heaven, Flash getting set up for these players to make their way through, and it's a defensive setup from ENCE. They went for a lot of info in towards A. That's going to give B for free to OG Academy. So they're going to make their way onto the site. They're going to be trying to aggress forward, trying to take a little bit of control, and Purdy's able to punish with a kill onto Sound. Devil's are here with the flashbang that he can throw through to set up these quickly flanking players. The bomb has gone down, but it's a little bit of a weird one as the control from Tease is not great. They're all in towards water, but Shake, he's getting it all done here, doubles up. And now it's just Marek left alone in this 1 versus 2 with the Glock, and Server's just going to overwhelm him.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Marek just can't quite connect the final bullet over towards Server. An OG Academy fall by the wayside. It was a nice kind of defense from ENCE Academy as well. They were playing so far back, and that allows the rotations to come on through. Even flashbangs can just be thrown over to make sure that the short can be contested without too much trouble. Shake doing his best with the multi-kill, but unfortunately it's just not enough. But there is a bomb plant at the very least for OG Academy.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to Purdy finding that kill when they push into CT. If OG are able to take CT control, that bomb was planted for Heaven as well. They'd be able to wrap up and they would have the perfect post-plant setup. That's a critical kill. And Server's able to sit back there, throw the supporting flashes for the flankers. And that gives ENCE their first here. And they've gotten 5 M4s off the back of that. 5 M4s.
It's a heavy investment It's risky as well, but maybe it will just pay off. Henu spamming through the wood, brings sound down quite low, despite him not being able to hear the silenced bullets. The Mentor aggressing in towards the toilets, but Henu has his number. Man advantage for ENCE Academy, and Poddy creeping on in towards top connector as well. He can hold this and bail MOUZ out.
Yeah, now just against these deagles. No armor behind them either. So it has to be the perfect headshot before that bullet punch kicks in. Trying to go for one here, but not going to be happening. These M4s slowly trickling away at the health pools of the OG Academy's players. Sounds holding an angle here, but MOUZ is holding the same one from the other side, and the M4 is going to be the better weapon for it. Oxygen lurking through Monster Pipe here, looking to find a head, but he's going to get spotted. USC going to see that one. Going to force a smoke out, so at least they're getting some utility usage out of this one. No kills found yet for OG as they're going for their final ploy here onto the A site, and Henu, he's holding the line alongside MOUZ. Everybody's getting cleaned up. And those 5 M4s all get to be retained into the follow-up.
That's so important. They just keep the economy healthy. They don't lose any of the heavily invested rifles, but it was just Eagles for OG Academy, and now they're on the full buy. They will fully invest up into this. It's round number 3. Going to jump into the TeamSpeak of OG Academy. We're going to see how they're going to set up the gun round.
Oxy will check it, but be careful. Let's go, boys.
Hold long for a bit, I think they're gonna do this for long.
Doing the molo.
I will do the early molo. And go left
Call
side.
flash, Oxy.
They're not smoking monster flash.
Okay, flashing.
No molo and
They
con.
molly monster.
Give me
as
a
well.
molo.
Nice. One more boosting. One more. Let's chill,
They
guys.
threw molly on mid. They
We
threw
have
molly.
con.
Smoke monster.
Con
Oxy,
clear.
stay alone towards B. Let's work on A, guys. Wait for me. I'm coming back this spawn. They can push monster. They smoked monster.
Do you have any
Con
flash left?
clear.
Dema?
Yeah. Hold monster.
Party clear.
I'm leaving short completely,
Yeah, hold
guys.
monster. Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
long toilet speaking.
Flash me long when you come. Dema.
Take, save the utility. I don't have flash.
They just
Take,
re-smoked
save
monster.
utility.
I left short completely, guys. I'm taking long.
I have short, don't worry.
Guys, me and Son gonna clear long, and then you clear toilet. We're gonna do execute on A. Son, you stay alone toward long, and we're gonna go toilet
Yeah.
and banana. Let
I will
us
smoke-
clear gas.
Let
I
me
will
clear
smoke
long,
bank.
I'll clear gas alone.
Take, you're gonna smoke stairs, molly behind truck, and flash us. I will do entry.
I don't see.
No one cast. Care guardian, guys.
Picking guardian.
They mollied.
Nothing guardian.
I will smoke
They smoke
guardian.
banana.
I will smoke bank. You smoke stairs.
Care picking with a flash.
Yeah.
I'm ready with smoke.
I'm out ready. Get close toilets and guardian, please. One go toilets, one and
Give me your
after
smoke,
smoke,
Oxy.
go
Give me your
guardian.
smoke.
I'm toilets.
Okay, do the smokes.
I'll play late long.
Get close guardian.
Care close.
Get ready
Nothing
for flash
close.
tag.
Bank.
I'm-
Flash. One
Wait.
close.
I'm on it.
Flashing.
I'm on it. Let's go, guys. Come.
Boom.
That's my molly.
Flash right side.
Don't
Wait,
see long.
I
Don't
have,
see
I
long.
don't have.
Steps.
I smoke, and I plant.
I'm
I
gas,
still
guys.
talk.
Flash.
Get
Out,
out,
contract,
dead.
dead.
I'm going
Back.
back. Let's
I'll
go
take
back.
gas.
I have one flash. Play from
I'll
back,
bank
please.
too.
Go back, go
Gercon,
back.
Gercon, I'm playing
Yeah.
gas. They can pick you from
One
con.
sweat,
Yeah,
sweat.
dog.
Go back.
Don't see mid. I have one flash.
Okay, I'm taking long.
Let them go
bank
side.
fighting, bank fighting.
Ah,
I have two
Help me,
flashes.
guys. Help me, guys.
Yeah.
They're
I will
coming
flash.
close.
Flashing in front of you when you tell me.
Yeah.
Wait.
When they
Flash,
tap it.
flash, flash.
Flashing.
Soon.
It's close.
Boom.
I'm holding
One on
Backside
top of
dead.
Nice.
people. Electronic death.
Nice. Flashing truck.
Truck.
Nice, guys.
Beautiful. Nice.
Good job, guys.
I love hearing OG's voice comms. That it's such a clear calling from, I believe Dementor is the IGL on that squad, just keeping them in check, moving his pieces around. You can hear just, there's so much, you don't want to call it micromanaging, but he just knows exactly where each player needs to be able to set up those executes and the post plant successfully. Beautiful to listen to.
It's actually Marek's that second voice as well, dictating the play with his utility. But meanwhile, in the here and now, MOUZ gets boosted up and removes Oxygen. One of the more experienced players on OG Academy hits the deck early. And now it's the man advantage for this CT side. ENCE Academy looking to bounce back after losing that really nice A execute to OG Academy.
They do have the lighter weaponry to do it with. It doesn't matter if you've got the man advantage. MOUZ found that opener. Looking to potentially find some more. Brady's pushed up deep here with FAMAS in towards long. Bit of a bait and switch setup. Can be set up here with MOUZ. OG not taking too many chances though. Marek sitting back deep, ready to flash his teammate in for the peek. Here it comes through. You can almost hear that one being communicated on the team speak as Sound peeks and finds the kill. MOUZ's not quite ready for that trade. Off the back of it, going to throw that smoke, and now they're going to be regrouping, heading towards B now that they've caused those rotations to come through.
This is exactly what Young Ninjas were doing against ENCE Academy, but look at Server. Here's the reaction, peeking in towards the short pipe, shuts down the IGL, and now causes reinforcements to make their way back down towards the B bomb site. That could be a crucial component into ENCE winning the round, but it's another perfect piece of utility. Sound will eliminate him, and now, although there are defenders here, they are being overrun. It's just YN with this FAMAS, but he can only go 1-for-1. Marek's trying to do the damage, but Hedu stops the plant. Can he go one better? He knows exactly where Shake is. Oh, it's a battle of the nerves, but Hedu wins it out. It's another retake. Fall in favour to the CTs.
Cool, 1 versus 2 there from Hedu as well. YN goes down, and because they had to push so far into water to be able to get YN to be able to find that kill, Hedu's able to poke out from heaven and finds that first, and that sets him up in a good position to then peek off and lock down the planter, because that bomb has to go down. There's not enough time to continue fighting, and he knows that he can just hold him in there, and well, he wins the engagement, wins the 1 versus 2, gets them 3.
Just happy that we see the reaction. That was ENCE's biggest weakness yesterday against the Young Ninjas. So already, at the first time of asking, they prevail on top. And now OG Academy need to formulate a new plan. But look at MOUZ. So much aggression towards the fountain. Can even swing on in. That flashbang might give away that he's up close. And Sound is holding for it, but he's going to pull out his Molotov. Potentially the worst moment. MOUZ with the spray gets one, but an immediate trade out at the very least. It's an even playing field now.
Ooh, the fact that he gets 1 there is good, because for a moment it didn't look like he was going to be getting anything done. Now YN is looking to get something done. Close combat with this MP9, but Oxygen, he's just in the corner. Oh, they're sitting on both sides of this smoke, but they're not looking. It's all going to come down to how this fade works out. And yeah, the CTs, they decide, look, let's not go for this one. It was a very risky play. And off the back of hearing them escape, they're going to be accelerating onto the site now. YN's fallen back. Throw down the HE, but his teammate has gone down, and he's just here with an MP9. No, he's able to get a kill anyway. I think he's found Hedu. Dementor's been brought low. YN still hasn't been dealt with, and Dementor's going to bail with that bomb, because the rotations have now come through to the B bomb site.
Poddy can still win this for his team. There's a couple of OG Academy players that are low, and in fact, off the back of going A, they think better of it. Dementor, he's going to send OG Academy straight in towards the B bomb site right now. Poddy can't get caught off guard, looking the wrong way, but there's the shadow spotted, and that's YN dealing with Shake. It's all onto Oxygen. 8 HP versus 5 HP. 1 bullet will be the difference maker. 15 seconds left. YN, you don't need to peek this. 10 seconds. Oxygen needs to go for it, but the headshot prevails from the MP9. ENCE Academy get 4 rounds on the board.
YN, let's go. The 3K with the MP9 to do it. Is able to find that first kill. Is brought so low. 15 HP I think he had at one point there before I think he took a little chip damage elsewhere as well. Swings out into short to get that trade kill as the players were swinging onto Pody after he finds that first. It's perfect trade spacing. Absolutely to the letter. And then he's able to get that kill at the end. It looked like, I mean, it could have gone either way. Whoever gets that peak wins that round, but YN's the one to do it. And saves ENCE Academy. And it was their CT side that we called into question. They had a fantastic T sides in what we've seen. But the CT's been lacking. Well, certainly seems like they've read their lesson, but Purdy almost gets caught out, not quite spotting Marek. Does in the end. Dementor does find a kill to Hedu and hold the phone. Sounds hit a deagle shot onto Purdy. Now they have the man advantage. And they have a little bit of utility, armor as well. So that M4, it's pretty scary.
This is weird. Server. Oh, he could catch out the bomb. This could be everything. Sound is aware that there could be this position that has been given. And he's just going to hold for it. Oh, this is a standoff for the ages. Sound even clear in the corner, and he nails him as well. OG Academy, what a clear.
Sound, that is unreasonable that he gets that one. And Oxygen even able to find UISI on the rotate. So now it's just MOUZ to get it done. He opened up this round. Now he has to close it with 3. Ooh, and he gets spammed through from Shaik. That's an unfortunate round. They shouldn't be losing that one. So Deagle, and I think it was a P250. They get those 2 opening kills. And then it just gets weird. Sound, that was one of the most heads-up clears I think I've ever seen.
Really well played, and also Server has been pushing over towards this side of the map. There's a couple of times where he's actually caught OG Academy off guard on these rotations in the short pipe. This time, however, there's a player from OG Academy that has already pushed Monster and is in the B bomb site. So he communicates it to his team, and that enables that clear to come on through. It's ENCE Academy that are now wielding these pistols off the back of losing that one. Anti-Eco falls by the wayside, and now they have to make it work with the Deagles. FAMAS on MOUZ at the very least, but for OG Academy, AWP on Shake, trying to find the damage. Already got 7 kills to kick off the proceedings. How many more can you find in this one with a big ring?
Well, they're taking it slow at the moment. Only just clearing in towards Party currently. Shake is looking. Not going to be fighting anything, and they're all going to group up towards Long. It's the right read. There is only one player on the A bomb site. The sole defender in Purdy with that 5-7 in hand. Has armor behind it. All depends on whether ENCE Academy get cold feet here, and with that spot, that could be the signal for the rotation. They're all going to start barreling their, well, walking their way up at a slow pace. Not barreling. What's the opposite of barreling? Anyway, crawling like snails, sluggishly making their way up. And Purdy, well, it's getting the opposite of sluggish here, as Oxygen is going to zoom through and take his head off. MOUZ with this FAMAS is on site. There's so little time left though. This could still get a bit weird. Kills come through, and there's still this player on site, and Henu finding the kills. Marix has to get this one, but Henu's got another. The trades come through with the HE though, and the smoke's providing cover. That bomb can go down despite the spam coming through, but they're hunting, and they find their prey. The Deagles and the 5-7s get it done.
It's now back-to-back rounds on the server where the lesser weaponry has come out on top. OG Academy leave it so late, running down the clock to almost their entire downfall. Henu, this shot, this one right here, is absolutely criminal. And that throws the whole round into contention. I love it from ENCE Academy. They just speed up as well. As soon as that bomb gets planted, they run and completely overwhelm. They do not give OG Academy a second to breathe. And now the pause is being taken. OG Academy need to reset and re-evaluate. And there is an AWP that can be retrieved and thrust straight into Pody's hands. Clock ticks down on in, and after the back of ENCE winning that pistol round, I want to hear what they have to say.
Pistooli ja tuon sen linkki.
Yes. Joo. Shoutin mid. Voltti boon. Alas. Ei tullu. Ehkä yksi äijä vähän feikko.
Mutta kohta hatsit tästä suoralta.
Mä haastan tonne Manttuun.
Linkki yksi.
Vas.
Tuli yksi.
Manttu jää. Nice. Viritti kamaa yksi lähi vasen.
Leikka.
Mä menin
Leikka 1 HP.
Pysy siinä, mulla on fountain sulle. Joo.
Mä kyllä diippaan tästä linkistä.
Yksi B-monsu.
Joo. Kuulisit, että mä käänsin linkistä pois.
Monta läpi 1, 2. Joo, mä käännän.
Mulla on barrelin päällä vaan low.
Läti heti. Yksi vai
lähti nyt.
Lähtee toinen. Lähtee toinen valo. Ymmärillä joo. Vedessä. Yksi on 1 HP, mulla on
joo, ja Monsu vasen kanssa.
Pommi tulee ihan vitun leittiin. Oltiin defeat.
Lähtää Monsu vasen vähän. Soudutaan sitä.
Tilda Bassi, älkää haastako. Tusee täällä.
Joo. Mä en oikein pysty tulla sitten enää.
Kuulitko plani? Palatte.
Olette ABC. Tuli piikkaupaa.
Jee, narati pommi.
Toinen 1 HP. Pisti etusavu hövenestä. Toinen boss.
Valotin.
Plani.
Valotin VT ja valotin toisen. Mä valottanut.
Oma vedessä.
Ei oo vedessä ketään.
Se on oma savu VT.
On sun vasen jää.
Yksi miina. Defaultti.
Vitun hyvä.
Legit valo. Sirva toi valo oli tushas.
Menit sä valoon, Jussi?
Yllä.
No.
Good job, boys.
Haluatko toisen bossin, Sirva?
Joo.
Niillä on eko.
Joku ajoo, älä ota.
Tässä on alkaa käymään jossain. Tuolla oikein. Takana.
Vittu mä käärähin kun pannaskaa.
Heitä.
Mä voin heittää toisen.
Mä voin heittää toisen.
Good job, boys, indeed. As they pull up a fantastic retake there. OG Academy, though, a good response, right? Being able to call that back into a 3-on-3, but the utility was fantastic from ENCE. They do so much chip damage, and then they just sit back, wait for OG Academy to walk into their crosshairs, and they're able to bring that one across.
But now there's the challenge. Don't give anything away to these lower buys. Hen, who opens up the account, Marix, is the first to fall for OG Academy. It's going to be a quicker one. Flashing out. They want toilets and divider control. Poddy gets flashed back a little bit, and here comes the Tech-9 racing on in. Missed shot allows another opportunity, but MOUZ is here to hold, and they combine and lock this one down. Sound on long is making so much noise, and Henu starts around and looks to finish it off, and that's a quick shot from the AWP, and 7 rounds on the board on this CT side.
They missed the first one, but those last two were pretty sharp. Some nice little flicks there from Purdy, showing us what he can do with the AWP. ENCE Academy, this CT side, I have no questions about it anymore. They are looking completely different here against OG Academy in their second matchup on Overpass against this same team. Looking like they've plugged a lot of those holes in the defense. The rotations are fantastic. The utility usage is on point. And OG Academy, well, now they're being made to look like fools on their map pick of Overpass.
It's that's a key feature of ENCE Academy. Just their utility usage in general is normally pretty spot on. And it's good to see that that's a continuing trend here on different maps as well. It's going to be a BXQ, it's going to be faster. Flashbangs being lined up, server is turned against the wall, and unfortunately for OG Academy, it's that second flash that completely blindsided Uisi. Is able to capitalize upon it. There's the grenade, but it does miss. OG tuck themselves in, deploying more utility, trying to support their attack over towards the pillar. They're spamming each other a little bit, and ENCE Academy flushing them out, forcing them to head towards water.
And they've got this double set up in here. They could even go for a boost off the top of them. You can see Uisi, he's just crouched down waiting for it. And Henno, he's jumped up now. He's going to get cleared, but it is just a leg that comes through. Another HE can be deployed. Doesn't do... Bring shakedown a little bit. They're on a run out of time here on the utility of their own. A single flashbang left for Marix. And that bomb still hasn't gone down. 3 CTs in towards short. Menta, he's still scared to plant. There's just no certainty as to where these ENCE players are, and he has to get it down eventually. No one peeked initially, so he's able to get it down safely, covering in towards CT. Now Shake can set up and hold this short angle with the AWP. 2 players there. Purdy making his way out, and he's able to find the kill onto that T-side AWPer. That now gives an avenue for the rest of these CTs to make their way through. They are pincering onto the side here. Dementa going for the spray and finding MOUZ though. So that puts us back into this 2-on-2, and he's even found another. It's just Purdy left into this 1 versus 2, and he's able to find one, but Marix gets the trade.
Nicely done by OG Academy. Just tucking on in, making sure that they cannot be flushed out of their positions. It's Dementa to actually take the fight straight to ENCE Academy, who still had another smoke they didn't even deploy. Could have allowed them more of a safer passage over towards the bomb site, but they were so just tucked in and funneled towards that short position. It made them so difficult to extend on the retake. And OG pick up another one. 7-3. Dementa aggressing up towards the fountain.
That was a 3v4 that didn't feel like ENCE should have lost, just because of the positioning. Yeah. They knew exactly where all of OG were. They knew that they were stuck on the bomb site. They had them pinch it in. Ooh. Oh, here we go. Bit of fun. Going for the little boost in. off the back of those sandbags so that you can peer into Monster. There is a player over here in Oxygen. He has gotten up close quarters to the Monster pipe, just holding that one for any lurk plays. So this boost, it's committed 2 players to it. Technically a third, as servers going to be watching their backs. The question is, how long do they hold this for? Because if they hold it for a little bit longer, you're rewarded here. Dementa making his way through. Henu, hold your resolve. They're coming for you. Don't drop. Here we go. They're going to reveal themselves. Not going to go for the kill. Going to use Trigger Discipline, but they're going to be jumping, trying to avoid the bullets, but he does find it in the end. Marix is able to find Uwisi. That's happened in towards short, so that was the bottom part of that stack being removed, but the M4 is still in play. Now they're positioning, getting ready. Pincer onto this B bomb site.
ENCE Academy have to know it's B, because the bomb's been dropped at this position. 25 seconds left. OG, they leave it late so often than not. And here they go. Flashbang comes in, but Milty, it's flanks on flanks. Henu will find Shaker. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Henu isolating the gunfights, but Dementa will trade out. It's so back and forth, but it will be the IGL to deliver the goods for OG Academy, even retrieving the AWP as well.
Triple for Dementor. Does it all there for them. Yeah, you're right. It was the flanks on flanks. These swings out into short trades were fantastic from both teams, but in the end, it's Dementa that comes up a little bit stronger. The reposition there into the 1v1 to find Purdy, and he's able to bring that one across for them. Close rounds here between these two teams, despite 3 rounds being the deficit. OG Academy in a good position to make it just 2 between these two teams. Is now ENCE Academy. They have just pistoles into this one. It's just USPSs and P250 for Milty.
There's a B stack as well. For OG Academy, they're just grouping. They're waiting for any aggression that the CTs might throw at them, not to be. Instead, they're all hiding in all the nooks and crannies over towards the water of that B bomb site. Dementa leading from the front. Joined in tandem by Shake. Oxygen is always deployed as this B monster lurker, trying to find the information at the very least for his team. And as he creeps out towards this monster position, there's a nasty surprise because there's so many ENCE Academy players here. There's the first spotted. Here comes the swing. Doesn't even matter. Oxygen good, but Henu trades out. So an AK can be recovered, but it's a lot of ground that OG can now make towards A.
Yeah, they can just accelerate. This is an empty bomb site here. All the information has been gathered, and that's going to be that round taken. As Server's trying to do something here, but USP not able to get it done. Dementa's push all the way through to bank. They're going to bank this round.
Nice.
That wasn't nice, but thank you for humoring me for that one.
Right.
I mean, this round goes as expected. But now, you know, this is still in contention. OG, they still have potential to, you know, get a few more consecutive rounds, get that ball rolling, and exploit some of those gaps that they were able to do previously against ENCE Academy, right? They were able to successfully pull it off in a pretty close affair, keeping it back and forth. See if they can do the same here.
What I'm interested to see, I'm just having a little look.
Okay.
Bear with me, just in the office. Don't mind me. Okay, ENCE Academy, they don't really get too many CT rounds. They're a very T-sided team. So the fact that they have 7 right now is actually a sign of good things to come if you're an ENCE Academy fan in the chat. I was actually having a look yesterday, and I've got to shout you guys out, because although there is a lot of support in general for every single team at the WePlay Academy League Season 5, time and time again, I just see the Giga Chad spam in the chat, and it makes me laugh.
The
It's
Giga
great.
Chads. Yeah, ENCE Academy Giga Chads. Spam them in the chat, guys. Show your support for this new Finnish squad here in WePlay Academy, the newest team to join us here in the league. And they've been off to a pretty decent start. Very impressive signs from this squad. Particularly here on Overpass, where they're off to a good start. Shake, he's double scoped in here. Brody's going to swing out for the double. There we go. That's a Giga Chad moment. Gets 2. Now OG Academy, they're setting up to pincer onto B with these 3 players, but they don't have the men to do it with. They're going to be charging through. The utility gets deployed. USC, he's tucked in, trying to keep his head down, but doubles kills come through. Server and USC are removed. Noxygen goes to try and take short back, but Miltzy's there. That puts it now into this 2-on-3. The bomb still has not gone down.
What a grenade as well. Just keeps the mentor on notice. But he will be able to find a safe moment to plant this bomb on the bomb site roundabout by the pillar. Dementor and Mareks need to get this one done, but Mareks' position right now is absolutely crucial. Pody needs to clear it, and currently he's not doing it, but Henu, he's holding for it. Mareks will find one in the meantime. This kill is so crucial, and Mareks will secure it. It's all onto Miltzy. They know exactly where he is, and Dementor brings that round back into contention. OG Academy 1 round away from making this scoreline even.
Oh, that came down to the wire with that peek onto Mareks. You can see he was starting to back out to try and get the wider angle, and it was being held, but it was just that split second where he's holding it slightly not wide enough for the covering player to see. So he's good for the first kill, and even though he goes down, well, actually he doesn't go down, he gets both. So yeah, it all crumbles on the retake. That's going to put ENCE Academy now once again into one of these funky buys. They do have that M4 for Miltzy. He's been pretty decent so far. Second top fragger on the team. 10 kills for him. 12 for Henu. And we saw them win one of these rounds previously, right? Where they had a single rifle with upgraded pistols around it. So don't count them out of this one.
Pody with the deagle. Try to creep round towards the smoke. Meanwhile, OG Academy want the range battle, looking towards this long position to take the control. And Mareks will find the opener on towards Miltzy. That's the rifle removed.
Rifle gone. ENCE Academy's chances into this round dwindling. Clock is the one thing in their favor as it slowly ticks down. Gets sub 50 now, and Pody's playing very close range here. That flash, that could be huge. Gonna swing off it, but he's blind killed by sound. That is just painful for Pody. Feels like he should have had that one for free, but the AK gonna find his head. Now all the supporting cast are rotating over. Maybe a little bit of a brawl here. Server trying to bait out some shots by jumping across USC, holding the line here. Has to hit some incredible digs. Server's able to find one. With his teammates all falling. It's all over.
Yep. Oh, wow. Even with the wall bang. See you later, Server. Nice try, but not to be. OG Academy doing a good job at making sure that these anti-eco rounds that ENCE Academy are throwing at them get cleaned up and dispatched with quickly and effectively. We're all tied up, Lucy. It's 7-7 heading into the last round of play for this first half. AWPs are available for both of the players on each side of the server. Maybe we'll see it. Shake versus Pody. That's a battle I'm interested in seeing throughout the remainder of this best of one. Sound gonna run past that Molotov. OG Academy have done very good at taking the space over towards Fountain, keeping ENCE Academy on their toes.
Yeah, they've been getting a lot of map control early, in towards short as well. Oxygen, he's found a couple of openers there, in fact, taking control of that one. So this time, once again, he's able to get full control into there. Flash being set up for USC to peek off. He's not going to see anything, though. And that's because there's 4 Ts over towards Playground. Having a bit of play there on the equipment. But then they remember, more important things to do. No time for slides, no time for swings. We have a bomb to plant, a bank to rob, and a sewer to explode.
The momentum swing right now, literally and figuratively, is currently with OG Academy. Trying to work their way on towards B, but this heavy setup for the CTs could be too much of a tall order. Shadows potentially could be spotted, doesn't matter. Oxygen with the opener, but Server and Henu combine. There's that play neutralized towards Monster. Shake trying to rotate over. That smoke deployed is perfect, and now Mareks, he's lost all his friends in round number 15. Has to try and recover the situation, but can't get anything done. ENCE Academy and the dying embers of this first half take 8 with them over to that T side.
Yeah, they win the half in the end. It does look like OG Academy, with all that momentum, we're going to be taking that one away, but it's that double duo on the B site. Hold down Monster in style. Don't let them make any headway into the site. The overpass remains intact. NENCE go into the T side with the round lead. It's been their T side that's been really solid, and well, off the back of OG losing that round, how about we hear how they're thinking going into this pistol round?
Yeah.
Connector one.
Don't see mid, guys.
Okay, I didn't hear anything.
I heard one connector in the box, like he's holding the gap.
I'm in playground.
Okay.
BP connector late, guys. He's holding
I'm in
us.
playground, guys.
Okay, tell me when.
At
Just think
27.
Okay.
I'm in playground. Don't
3,
do anything
2,
mid.
1, opening.
Kirby.
Nothing,
I don't
nothing.
see.
Kirby.
Kirby. I'm holding connector. Kirby.
Cannot be long, right, Toxie?
No, they can't.
Kirby.
They can only...
One
One
connector.
monster.
One connector.
2, 3 monster with bomb.
And one connector.
I'm going heaven.
Connector one.
He's going
Kill him,
back.
Moxie.
Box has him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
leave him. Just leave him be.
They didn't
Short,
push.
They didn't
Short,
push
fighting
monster
short.
yet. Yeah, team
I
mid
left
one
you.
and
They're
the
all
rest are
short.
B. Team mid and rest are B.
Pushing short.
Coming short, coming short.
I have shot, like,
Yeah,
kind of,
short.
from heaven. I'm just holding shot.
Okay.
Don't see.
One
Cannot go
short
up
on
on right.
Crims, Crims.
That short. One more shot. Connector. Two. Three there. They're going A maybe.
No, they're on shift.
I'm staying.
No,
I'm going
Guardian 1, Guardian 1.
He saw me.
Coming.
2A, 3A.
Three at least.
I need to clutch this.
You won't. Box on.
We have any hits somewhere?
No, con.
In connector.
Too far.
Nice
Indeed.
try.
Inside.
Yeah,
Let's
he
do
did.
the fourth.
No faith in the clutch. How unfortunate. Come on, OG Academy, back your teammates. Although it was a 1 versus 4, so...
You gotta say that he
fair
wins
enough.
these, you know? You
Yeah.
got that one in chat, right?
No, he doesn't.
Right.
Unlucky.
Tell you what, they knew that USC was holding that
Yeah.
pixel gap. That's crazy. We both like, looked
unreal.
at each other like, what?
Yeah.
How did they possibly read that? But
He still got the kill anyway towards top connect.
Yeah,
Auction
true.
dies on that flank, so all for nothing, I suppose. As Academy take the pistol, so important in these best of ones. Starting off the T side strong, 4 spies across the board for OG Academy as well. Hanu, that monster lurk player. Meanwhile, Sound wants to take connector with the MP9, gets flashed in support by his teammates, finds out that nobody's there. For ENCE Academy right now, they want long.
at the moment, it's just going to be long bathrooms that the CTs are dwelling in. ENCE Academy looking to flush them out as they make their way up towards long. Dementa holding a line here with the Desert Eagle. Surf with that MAC-10. He's going to be first contact and goes straight into the line of fire. Hedge removed. Milty's good for the trade. Marix can't get anything done either. Plus now they're fully aware of his position. The bomber is recovered. 4 versus 4. And he's rotating back over. It's a 3-player lean from the CTs towards the A bomb site. And they have sound in connector. So it's a bit of a gamble. But given they know the bomb was here, it feels like the right decision to make, and it could pay off.
Oh, but
no.
ENCE goes silent. And that means OG Academy are going to rotate all the way in. At least they will hear the utility now being deployed. But by ENCE Academy just falling completely quiet on the map. No sound given up. There was one in connector. Now he's going to flank all the way over. But Miltzy's here for the trade. And these utility, that grenade does astronomical damage. And Poddy's finding all of the headshots. ENCE, double digits. And OG Academy second guess themselves.
So that T-side from ENCE Academy, we spoke about it, how potent it is. And part of that is those mid-round calling, the decision-making, just going completely quiet after the bomb is spotted. They don't continue to aggress out long. They don't push through bathrooms at all. They just slow down. They wait. And then OG Academy, they second guess themselves. They go for that rotation. We said they were in the perfect position. They had the stack in play. They had that quick flank coming through. And it's all for naught. ENCE Academy, they big brain it. And they secure the round. Now going into this one, it's just a couple of pistols, a couple of nades that are being cocked and ready to deploy over towards the B bomb site. Getting set to throw those ones in.
Maybe we'll see shades of an entropic round me and you saw a few weeks ago. That was a boost coming in, and then a nade stack towards the monster position. Or Oxygen, thinking about it. Could potentially catch out Server. But he's made no noise, and now he's just creeping his way in towards his position with the MAC-10. Got all these jumping players just trying to get information. ENCE Academy are really just burning out the clock, making sure that they don't get pushed upon, but it will be Henu to open up proceedings. MOUZ rises from the connector and eliminates Dementa as well. 2-man advantage on paper. This should always be an ENCE Academy round, but the USPs can always throw some turbulence in round number 18. Look at this. Knife.
Yes.
It's happening.
Oh, baby, we got a knife. That's a bit of extra cash for Sound, as well as a MAC-10 that can be retrieved, so he can find another kill. You feeling even wealthier still. And he might just find it as Server's walking his way down, and Sound! His bank balance is absolutely soaring off of those two. Gonna be a very rich boy into the next. That's gonna allow an AWP to be brought out without any compromising on utility.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's already got 4,000 in the bank balance, and loss bonus hasn't even entered the account. But for ENCE Academy, it's another round on the board. Starting to pull away here on the T side. And Pody, he is looking so crisp right now with this AK. 19 kills, make it 20. Although Oxygen will inject $600 of his own into the account, he gets traded out, which means that nothing can be brought forward for OG Academy. Doesn't matter too much. Look at the economy. They can definitely invest in.
That's rough. MOUZ 1 HP at the end there. The MAC-10 not quite able to get it done. And now 4-round lead for ENCE Academy. This T side, it is a deadly weapon, and they are wielding it with expertise. See a little quick replay of how that one came out. Darn it. Boom! Gets him. Karambit. KOing. Now, going to be KOing their way into the B bomb site, accelerating, but Sound with the M4, even getting a bit of extra tag damage onto Pody through the smoke there, and well, that hit is called off. They are running away with their tails between their legs.
Yeah, change of pace for ENCE Academy, just trying to eliminate the rifles that OG have just invested up into, but they were ready for it. Perfect flashbang and really good control. Net Sound a double kill has sent ENCE Academy scarpering all the way towards Fountain, and they're now being quiet. It's worked for them once before, however, it's a 2-man deficit they need to try and overcome. With limited map control, with Marix in connector, this feels very difficult to try and work their way back in. However, the saving grace is that there's only 2 defenders right now on this A bomb site.
Rotations are coming through though, so one is rotated already, and now a second player comes over. So it feels like OG Academy have the read here. The fact that ENCE Academy have taken so long. OG, they've rotated their way over, and the boost is going to come through, and Pody has no idea where those bullets are coming from. The silenced M4 makes it very hard to track. Henu is able to get one in response, deploys a little bit of utility, but he's going to go down eventually, and Sound doubles up to close it out. So OG, they're going to get, I believe that's their first, indeed, CT round so far.
So Sound opens up the account with a double, and then closes the round with a double as well. 4 kills for him. Really good job. I'm just taking a look right now, and actually, in WePlay Academy League Season 4, Overpass was the second most CT-sided map. And in fact, there was only a 42% win rate on that T side. So OG Academy, despite only posting their first CT round on the board right now, if stats are anything to go by, they're not in with too bad of a shot. And look at Marix, all the way in towards Playground. It's just these pistols, just the Glocks, and Marix can farm away.
Brandon, no prizes, but I'm assuming Ancient, most CT-sided map. Or you not got that stat? Yeah, did I? Have
Oh,
I put you
I
on
can
the
check.
spot?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
that's
I thought
fine.
maybe you told me
It's
the
Dust
second
2,
most.
actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Dust 2. Wow. I guess
Yeah.
Ancient probably not played very much.
No, Ancient was actually 45%. It was the second worst TT side.
There you go.
Yeah. We do things different here at the Academy.
Maybe I should have got maybe someone should have got a prize if they guessed that one. But anyway.
Yeah.
Just Diaggles here. There's armor for USC. He goes hunting through bathrooms, but there's another predator here, and that's Marix. He's gotten 4 already, on for the ace, in fact, and in a good position to do it as he's now scored himself the bomb. But USC is he's disappeared. He's gone off elsewhere. He's going to get spotted on the jump from Shake. He's going to pick him off. So no ace here, unfortunately.
No ace, but it was just the Deagles. So it doesn't matter too much, although they all do count, I suppose. But ENCE Academy, they're now investing into this. AWP on Pody as well. And as we get into the gun round, let's get into ENCE's team speak. What have they got for us? Not a lot, apparently. That's alright. That's fine. I'll be their team speak. MOUZ creeping his way towards playground is being pincered upon right now, but he will remove the head of Marix. But Shake is on a tear with the AWP, and Dementor's already pushed up so far in. UEC is now looking to spring into action in Connector, and he will do so successfully. 3 versus 2. Man advantage for OG Academy, but UEC has spotted Dementor out towards long toilets.
He's going hunting here. Server just has to stay alive because USC is waiting to clothesline Dementor. Setting up here with the smoke to deploy towards long. Shakes here with an AWP. He's actually going to push forward in front of it. So that fake out smoke is going to be red. But it does mean that Shake is kind of stuck here on an island because now it gets scary to back through it. He has to be very careful making his way back to the A-bomb site. But now he's gone back. He's cleared it and he's got the info that nobody was home. These 2 tiers, USC and Server, going to be grouping up into spawn. Going very quietly.
Nearly.
Oh, and he gives me a little smile on his face. Like, oh, well.
It's so far away anyway. Not that they know that.
Not that they know that, but, you know. Anyway, footstep is made. Matters not, but the rotations have come through anyway. Going to be walking into this gamble stack, and look at the time, Brandon. There is 15 seconds left. Oxygen. He can spoil everything. Tucked into ramp here. The utility is going to be deployed by ENCE Academy. They have to go for this bomb plant. They have to go for the safe one here, but Oxygen's already found USC. It's just Server now. The bomb goes down. Oxygen's going hunting. The Server's able to find him. Has 6 HP, but the AWP, it's going to find his head instead. Shake. He's able to clutch it out, and that's going to get OG up to double digits.
Oh.
Where's he off to?
He's just trying to find a gun, I think, or maybe some utility. Maybe there's a kit. A kit, I think, maybe. Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
I think
he's going on a walk.
Flashbang, maybe. Just walking around like a Hoover or like a metal detector, trying to pick up all the lost utility on the floor.
Yeah, the janitor, just picking things up, cleaning it up.
Cleaning up. Bomb sites, weaponry, utility, and kills.
Speaking of cleaning up, oh, the ENCE economy needs some work. Just going to be a half buy. Deagles across the board. And OG Academy, golden ticket to really tie up the game, and it's going to be a quick one. ENCE Academy, they want short control, but now the extinguish has come on. The smoke grenade, and Oxygen is being flashed in towards short. Can do all the damage. Spams. Vision completely obscured. Look at the grenade. It does so much damage, but UEC, that Deagle does one better, and now ENCE can explode on towards the bomb site. Server trying to just lock it in, but it will be Dementor doing all of the damage, and now Henu is the last man alive, and there's a flank, Lucy. It doesn't look too great. It doesn't even matter. Dementor, 4 kills. In fact, it's all 5, a full house for him on B.
Oh, the ace for Dementor comes for their lives and their souls. Steals them away. And that's going to get OG Academy up to 11, evening it out. 11 apiece here. We get to see that M4A4 in action as he cleans house. Beautiful stuff here from Dementa. He's leading from the front, as we love to say. He's on 19 kills, top of the leaderboard for OG Academy, and almost top of the server. The only one above him is Pody. There's that AWP and 20 kills.
Change up for ENCE. They want connector. Early stages of this round. UEC clearing it out. So it's early map control being gathered. Shake is here though. Scoping in with the AWP, trying to find an opening for his team. All the meanwhile, from the B end of the map, OG Academy are thinking about pushing down towards Monster. Henu is here, but instead, they're not going to go for it. Rotations are here on this A bomb site. UEC has been tagged.
Damage done, and there's a Maris just sitting in the smoke. Server's going to walk straight into him. UEC's good for the trade at the very least, so keeping it even here. Leaning back from his computer after that one, I'd be a little bit removed. Now, looking for the opener. The sound up on top of the grates, the off angle, able to find that kill, and he drops down, repositions in towards Monster. These three Ts, they group up in towards short for this hit, but there is a crossfire set up. Down in Oxygen, in these very difficult positions to clear. The utility coming through. Mills is going to walk out directly into Oxygen's crosshair, but he can't quite connect the kills. But Sound's able to find one. Purdy does get the trade in response, but Shake has made his way over. He now gets OG Academy into the lead. 12-11, Brandon. OG Academy on a run here on the CT side.
Almost like a role reversal of what we saw in the first game. ENCE Academy did so well on that T side and then fell by the wayside a little bit, with OG Academy sparking a resurgence. Here, similar story, except this time ENCE started on that CT side, and now, after getting 3 rounds in a row on the T side, it looks a little bit flat since OG Academy take the lead for the first time in a while. And it's a hero AK to potentially win this round for ENCE.
Hands of USC. The rest just have few upgraded pistols. So a big investment into his hands with that one. So going hunting, he's going to be there for the trade. Going to be opening up with these pistols first to clean the way so he can come through and get the kills in response. Jake's going to think better at holding this line. He's going to fall back to sight. Beautiful golden dragon lore in his hands. The jump peaks the angle. Not spotting anything at the moment. Has a support towards long as well. Going to deploy that smoke off the back of the T lurk one being dropped. Looking to play in the gap here. Pressing forward, and he's going to even drop the rifle. It can be recovered from Pody, but there's no armor on him. Becomes a bit less potent as this hit comes through. They're going to barrel their way into the site, and Shake's found another. Once again, he's dropped the bomb. Oh, even gets the third, and Marek's in from long. He's able to get the other two.
So unfortunate for ENCE. If Pody's that first player in, he actually gets by and can potentially plant the bomb, but not to be. Let's look at this again from Shake. The first one is perfect. The second one, an easy one. This third one, though, oh, it's as quick as you like. And then that bakes in the long defender perfectly. And it's a shutdown. Timeout being called. ENCE Academy looking a little bit in dire straits. OG are starting to pull away. It all begins with these consecutive rounds on the board, but they could potentially snowball. ENCE, they need a reply immediately.
Feels like a complete opposite situation from what we've seen from ENCE so far. It's been their T sides that have been the standout for them. It's where they've really been able to make a statement about a statement for this new roster. It's not getting off to the same success here against OG in this rematch. A lot on the line in this round. Smoke not even going to... What does the second smoke extinguish? I think that was a CT smoke that went deep then to try and just throw things off, but nevertheless, going to make their way through. Oxygen gets brought a little bit low early on as well from some of that initial barrage towards B. And they get control over towards A. Marek's is still in bathrooms, in towards Divider. He can cause chaos here.
No contact yet, but Marek's is ready and waiting, boosting up his Pody, holding that angle, gets flashed off though, and that's the information gathered for the CTs. They can tuck tail in fact. Marex was thinking about hiding in a corner, but resets. Look at this push. Look at Dementor right now over towards long. A lot of information being gathered, and ENCE might blindside OG here as they walk up towards Banana.
And Shake actually considering rotating off here as well with that AWP, so it's going to be Marex and Dementor here on the site. And Marex himself, he's even thinking of rotating, particularly because Milty, he's found an opener, and that's over towards A. He's found that long kill, and now it's just Marex on the side here trying to find something. He's able to find USD, even getting the second there on the Milty. That is huge, but he gets hunted down eventually. Server does find him, which puts it into this 3-on-3. The bomb can go down. Now they can position for this post plant. Poking out from Bank is Shake with that AWP. We're seeing what he can do on the A site, but he's not presented anything this time. They can set up for this post plant. Everyone in position. Not quite aware of all these CTs coming from the same position. They're still a little bit wary about the connector flank coming through. And, oh, Server, he's just tucked in to the corner here, right next to the flower boxes. This is going to be a difficult clear in Oxygen. He's going to get blindsided from his Server. He pops up and pops poo off that kill sound. He's now all alone, was trying to clear out towards long, but there's 3 players he has to fight in Server. He does it all in the post plant.
Just no utility available for OG Academy, not even a smoke that can be deployed on the bomb. It's incredibly unfortunate, but the position goes unchecked and it gives ENCE Academy a response and a lifeline. OG Academy, off the back of winning so many of these rounds in a row, still can invest in, but they've been close, all things considered. Shake will still have an AWP at his disposal, and Pody, he'll be wielding one of his own. Another timeout called. We're getting into the nitty-gritty here on Overpass. It's potentially gonna go the distance. Round number 26 already, and there's only 1 round separating the 2 sides.
The difficulty for ENCE Academy here is look at the economy. For OG Academy, they still should have another buy up their sleeves, even if they lose this one. And particularly if they're able to save a rifle over them, they'll definitely be feeling healthy going into the follow-up. So for ENCE Academy, it's not just 1 more round, it's consecutive rounds against buys. And that's where they've been struggling so far. So this is an incredibly important round for them to secure. And then they have to keep going. Keep that momentum up on the T side.
Marex gonna be aggressive though. In fact, he gets blinded, so thinks better of it. HE deployed at the very least, but it doesn't do a lick of damage. ENCE Academy, it's the same old default, holding for the aggression, and then UEC trying to take control of connector, but the gap in the door favors Oxygen. Man advantage OG.
That's nice. They spam through the door to create that opening that he can then abuse. Gets a freebie for it. Now OG Academy, they don't have to overextend. They can just hold some of these lines, play what they've been playing to success so far. Marex in bathrooms has been getting a lot done here. He's actually going to be slinking off. Has Shake set up in towards long, and then there's Dementor on the side as well. So they've got this 3-man lean towards A, and that is where the bomb is going. It's where 3 of these Ts are currently set up. Henry's the only one not present who's holding that lurk over towards the B site. Now this is Marex's time, holding in towards long, considering the peak, and it's going to come through, and he's going to be rewarded for a kill for it. Pody's posted up here with the AWP, so if Marex gets a little bit too eager, he might meet his demise, but not going to be happening. And he can just stay here. He doesn't have to rotate. The fact that he's here just keeps ENCE Academy scrambling, and they have to save. 20 seconds left. They can't go for it.
No, they can't. You can already see Henry just tucked in towards the, well, I guess nightclub area. Although you can't really quite hear the music. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
So just ENCE Academy, just almost the maker of their own undoing. After losing UEC and Connector, genuinely, that was the most important kill because it meant that they had to place another player there to occupy the space. And it just means that they just can't really push. It just leaves the utility on that player in Connector. They can't then flash themselves back in. The clock's just running so low. And you mentioned it at the start of the round, they just didn't have the money to reinvest in if they lose, so it's better just to have what they hold, give themselves a fighting chance to concede 14 rounds to OG Academy.
That's super scary. OG Academy kept so many players alive there. Their bank is even stronger than it was last time when we painted that picture of the difficulties that ENCE Academy would have. But, well, MOUZ not going to have any difficulty finding that opener, although he is dinked in the process. He's given over the AWP, or Bogdan, coming into effect there. And this time, ENCE find the opening kill. Cheeky boost up here, but they decide to think better of it, reposition. ENCE Academy, the world is their oyster here on Overpass.
It's a nice Bogdan as well, because MOUZ used to AWP on that Enterprise roster, competing in the Tier 2 circuit, so he is a dependable pair of hands with the scoped weapon. But it's one of these rounds where Auction has pushed all the way into the short UEC, considering it, and will nail him with the Galil. Here comes the execute. It's the accelerator for ENCE Academy. Utility blinding sound in towards the depths of the waters. And ENCE Academy know exactly where he is, swinging on in. He gets pincered. AWP rings out for Shake. And in fact, he takes a point of damage in the process, and they need to run away. 4 versus 2, ENCE Academy bring it within 1.
Even in the back, they know that the numbers don't favor them, so they want to hold on to this. Considering the fact that ENCE could get a couple of consecutive rounds here, and OG want to be able to at least pull out decent buys into all of the upcoming rounds, and they're going to have plenty into the next with the AWP kept over. This game is delivering. 1 round now going to be the difference between these two teams. And ENCE Academy, they keep it quite clean there as well. Only losing the 1 player, so their economy as well can continue to be in a reasonable state. They can invest into the next one, and they'll also have a buy going into the follow-up. So it's going to be brawls all across these remaining rounds. We go into number 28.
Could be either OG running away with it, or ENCE Academy tying us up once again. Really nice heads-up play from ENCE Academy as well, to not only clear the angle over towards Fountain, the aggression that Marix was taking, but also that short position. It's a very difficult angle to clear, but UEC makes light work of it on the Galil. But look at Dementa. He's right in this smoke. Oh, he's going to take their souls away, but Poddy will no-scope him through it. See you later. That's a man advantage now for ENCE Academy, but Oxygen is here in support. Takes 1 and runs away. What has just happened?
Okay, we're going to have to see the replay on that, because that was wacky. I need to know how that no-scope went down, because, I mean, look, it didn't favor Dementa, right? You're sitting in a smoke and there's 4 Ts around you. Hold up. Let's get back to that in a second, because they're running onto the B bomb side here. Going to be charging straight into the arms of Sam with his M4A4, but he's going to get a little bit of damage onto him. Shake's able to find 2 kills, though, in response. So even though Pody finds 1, all the trades are here, and it's just USC left. Well, he wants to also get away from that one. Has the furious stickers, so he wants to keep it aggressive here into Monster. Going to continue keeping this fight coming, but Marix is holding the angle. And he's considering clearing further, but he's going to be getting better of it. And just as the swing comes through, Marix is able to close it out. And off the back of that, OG Academy get up to map point.
I'm in disbelief, honestly, after that man advantage craziness. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Alright. It wasn't as crazy as we thought, but he still managed to pull the trigger and eliminate Dementa. Those shots, though, on the other orb. Oh my goodness me. Full buys can still fill ENCE Academy's pockets, at the very least, so it gives them the best possible opportunity to remain in the game, or OG Academy can once again be the victors on Overpass.
What a round. What an entertaining game. What a brawl between these two teams. Now it all comes down to this, and Henry, he's going to find the first, continues, but doesn't fully clear Oxygen. So the trade comes through, that double setup into short. It pays off. Well, in the sense that they keep it even at the very least. I don't know if they'll be too happy about losing 1 player, but At the very least, MOUZ, he's going to get flashed through here. Oh, MOUZ gets the kill off the back of it. MOUZ tries to dodge it. Can't quite swing back into position to Dementa. He's going to go for a bit of a hero play here, pushing forward, and is able to find MOUZ as well. Keeping it now into the 3 versus 3, and he's continuing to aggress. Continuing to look for information. He spots the shadow, gets the kill. Dementa's doing everything here, and now these two Ts, they are left alone here out towards long. It's being held by Sound. And Dementa is still a factor in towards bathrooms. You can see Server, he has to be so careful on these clears.
What a play by Dementa. To not only get the first kill, but to continue his aggression. It completely blindsides ENCE Academy. And now they're facing a disadvantage with the game on the line. And look at this position. Pody's going to need to clear it. But as soon as he does, even if he wins out this engagement, Sound can swing on right in. It's not even being considered. Back turn, Dementa will strike and even follow up onto Server. It's the IGL taking the reins, and OG Academy win out again on Overpass against ENCE Academy.
That wasn't even the first time that we saw Dementa have these hero rounds. We saw the ace from him earlier with that M4A4, and he gets it done again with the 4K in the round to get the 16th for the team, for OG Academy. They take this one away. It looked like ENCE Academy had done everything they needed to do right. That CT side felt so potent. And on the T side, just not quite able to have the same impact that they have had previously.
It's another case of OG Academy digging in their heels, showing that resilience, and bouncing back against the ENCE Academy adversity. Really well played, and for OG, it's back-to-back wins against this new-look ENCE roster, but it's still positives to take away for this new side that's entered into the Academy League Season 5. It's a close encounter, and they're really bringing the fight to these teams at the upper levels of this Academy League.
And for OG Academy, this is a fantastic start to the season for them, right? They've only had one loss. That was the opener against Young Ninjas. This is now their 3rd win in a row. Obviously, 2 of those have been against ENCE Academy. Another one was against Young Ninjas. And all 3 of those wins actually here on Overpass. They're proving to be a bit of a specialist team on this map. And maybe a bit of a dark horse here in the Group B. As, you know, we talk a lot about Big Academy as kind of being the dominant force. But OG, they're showing us something special.
Yeah, they look good in Season 4 as well. They're continuing that same form. They're true to it. Really well recovered here. Off the back of this Server clutch as well. We just see the highlights roll on through. There's been so many perfect moments in this game. And what a best of 1 to close out the evening. And the first week of the group stage.
Yeah, fantastic best of 1. Super exciting. Back and forth for both these teams. You know, we saw such a strong start come through initially for ENCE Academy, but then OG bounced back. Then it was ENCE, and then it was OG on a huge run of like 6 rounds in a row. That was enough. That was the nail in the coffin. This was this final round where Dementa got this fantastic 4K. Obviously, there's the scoreboard. Close it out. Dementa, as we mentioned his name, 24 kills. Up there alongside his teammates and MOUZ and Shake as well, both stepping up. In fact, on both sides of the server, those kills, they're pretty solid.
Yeah, really good. Nobody really had a bad game, which is very positive and encouraging signs to see for both of these teams. ADR and the kills combined evenly spread, which just highlights the level of that Overpass. What a game to cover, and what a fantastic way to end it. That does conclude the proceedings for tonight. However, tomorrow we've got some more games for you. ENCE Academy versus Apeks Rebels, then Fnatic Rising, their debut against Eternal Fire Academy, and Furia Academy as well against Apeks Rebels.
Yeah, then we'll see MOUZ NXT versus Fnatic Rising. So 6 games tomorrow. Furia Academy once again going up against the Young Ninjas, and then closing it off with Astralis Talent versus Spirit Academy. So 2 games apiece for each Fnatic Rising and Furia Academy. We haven't seen either of these rosters yet in Season 5. So I'm super excited to see what they have to show us, Brandon.
Yeah, really excited. 6 games to bring you tomorrow, but that does conclude all of the matches for tonight. Thank you, as always, for sticking with us and being here throughout the entirety of this first week of the group stage. We've got a whole nother week to show you, and it all begins tomorrow. So have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.